Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Sugar and Gold by Emma Scott, narrated by Joe Arden and Caitlin Kelly. Prologue. The man bolted upright from sleep. The night was thick and still as the houseboat rocked beneath him. He tried to grasp the dream that danced at the edge of his awareness. Images crossed his eyes like ghosts. A darkened highway, a shadowed figure kneeling on the roadside, and rain. So much rain. But the rest of the dream slipped through his mind like sand through fingers, leaving only a few remnants behind that he could see clearly. Highway 23. Margot Pettigrew. A gratitude greater than thank you. As with the other dreams of this kind, he didn't know what any of that meant, but knew he would. Eventually. He turned to his wife sleeping beside him and kissed her. She stirred and her hands slid protectively over the swelling roundness of her belly. "I have to go," he whispered. She blinked in the dimness, brushing the dark hair off her face as she sat up. The line of a scar divided her left cheek perfectly in half. "Go." Her sleepy eyes found the digital alarm clock that read 3:21 a.m. "Now?" The man nodded. "Now." "Why?" She sat up. "And where?" "A dream," he said simply. "I'm not sure where yet." He cocked his head as if listening to a voice only he could hear. "East. I have to go east. And I have to take the truck." He got up and turned on the lamp, casting the small room in yellow light. He drew on jeans and a shirt. The houseboat rocked lightly as he crossed to the small dresser for extra clothes that he then tossed on the bed. "Wait," she said. You can't leave me. Leave us." She hugged her middle with both arms. "What if something happens to you?" The man stopped and turned to face her. His blonde hair glinted gold in the light. Swiftly he moved to sit beside her on the bed. "I won't be in danger, I promise, but I have to go. I have to help someone." "Who?" "I don't know yet," he said. "I'll know him when I see him." "Why does he need your help?" Her husband shrugged, a small smile over his lips. "Love," he said. "For love." She sat back against the pillows, her dark eyes full of worry. The man reached for her, took her face in his hands and pressed his forehead to hers. "Remember what I told you last time?" he said. "It's still true. I swear it, baby, it's still true." "You will always come back to me," she whispered, closing her eyes and holding his hands that held her. "Always," he said. "I swear it." He finished packing while she watched. "How long?" she asked. He paused, listening. 6 days, he said finally. "You have the next 6 days off from the fire station," she said. "Was that planned?" He smiled ruefully. "Is it ever?" She answered with a dry smile of her own, but it faded quickly. "I thought you were done with the dreams. I thought that was over." "I did too," he said. "But this is important. I have to go. I feel—" "You feel what?" "If I don't go, he'll miss her. They're lost in the dark." "Who are they?" she asked, then waved her hand. "Never mind. You don't know until you know." "Exactly." He slung his packed duffel bag over his shoulder and walked with her to the front of the houseboat. There he held her close and his hand found his way to her belly and their son, 6 months along. "I'll be home soon," he whispered against his wife's dark hair. "I love you." "I love you too." She pulled away to look at him fiercely, her scar stark against her skin. "Promise me. Say it again." He kissed her and ran his finger down the shiny seam on her cheek. "I will always come back to you." Then he stepped out onto the deck, and the darkness swallowed him without a sound. Part 1. The Devil in Me. Ken. Noun. Range of knowledge or perception. Synonyms: awareness, vision, understanding, consciousness. Chapter 1. Nikolai. When did it start, Nick? I can't remember, since forever. Can you sense what I'm feeling right now? Yes, it looks like brownish orange dust and smells like wet leaves. What does? What you're feeling, I can see it. You don't believe me, but you're excited because you've never seen this before. It's new. And you call it your Ken? I don't know what it is. I tried to look it up in a dictionary and found that word. I can't find anything else. He scratches a note. You've always been able to do this? To see feelings? Yes, it's nechistaya sila. Right, Mama? He glances at my mother, then back to me. What does that mean? I have the devil in me. Do you think what you can do, the Ken, is wrong? I don't like it. I don't want it. Can you make it go away? I think this treatment might be able to do just that. You don't have the devil in you, Nikolai. Your brain is making you think you can sense what others are feeling. But I can see the dust. I can taste it. Hallucinations, that's all. And you're going to shock them out of me? Something like that. His smile is ashen fumes and makes me think of lies. Think of your brain as a computer, and it has a little glitch. Turning it off and on helps to clear out the glitch. The current will act as a sort of reset. You're going to turn my brain off and then back on? It's just a way to help you understand the process. I don't know. The medication isn't helping, is it? No, I hate it. It makes me numb. I think this treatment is much better suited to your particular affliction. So I am sick. Dad said I was before he left. Sick in the head. His smile tightens and he answers like he didn't hear. What do you think, Nikolai? Are you ready to give it a try? I guess. Very good. He looks to my mother. If you'll sign the consent on his behalf. Mama? She looks away from me. Maybe she'll look at me again if I do this. They lead me into another room and have me lie down. They give me a shot of something in my arm and put a mask over my face. I inhale the gas and it makes me lighter than air. I float up toward the ceiling, and in a blink I'm looking down. I'm sleeping. They attach sticky pads with wires trailing behind them to my forehead. They put a stick in my mouth. The doctor, with the lying smile, hits a button and nothing happens but for my foot that's sticking out of the sheet. It trembles a little, like it's cold from being left uncovered. A second later, my thoughts are cut into pieces. Lightning tears through me, blinding, ripping, and burning. I see a flash like chaos, and then everything rots to the gray of dead flesh. I scream at my sleeping body. No, stop, please. Nurses and doctors, who'd been sitting calmly, are darting around now. The slow beeping of my heartbeat is now as fast as the white bolt that tears through me until it's all one loud noise, one horrific pain. Wake up! The doctor shuts off the machine. The lightning crackles away to nothing, and I fall down, into myself. My eyes open and I suck in air as if I hadn't breathed in years. Agony thunders in my head. Voices crowd around me. He was under full anesthetic? Severe tachycardia? Impossible. I sit up to more confused cries. I rip the electrodes out, then peel the sticky pads from my forehead, tear the tubes out of my arm. Nikolai, please calm down. I throw the thin sheet off. The floor is cold beneath my feet as I run. Hands try to grab me, but I slip away. The pain pounds like a drum, driving me on through the door. I run headfirst into the blinding white light of day that stops me like a brick wall. I throw my arm up to shield my eyes. Rough hands grab me around the shoulders and drag me back. I fight them, but they're too strong, and the light is so bright. So bright. You still with us, Nick? I blinked hard and wrenched my gaze from the single bulb hanging over the table. It took a second for the memory to dissolve and reality to appear, like a scene from a TV show fading out and opening on a new one. The 14-year-old kid in a hospital gown was recast as a 24-year-old, covered in tattoos and bulked up with muscles because fuck me if anyone was going to lock me up again. Our new buddy Nick has gone bye-bye, said Paulie. Atlanta. The poker game. I sat up in my seat and snorted a dry laugh. Still here, cleaning you chumps out. Laughter from the other 6 guys met my shit talk, though it was tight and mirthless. They didn't like me. They all had chip stacks of varying sizes in front of them, but mine was the largest. We were in the basement of Paulie's pawn shop, downtown Atlanta, Georgia. On the main floor above, desperate people hawked their family heirlooms or grandma's best piece of jewelry to eke out a little bit of money to keep going, to pay the utility bill or to score their next fix. Below, it wasn't much different. Paulie ran a Texas Hold'em game 3 times a week where some of the players gambled with the rent or grocery money. $15 and $25 blinds and a $250 buy-in. I could have found stakes like this anywhere, in any underground poker game in almost any town. And I did, on my endless crisscross of the country. But I wanted a big city. The endless days on the road took their toll on me. I needed people. I just can't be this damn close to them. Atlanta was too much. I'd been a fool to think I could handle it. It felt like the entire city, not just the pawn shop, hung over my goddamn head. The onslaught of all that life hit me like an acid trip that wouldn't quit. So many people filled with so many emotions. They screamed their lives at me in a riot of colors and filled my mouth with the bitter taste of their bad memories. Sweat trickled down my neck, even though Paulie had the AC churning against the heat of Georgia in the summertime, and my head ached as if a hammer were pounding from the inside. I was at the bottom of the sea, with the crushing weight of the water pressing down on me. I lifted the corner of my 2 cards with my thumb. A deuce and a 4, both hearts. The flop had the 10 and 7 of hearts and jack of diamonds. I let the cards lie and kept my face impassive. Flush draw wasn't a bad hand, lots of possibilities for a win, and then I was out. Atlanta was too much. I had to get the fuck out of here. Hearts, hearts everywhere, what a crock of shit, said the big guy Oliver on my left. Liar. That was Oliver's tell, to make a cryptic comment about the cards at every play. It threw the others off. Who the fuck actually tells a tell? Sometimes he was bluffing, sometimes not. I could always read him. I could read all of them. Even without my ken, I could read them like a book. With my ken, I was unbeatable. In my 24 years of pseudo-life, this was the only goddamn thing it was good for. So, Nick, said Paulie, chewing around his cigar, what do you do for a living? I cheat at poker. I'm a salesman, I said, striving to keep my voice normal. The bet came to me. Normally I'd check to reel them in, but this time I saw the big blind and raised it $50. The table collectively inhaled, and the smoke reflected in the overhead light shifted to sickly, suspicious shades of grayish-green and the piss-yellow of fear from a young guy named Eli on my left. The $250 buy-in was more than he could spare, but he'd play it anyway. To a lot of guys, poker was stronger than heroin. Motorcycle parts, was it? Angus asked. He'd been my in to the game. I'd met him on an online game, got to chatting, and earned an invite here. My usual M.O. Yeah, motorcycle parts, I said, taking a long draw from my beer bottle. Angus saw my raise and dumped the chips on the pile instead of sliding them across the table. Fuck's sake, Angus, quit splashing the pot, Eli said. He worked at the pawn shop and was, in my esteemed opinion, A moron. It was probably obvious to everyone, not just me, that Angus's tell when he was bluffing was to splash the pot. "Mind your business," Angus told Eli, giving me the side-eye. "Gotta keep up with Nick here, who's been on a hell of a run all night." "All night," a guy named Will snapped. He sat directly across from me and was all hard edges, flinty glances, and suspicion packaged in a lanky frame. The kind of guy who'd draw a knife on you if you surprised him. A natural-born asshole who couldn't take a joke if his life depended on it. I'd seen his kind before, watching the action like a hawk, and keeping tabs on who had the blinds with anal retentive diligence. I hated him immediately. He sized me up for the 100th time that night, taking in my tattoos that covered my arms and neck, and the 10-gauge silver talons that pierced my ears. "Hoax and pawn," he said, reading the tattoos between the first knuckles on each of my hands. "What's that mean?" "That's a secret I don't tell until the third date." The table guffawed in a cloud of smoke, noise, and color. Will seethed. Paulie dealt the turn, a 6 of hearts, and I had my flush. Oliver whistled between his teeth and folded. "It's Valentine's Day for someone, but sure as shit ain't me." Judging by the dull gray around me, no one else had anything good either. Eli, who was too stupid to know when to fold, tried a bluff only a blind man might miss. 3 other guys checked, and then the bet was to me. "Action's on you," Will said, as if I didn't fucking know that. Will was watching me closely. Despite his being a grade A asshole, he was a good player, no tells. Except to my Ken. From the subtle taste of his doubt, I could tell he had an okay hand, but that he was wondering if mine was better. Without the Ken, I would have played conservative and guessed he had the better flush. The Ken showed me he didn't. I should have just gone all in, forced everyone else to fold, but my head ached like a bastard, and I didn't like the way Will watched me, how his suspicion curled around him thicker than smoke. 20, I said. Will saw my 20 and raised 50. I fought against the pain in my head, the relentless pressure that made my head pound. "You don't look so good, Nick," Will said with a smirk. "Second thoughts?" "None." I called his 50 and took another sip of beer. I felt an itch under my nose and rubbed it with my hand holding the beer. The tattoos on the back of my hand were smeared with red. Fuck. Paulie dealt the last card, the river. 5 of clubs. A garbage card to everyone, including Will. But pride was making his bets. He was in too deep to back out now. The others checked or folded. Will went all in. "Dumb fuck," Oliver said. "Nick's got the flush. Why are you pissing your money away like that?" "He's bluffing," Will said. "He's going to fold like a lawn chair." I surreptitiously put a cocktail napkin to my nose, careful to keep the blood from showing. It wasn't a lot. If I got out of there quick enough. "Raise," I said. I didn't need to move my chips into the pile. They were all mine now. "Fucker," Will said, slamming his palm on the table. "Told you," Oliver sniffed. I flipped my hearts over and reached for the pot. $300 worth, which brought my night's winnings to well over $600. "Cash me out," I told Paulie. "I'm done." "The fuck you are," Will said. "You can't just take that much bank without giving us a chance to win it back." "Yeah, I can," I said dully, stacking my chips quickly into towers. "I'm coming down with something, heading out." Paulie cashed me out in silence, and the small basement felt the way the sky does before lightning strikes, prickling the skin on the surface. "I don't like you," Will said, jabbing his finger at me like a knife. "Feelings mutual." Will was a grinder like me, a guy who played for a living. I'd probably wind up sitting across from him again someday and have to watch my ass. He knew I cheated, he just didn't know how. I had to dab my nose again, and Will saw the bright red on the white napkin. He narrowed his eyes and wrapped his fingers on the empty felt in front of him. I left the basement through a side door that led up a staircase to the street, riding on a current of resentment and anger from below. Outside felt no less suffocating than the basement. Atlanta was roaring, and I had to get the fuck out of there. I stashed my winnings into one of the 2 side bags on my Bonneville T100 motorcycle, a 2012 model pushing more than 90,000 miles, and shrugged into my black leather jacket. I put on my helmet and the visor dimmed the world to gray. With a spray of gravel, I tore away from the pawn shop, into the early morning just after dawn, and out of Atlanta. The leaden sky threatened rain. A storm was brewing, a big one. I imagined it coming down out of the sky like a huge fist, sweeping me up into its grip and crushing me until there was nothing left. I drove on, and my thoughts wandered into dangerous territory. They'd been doing that a lot lately, on my endless back and forth across the country. It would be so easy to let the bike drift over the line where cars whizzed past me going the other way, to close my eyes and set the motorcycle head-on into the path of a rumbling semi, its air horn blowing in panic, because it was too big to get out of the way in time. Sometimes I thought the only thing stopping me was that I might hurt someone else. Other times I didn't care, and my wandering thoughts pulled the handlebar along with them, toward that center divide. Or I'd grip the throttle and push the bike faster and faster, until the road was a gray blur that could tear me to shreds. The highway patrol would have to scrape me off the asphalt piece by piece. The gruesome image was oddly comforting. I didn't want to die, but this wasn't living. I wanted an end. Savannah, 3 miles. The sign whipped by in a blur. I pushed my motorcycle past 75 miles per hour to outrun the coming rainstorm and put as much distance between me and Atlanta as I could. Signs for Savannah told me to get off the 16 West, but I stayed on until they pointed the way to Garden City, population 8,905. Savannah was too big. I'd drown there, especially after Atlanta. Garden City was small enough. Even hundreds of miles and 4 hours later, I could feel Atlanta clinging to me like the sweat and grime of a long road trip. I needed to get back to zero, to dig under the noise and feel something that was truly mine, even if that something was pain. Before food or even a motel, I found a tattoo place in Garden City, tucked into the corner of a small strip mall. I coasted my Bonneville into the front of GC Ink and Piercings and took off my helmet. Despite the dark gray of storm clouds gathering above, the green of summer was vibrant and alive in the numerous trees that filled the space between shops and the road, and in the grass along the front. Humid air trapped the electric buzz of the cicadas, an unending song of Georgia in June. Unlike human life, animal life, for whatever reason, didn't assault my every goddamn sense, and the several other annoying senses no one else seemed to have but me. I liked the constant noise of the insects in the south, like the buzz of a tattoo needle. Inside the tattoo place it was mercifully cooler, and looked like a barber shop. White floors, dark chairs, plain walls, but for framed artists' samples. 2 artists were working. A third approached me as I shook out of my black leather jacket and set it and my helmet on a bench near the door. The guy was big and bald, with a red dragon snaking up one arm and disappearing under his shirt. I could see he was bored and wanted to get the fuck out of Georgia. A gray-green haze of pot smoke infiltrated his thoughts, dulling his urge to skip town. "What'll it be?" he asked, as if he were a bartender. His gaze swept over the ink of my hands and arms, up my neck, then to the silver talons in my ears. "I can do ink, but our piercing guy is out today." "Tattoo," I said. "Righto." He led me back to his station, a small cubicle with framed samples of his work all over the wall. On the way, we passed the other tattoo chairs. The customer in the next station over was trying his best not to show it hurt too much. The younger woman in the other was having second thoughts, but was too far in to stop now. "You got any idea of what you want?" the guy asked me. The words, "doesn't matter," almost escaped me, but I pulled them back. Except for the pawn and hoax tattoos, the rest of my ink meant nothing. The design wasn't important. It was the pain I wanted. Needed. My gaze shot around his station, grazing over his samples. I found a Japanese koi fish, bright orange and pink, curling around itself, its scales almost iridescent. I pretended to study a few other samples, then looked at the guy. "I was thinking of something Japanese," I said. "One of those, what do you call them, the giant goldfish?" "Koi," the guy said, and moved to tap the sample on the wall I'd seen. "Something like this?" "Yeah, that's it, man," I said. "That's exactly what I had in mind." He frowned. "No variations?" "Make it more orange than pink," I said, "and maybe a Japanese character overlaid on one side in black." "Which one?" the guy asked, his annoyance thick in his voice. Dull fumes slightly stung my inner eye. The Ken. "There's like a lot." How about fuck this bullshit, I thought. "Endurance?" I said. "Can do. I'm Gus, by the way." "Nick," I said. "How much is this going to run me?" Gus shrugged. "How big do you want it?" I held my hands out, as if I were holding an invisible cantaloupe. "About 180, he said. "Done." Despite the way Atlanta tried to drown me, the money I'd won off Will and Company would add nicely to the $20,000 I had in my bank account, my only tangible connection to the real world. I kept $2,000 in cash on hand for expenses, plus a $3,000 prepaid Visa, fully loaded for online gaming. Point is, I could afford a bigger tattoo, but I was running out of naked skin. I was tatted all over my neck, my entire chest, most of my back, down both arms, and over my hands and fingers. I had only a few on my legs, but at this rate, I was going to be decorated full body long before I hit 30. Then what the fuck will I do? The idea of another 6 years of enduring this goddamn Ken was going to drive me insane. If something didn't change quick, I wasn't going to make it to 30. Hell, I wasn't going to make it to 25. "Ready?" Gus asked, jolting me from my thoughts. "Yeah, sure." I took off my black t-shirt and showed him the only patch of blank space I had left on my back, a swath under my left shoulder blade that carried down to my waist. "Anywhere here is good," I said. "Righto." I stretched out on the chair, resting my head on my arms, and closed my eyes, as if I were lying on a beach somewhere, dozing under the sun. Gus readied his ink and needles. He tried to make some small talk about the dozens of other tattoos that decorated my skin, but my responses were short and blunt. He got the message quickly and shut the hell up. His gloved hand touched my skin, increasing the connection between us, but the latex helped. The buzzing needle helped more, muting the whispers of his thoughts, the colors and tastes of his life. But it was the pain that erased them completely. The needle bit into my skin, and I concentrated every bit of my awareness there, to feel every second and half-second in between. Tattoo pain was perfect. Not unbearable, but not weak either. This artist wasn't particularly gentle, and I relished each stinging moment. It was my skin, my pain, and no one else's. For nearly 2 hours I was free. When he finished, I lay still for a few moments, reveling in the throbbing ache along the left side of my back. "Hey, buddy, you fall asleep?" "No," I muttered against my arm. "I'm here. I'm still here." I felt better, cleaner. I'd bought myself some time. I sat up and grabbed my shirt. "You maybe want to see it?" Gus asked, a smoky cloud of suspicion curling up around him. I got that a lot lately. He was worried I was going to bolt without paying. For his sake, I took a glance in the mirror. The guy was good. A snarling koi fish glided over my raised red skin. Its scales shimmered in iridescent orange. A black sigil was overlaid on one side. It might have been Japanese for endurance, like I'd asked for. It might have read, "The bearer of this tattoo is an asshole." All the same to me. "Yeah, looks great," I said. As Gus put a bandage over it, I fished out my wallet and handed him $200 bills. "Thanks," I muttered. I threw on my shirt and strode out, hooking my black leather jacket over one shoulder. Outside, the storm clouds were bunching together like a rugby scrum, ready to roll out. I thought about finding a motel, but there was a FedEx in the same little strip mall as the tattoo shop. I figured I might as well find my next game while I was here. In the shop, I rented the one computer in a corner so that no one could watch me, and found an online poker site. Luckily, the store had no Wi-Fi restrictions, and I was able to play. I fed the site the numbers off my prepaid Visa card and joined a game of Texas Hold'em on a local server. Within minutes, a user under the handle of T-Money1993 invited me to an underground game in Port Wentworth, just north of Garden City, night after next. I accepted, and he PM'd me the address. He probably thought I was easy pickings. "Sorry, T-Money," I thought, "but I'm going to clean you out." "Sorry," I muttered at myself in disgust and logged out. As if a mental apology ever went anywhere. As far as I knew, the sense perception was a one-way street. Despite my frantic online research over the years, I'd never heard of anyone who could do what I could do. Not one fucking person. Anywhere. The motel in Garden City was the same as every other motel I'd ever stayed at over the last few years. They all blended together. Double bed, thin carpet, bathroom with its tiny bottles of cheap soap. Even the emotions of the people in adjacent rooms took on the same hues and flavors. I knew who was around me at all times. Bored business travelers, parents straining to make the most of a cheap family vacation for their bickering kids, tourists who felt they had to see the world's largest ball of twine before they died. That's if I was lucky. Hopelessness and despair are black to my inner eye, and the more remote motels were often filled with the lonely and the desperate. The worst nights were those spent lying in a darkness deeper than the night, the shadowy pain of the person one room over seeping into my motel room like an inky black stain. So much misery in the world. And all of it shoved down my throat, every waking hour of my life. I sat on the bed in the motel listening to the thunder growling louder and the storm gathering power. The new tattoo's bandage itched. I tore it off and relished the sting, but it faded quickly. I can't keep doing this. I'd had the Ken for as long as I could remember, and spent years going back and forth between hopeless resignation and the raging urge to know what it was, or if it had a purpose. Back and forth, like my road trips across the country, searching for an answer or trying to outrun it. I stood up and paced the small room. Outside the window, the trees swayed in the dark wind, and the first raindrops began to smatter the glass. My hand went to the Bowie knife I kept strapped to my belt. The dull throb of my newest tattoo was gone. It's not working anymore. More and more I wondered why I bothered with tattoos, or poker, or anything else. "You need the poker money to live off of," whispered a pathetic voice in my head, my own dying sense of self-preservation. I wasn't living. I was on an endless road trip to nowhere. But I had $20,000 in winnings stashed in a bank for no fucking reason that I could tell, except that I had to keep adding to it, making it grow. The savings had become like the Ken, something whose purpose eluded me. Some big buy-in, maybe? The biggest game of my life? The last game of my life? A poker game, but with Russian roulette-sized stakes? If I won, I would keep going. If I lost... You gotta get off this train of thought before you do something stupid. I took my hand from the Bowie knife and grabbed my jacket off the bed. I needed a club, a place where I wouldn't be alone, where I could be surrounded by people, but their scents, colors, and thoughts would be muted by the smell of cologne, pounding music, and flashing lights. I asked the bored-looking guy manning the front desk if he knew a place. "The closest one's Club 91, just outside Savannah," he said. "Small, but cheap drinks." He gave me a funny look, his curiosity tinging his words with a taste like citrus. "Can't imagine it'll be hopping tonight, what with the storm and all." "One way to find out," I muttered.
Chapter 2. Fiona. Business was slow at Garden City Greens. The gathering storm had thinned the traffic on Route 25 that ran along the nursery, and only a few customers strolled the outdoor aisles of plants, trees, and banks of assorted colorful flowers. At the far end, the stock boy, Marco, was up on a ladder, helping a customer amid the stacks of orange pottery. I helped a regular, Mrs. Paulson, choose a 4-foot-tall pecan tree for her front yard. As I rang her up, the elderly lady asked a million questions about the tree's care, the right soil, and the probability of squirrels overrunning her property to get to the nuts. I answered all of her questions until she ran out. "You know your botany, don't you, dear?" she said finally. I shrugged and smiled. I like to take care of things. For the 100th time that afternoon, Mrs. Paulson's sharp eyes peered at my waist-length blonde hair, with its wide swaths of pink streaking through it. Under my Garden City Greens apron, I wore oversized men's coveralls, smeared with soil at the knees, Doc Marten boots, and a sleeveless button-down shirt that revealed the hibiscus tattoo on my right shoulder, and numerous woven bracelets that adorned both arms. I know, I look like a farmer who's just gotten back from a rave, right? I said, grinning. Mrs. Paulson pursed her lips. What? Nothing. I hid a laugh and put on my brightest customer service smile. "Do you have someone to plant this for you, Mrs. Paulson?" "My nephew and his wife are arriving tonight," the elderly woman said. "But for now, I'll need help getting it into my car, preferably before we get drenched." "I'm on the job," I said. "It must be awfully heavy," Mrs. Paulson said dubiously, her gaze drawn again to my skinny arms, then glancing about for someone else. "Maybe we can call the stock boy over." I squatted, hefted the tree by the pot. "Lead the way." I carried the tree out of the wooden structure of the nursery that smelled like rich soil and flowers, across the dirt parking lot. At Mrs. Paulson's maroon sedan, I wedged the tree behind the passenger seat at an angle. Its branches scraped the roof, but it fit. I dusted my hands on my soil-streaked overalls. "You're all set, Mrs. Paulson." "I had my doubts, I must admit," the older woman said. "You're such a rail of a girl."
"For God's sake, will you eat something? You're embarrassing me."
I flinched at the sudden, ugly memory that popped into my mind like a sneering jack-in-the-box. It had to have been pushing 90 degrees, but my skin broke out in sudden goose flesh, and I rubbed my arms. "I'm stronger than I look," I said to Mrs. Paulson, trying to hold on to my smile.
"Apparently so."
She glanced up at the sky and the thickening clouds through a nest of wrinkles around her eyes.
"I hope they send you home before this rain starts," she said, climbing into her sedan. "Don't want you to wash away."
I brushed off her little remarks, determined to let nothing and no one, not little old ladies or ghosts of the past, ruin my mood. Back inside, I went to the register, where Opal Crawford, the manager, was doing some bookkeeping. Her tightly curled hair was kept off her forehead by a bright scarf, and her linen apron was spotless over her turquoise blouse. I leaned my dirt-smudged elbows on the dirt-smudged counter. "Mrs. Paulson said you should send me home early," I said, with a grin. "And you know what they say? The customer is always right." Opal smiled, her teeth white against her warm brown skin. "You might get your wish, and then some. I'm expecting Mr. Carlson to call any minute and tell me to shut down the nursery." My shoulders drooped. "For how long?" "A few days, if the storm is as bad as they say it's going to be." I chewed my lip. I'm all for cutting out a little early on a Friday night, but a few days off? I don't want to lose the hours. "Speaking of hours..." Opal grabbed a small stack of envelopes from the desk drawer beneath the register, found the one with my name, and handed it over. "Thanks to Louisa being out sick, you had a bunch of overtime, but I don't think Mr. C is going to approve much more." I took my paycheck and tucked it in one of the front pockets of my overalls. I'm going to need more if we close up for several days. I leaned over the counter again, smiling slyly. "I heard Louisa had a relapse. Bad one. Highly contagious. Don't think she should come in for another 2 weeks." "She has a bad cold, not the Black Plague. And anyway, no," Opal said. "I refuse to be your enabler." "My what?" I laughed. "You know what," Opal said. "I'm not going to help you save money in order to hightail it out of the country any faster than you already are." She shook her head and made a tisk-tisk sound with her teeth. "No, ma'am. Won't do it. Miss you too much." I smiled fondly at my friend. Opal was married and 10 years older than my 23 years. She was steady and calm while I bounced around the nursery, getting my hands as dirty as possible. Her stiff linen Garden City Greens apron was always immaculately pressed and clean, while mine was perpetually smudged with dirt. "Our friendship doesn't make any sense," she liked to joke. But somehow, we fit. She was my best friend. One of my only friends.
"Ungrateful bitch. What about me? Why am I never good enough?"
I flinched and fought back at the sneering voice in my head. Some days, he was silent. And I came close to actually being the cheerful, happy person I tried to project. Other days, like this one, he haunted me, jumping out of the dark corners of my memory, like some sick game of gotcha. I had to fight to keep my cheerfulness, as if I were constantly running under a darkening sky, trying to stay under a patch of sunshine. In Costa Rica, there will only be sunshine, I thought, and reached across the counter to nudge Opal's elbow. "You are my enabler. You're enabling me to make my Costa Rica dream come true." She sniffed. "You're close, aren't you?" "Yeah, I am," I said, and joy bloomed in my chest, casting out the bad memories like a bright light, driving away the shadows. It's looking like 6 more months, and I'll have enough to get situated down there. Opal started to say something, then snapped her mouth shut. "No, never mind." "What?" I asked, though I thought I knew.
"Nothing."
She brushed off a smudge of dirt I'd left on her sleeve and went back to work at the register. "Uh-oh," I said, trying to keep it light between us. "You've got that Opal Crawford mother bear thing going on again. Every time I talk about Costa Rica..." "I can't imagine why," she muttered, not looking up from tallying her receipts. "Definitely not because you're all of 23 years old, moving 3,400 miles away to a foreign country where you don't speak the language. All by yourself. Nope, nothing to do with that." "I'll be fine," I said. "More than fine. It's what I want. A little piece of land surrounded by jungle, with the mountains at my back and the beach at my feet. How many places on earth have all that? Opal raised her rich brown eyes to fix me with a look that was deeper than playful protectiveness.
I just want to know that you're moving there for you,
she said slowly.
not to put more miles between you and him.
I froze, and then tucked a lock of long pink hair behind my ear. Why can't it be both? Opal's thoughtful look deepened, a clinical, sympathetic gaze with 1,000 thoughts behind it. She was going to night school to get a degree in counseling, and I know she considered me her extracurricular project, trying to get me to open up about him, my ex, Steve Daniels. I told her next to nothing about him, only that I had an ex. I let her assume he was an ex-boyfriend, and that it had ended badly between us. She knew there was more to the story, but I couldn't bring myself to tell it. It's too humiliating. I didn't want to say the words, to give them life and make those years married to a sociopath real. To admit that I'd been a naive 18-year-old, easily manipulated. To confess that he'd charmed me into a whirlwind romance until his charm slipped off like the mask it was. And the manipulative liar emerged to show himself. He lied to me, insulted and belittled me, destroyed my self-esteem, and then cried in my lap that I was the only person who understood him. He'd kept control of the money, made me a prisoner, not only in my own house, but in my own mind. Steve had emptied me out of all that I thought I knew about my own self, and filled me back up with doubt, loathing, and the inability to trust my own feelings. Costa Rica was everything he was not. Green and gold and full of sunshine. Find the sunshine. Hey, I said brightly, leaning on my arms over the counter to balance, and kicking my feet up behind me. I'm going dancing tonight. Want to come? Your change of subject just gave me whiplash. Opal held my gaze a moment more, then let me off the hook. For now. Since when are you going dancing? Since this minute. Want to? I can't tonight, she said. Jeff is dragging me to bingo night at the Shriners. Can you believe that? Mrs. Paulson will probably be there, for God's sake. She shut the register with a bang. Bingo? At Shriners? I covered my mouth with my hand, sending dozens of woven, multicolored bracelets tumbling down my arm. Yeah, I know, Opal muttered. But he's volunteering over there, and I figure an extra hand can't hurt. You mean you couldn't resist helping out, I said fondly. Opal waved that off. I'm too old to go clubbing anyway, she said. Too young for bingo at Shriners. Too old to go clubbing. Does that make me middle-aged? Already? Definitely, I teased, grabbing a broom to sweep the area in front of the register. I'm glad you're going out, Opal said. Maybe you'll meet some nice guy, hit it off. She shrugged, her tone straining to be casual. You've been working here for almost 2 years, and I've never seen you with anyone serious. I'm close to Costa Rica, I said quickly. No sense in starting something now. Wouldn't be fair. I stopped sweeping and leaned on my broom. On the other hand, it's been ages since I've known the company of a person of the masculine persuasion. I shot her a salacious grin. A girl's got needs, you know? My friend's expression brightened immediately. You hussy, she said. A one-night stand? I hesitated. I'd been mostly kidding about my needs, but the words spoken aloud had woken them up. It had been years since I'd been with a man. I'd been too focused on my escape from Steve, and then saving up for Costa Rica, that I'd neglected that part of the human experience. My body felt neglected of a man's touch. People had one-night stands all the time. I could have one too. Couldn't I? Since escaping Steve 2 years ago, I'd vowed to live my life by my rules, which meant that I didn't have any. If I felt like doing something fun or exciting, I did it. I was done cowering in the shadows. I was going to live out loud. Why not have a one-night stand if I wanted one? Yeah, why not? I said, sweeping up dead leaves from the ficus tree by the door. One glorious, no-strings-attached night of passion. I could live with that. A flush of heat swept through me. I could more than live with that, I realized. I missed the weight of a man's hands on my body, or being lost in a haze of ecstasy. Maybe all of the whispering voices of the past would be drowned in the presence of someone else. A delicious stranger whom I wouldn't have to know for longer than a night. Yeah, I just might do that, I said. Or see what happens. Opal glanced at me.
How does a one-night stand work these days anyway? You pick up some stranger and go to his place?
I'm no expert, I said. But I think it should be at my place. The sun rises the next morning. I stay. He goes.
Does he have to go?
Opal asked gently. Yeah, he does, I replied, holding her gaze, before turning back to my job, pushing the small pile of leaves around and around.
Not all men are like Steve.
I know, I said. But I don't have the ability to tell the difference.
You're so stupid. A silly little airhead.
I shook my head and swept harder. I need to be in Costa Rica. Once I'm there, I'll be free to just be. Once I find myself again. No. I shook my head forcefully. Once I reclaim myself, I'll be able to date again. Maybe love again. The word sounded impossible. The idea of putting my heart into another man's hands, to trust him like that, felt impossible.
I want that for you,
Opal said.
I just wish you'd stick around so I could see it.
It will happen, I said for her sake, finding a smile. Until then, the salacious one-night stand will have to do. Opal laughed despite herself. I knew she only wanted to help, but only making it to Costa Rica could help me. Getting out of the country could help me. Then I could stop looking over my shoulder every minute. I'd be free.
Whatever you want, Fee,
Opal said.
I'm just saying, don't close any doors, okay?
Okay, I said. Because it was the easiest thing to say. Much easier than explaining that my life was my own now, and I wasn't going to be so foolish as to give it away. Not ever again. Opal had been right. Mr. Carlson, the owner of the nursery, called and ordered her to shut the place down until the storm passed. Opal hung up with him and turned to me.
If you could tell Marco we're closing up shop, you're free to go dance the horizontal mambo with your tall, dark stranger.
Did you seriously just say horizontal mambo? I laughed. I think bingo night is just your speed after all.
Oh, hush up your face.
I rounded up the other employees and we closed the nursery. Opal gave me a hug in the parking lot next to my old blue Prius. The sky was a yellowish gray above us, and grumbling with distant thunder.
You take care now, Opal said, her mama bear voice returning. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
You're not leaving me with a lot of options, I teased. She snorted.
Go. Have fun. Be safe.
I drove off the lot along Route 25, north to the outskirts of Garden City. My apartment complex was small and looked like a one-story motel surrounded by maple and oak trees, as if it were situated in its own little grove in the woods. On the drive, I pondered my plans for the evening. The idea of a one-night stand sent butterflies fluttering in my stomach and a blush rising to my cheeks. I wondered if Griff and Nate would come with me, be my wingmen. I parked in front of number 4, got out, and knocked on number 5, glancing nervously at the sky as the storm clouds thickened. The sound of cicadas was a constant backdrop, nearly drowning out the sounds of traffic on Route 25, adding to the seclusion of the complex. I figured the rain was still a few hours off. Nate Miller opened the door looking ridiculously handsome and preppy in a polo shirt and khaki pants. His short, dark hair was perfectly coiffed and gelled.
Fiona, darling. Oh, God, look at you. You're a mess.
He gave me an arm's-length hug to keep the grime from my overalls off his clothes.
You're done hauling mulch and selling grubs for the day?
Indeed, I said. I was wondering if you and Griff wanted to go dancing at Club 91 with me tonight.
Honey, I'd love to, but the ball and chain insists we see his friends play down in Savannah, an experimental theater piece that I'm sure will be thoroughly ridiculous. But,
he heaved a sigh,
I promised I'd go.
Griffin appeared at the door, blonde hair loose and curling around his ears. He was dressed up, too, in stylish jeans and a silk shirt open at the collar.
That's right,
he said, gazing at his husband adoringly.
Nathaniel has promised to do his part to support the arts.
Arts, Nate said, making air quotes around the word and rolling his eyes. I laughed. I guess I'm on my own then.
For?
Griffin asked. Dancing at Club 91. And picking up a stranger to take home for purely sexual purposes. I bit my cheek to keep from laughing. A little tingle of excitement slipped down my spine. My life, my rules.
Rain check fee,
Griffin was saying. He gave me a peck on the cheek, then glanced at the sky.
Literally, this storm is supposed to be a big one.
Nate frowned.
Maybe you shouldn't drive. If you do, don't drink,
Griffin added.
Or call an Uber. Or call us.
I waved my hands and shook my head. Geez, you guys are as bad as Opal. And by bad, I mean wonderful and amazing, and I love you. I backed down the open walkway to my place, blowing them each a kiss. Have fun supporting the arts.
Fun, she says,
Nate drawled.
Bye, darling.
Love you, Fee, Griffin called after. At my apartment, I started to put the key in the lock when I heard a car honk. I looked up and saw Nancy Davis from number 8, and her 4-year-old daughter Haley backing out of the parking lot in Nancy's silver SUV. Haley's little starfish hand waved frantically at me, her smile wide. I waved back. I babysat for her whenever Nancy needed me to. I'd babysit for her every night if I could. There was nothing better than Haley's sweet head tucked under mine as she fell asleep, or the smell of her hair, or the way I got to listen to her vocabulary grow with each passing day. A little child growing and learning and making her way in the world. I'd told Opal that Steve had stolen my ability to trust my own feelings. But that wasn't the worst thing he'd taken from me. The one thing I'd wanted more than anything else. The pain was swift, like a punch to the gut, and I didn't know if it was remembered pain or imaginary. I choked down a sob
and waved weakly at Nancy as they drove away. "God damn," I whispered. I clutched the doorknob tight until the ache subsided, and I buried it deep before it sunk its teeth into me and ruined my night entirely. I could run to Costa Rica, or Nepal, or the North Pole, and it wouldn't be far enough. I could fill my life with acres of plants and fruit to grow, or care for 1,000 animals, and it wouldn't matter. The emptiness would still be there. Forever. I sucked in a breath, unlocked the door, and stepped into my little studio. I shut the door behind me and imagined I was shutting Steve and those awful years out too. I felt safe in my perfectly square-shaped apartment. The bathroom and my bed were situated to the right of the door. The kitchen was along the left wall, and a small living area was across from that. An old and expansive window framed a full view of the oak and maple trees that ringed the complex. Aside from the super cheap rent that allowed me to save up for Costa Rica, it was that view that sold me on the place 2 years ago. I could pretend I was already in my forest, far away from civilization and surrounded by lush greenery and wildlife. And because the interior wasn't much to look at, I used dozens of potted and hanging plants as my decor. Lemony Snicket trilled a greeting from his cage by the window. My little canary hopped from one bar to another and back again, his yellow wings fluttering. I went to his cage and put my fingers to the bars. "Hello, sweet boy," I cooed. He pecked at them gently, once, before hopping away. "Storm's coming," I said, and unhooked his cage from the window. "I'll move you over here so you don't get scared by the lightning, okay?" I set the cage on the kitchen counter and whistled at him. He sang back. Outside, thunder rumbled distantly. "Big storm," I muttered. "Maybe I should stay in after all."
"Where did you go? Out? Alone? And you didn't ask me first?"
I clenched my teeth. "I'm going," I said. I turned to Lemony in his cage. "I want to go out, so I'm going out. And if I want to bring a man home, I'll do that too." Hearing the words helped to strengthen my resolve against the relentless ghost of my ex-husband. I wondered if he could be considered an ex-husband when I never actually filed for divorce. "Yes," I answered aloud, and reminded myself that I'd mentally annulled our marriage a long time ago. "A marriage," I told Lemony, "is supposed to be a pact between two people who love and care for one another. It's not supposed to be used to bully them, take their money, and trap them in their own home. Am I right or am I right?" Lemony hopped back and forth. I opened the fridge for some dinner. "He's far away, and I'm here, and I'm going to bring someone home tonight, because I'm a grown woman," I said, pulling a fresh head of lettuce, a bag of peas, and an ear of corn from my refrigerator. I set them on the counter, a small grin finding its way to my lips. "I apologize in advance, Lemony, for what you might witness tonight. But I need a little physical affection. Or a lot, actually." A flush of heat swept over my skin, warming away the chill of Steve's voice echoing in my mind. I chopped lettuce, shelled peas, and stripped the kernels off the cob with a knife, and dumped it all into a bowl. I poured ranch dressing on it and plunked into the stool at the counter to eat. The bowl was filled with a mound of greens and corn. But still, it was only a salad.
"That's all you're eating? Jesus."
"Yes," I answered, forking a huge bite. I never had much of an appetite, and my metabolism was fast. I could eat a ton of food and never gain weight.
Anorexic bitch.
I winced, and the food turned to clay in my mouth. I swallowed with effort.
"How about some music?" I asked my bird. I pulled up iTunes on my phone, and soon Fiona Apple's Criminal filled my small space. I liked that song. It was about a woman toying with a man's heart, not the other way around. I loved Fiona Apple. Her rich voice, her smart poetry, her sound, even her name. I ate every bite of my salad, even though I started to feel full before I was halfway done. I forced myself to finish, hating that the last bite felt like a defeat when it should have been a victory. No, I thought, dumping the bowl in the sink. Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them back. There's no victory or defeat. It's just a damn salad. Thunder boomed again, closer this time, and the sky was dark outside the window. I fought to find my good mood again. The desire to dance and have fun was still there. Like always, I just had to dig through the remnants of Steve's manipulations to get to it, like a coal miner covered in black soot and choking on ash, trying to find the diamonds beneath. "Screw him," I muttered. I headed to my little bathroom. Under the spray in my pink-tiled shower, I washed the grime of work off me and hummed to myself to keep the memories from sneaking back in. There was another reason I loved the loud noise and pounding music of a club. It drowned out the insidious whispers and filled me up with music instead. I'd found my smile by the time I got out. I wrapped one towel around my long hair and another around my body, and perused my little closet for something to wear. I found a cotton lace slip dress that went to just above my knee, and put it on. I didn't need a bra. My boobs were too small to bother most days. But tonight, the choice was a conscious one.
"God, you look like a boy."
Steve laughed in my mind, in that offhanded way he had of saying something devastating with a smile on his face.
"If you want to get some enhancements, you won't hear any complaints from me."
"Shut up, asshole," I said, inspecting myself in the mirror. "What do you think?" I asked Lemony. He chirped with what I had to assume was, "You look stunning." "Thank you," I said. It didn't escape me that I was imagining my pet canary saying nice things about me.
"Pathetic. You're too emotional. Grow a backbone, for God's sake."
I turned the music back on to drown out those words. I didn't know if they were Steve's or mine. I brushed my hair so that it fell down my back in its soft, natural waves, highlighted in swaths of pink. I put on my dozens of woven bracelets, perfume, and a tiny touch of makeup that made my blue eyes stand out. "You look pretty," I told the girl in the mirror. She almost believed me. I flopped on the couch, my purse in my lap, and dug my driver's license out of my wallet. The bouncer at Club 91 was going to look at it. I turned it this way and that, watching the light catch the iridescence that was embedded into it. It looked so real. There was my photo, with the name Fiona Starling beneath it, and a date of birth. Not my date of birth, but close enough. The age was right anyway. My paycheck had fallen onto the couch. I picked it up and glanced at the numbers again, then opened my laptop and logged into my bank account. I had $13,000 saved up. $10,000 had come from the money I'd taken from Steve the day I left. I could have cleaned out the account and left Steve with nothing, but I only took what was mine. The money my father had left me when he died, and not one penny more. I did some mental math with the numbers on my paycheck, subtracting for rent and expenses, and added the remainder to my savings. 6 more months, I told Lemony. I figure we'll be at 15,000 in 6 months. And then Costa Rica? Here we come.
You wouldn't survive one day in the real world without me. And if you tried, I'd find you.
I bit my lip and opened a Chrome window in an incognito tab. I glanced around, as if Steve or a cop or a detective could magically materialize behind me. My hands shook slightly as I typed a name and Duluth, Minnesota into the search bar. The only news item was the same one I'd seen 100 times, from the Duluth Courier. It was 2 years old and hadn't been updated. I scanned the article quickly for the words that soothed my jumpy nerves and quelled the fear in my stomach. Investigators have called off the search. Husband distraught. She just disappeared. I inhaled through my nose, my chin thrust forward, my urge to go out and have fun and be with a man if I wanted to, all came roaring back. No rules. Live out loud. Find the sunshine. I snapped the laptop shut. I'm stronger than I look.
Chapter 3. Nikolai. The rain, which was little more than a drizzle when I left the motel, had become a downpour as I pulled the Bonneville under an overhang of Club 91's small parking lot. Only a dozen cars or so filled the spots, but I could hear the music pounding under the sound of pelting rain. At the front entrance, I flashed the bouncer my ID and ducked into the smallish space. 24 people were dancing under an array of colored lights to electronica music. The heat was concentrated, like a greenhouse. The air conditioner was scarcely keeping it bearable, but I eased a sigh of relief. The music infiltrated my head with its pulse, driving out the flux of life that surrounded me. The lights that crisscrossed the floor muted the smoky colors and haze of the dancers. I almost felt normal. At the bar, I took a stool at one end and ordered a bottle of beer. I sat backwards to lean my elbows on the bar and watch the crowd of hardcore electronica fans that weren't about to let a storm keep them from jumping up and down all night. They were clumped together, slowing down with the music, then getting amped up when the DJ let the beat drop. Except for her. A young woman in white danced by herself as if she were the only person in the club, or on Earth, and for a short moment it felt as if she was. I saw only her, the way her lithe, willowy body moved to the music. It was a pulsing techno dance beat, but this girl swayed and undulated like a long coil of seaweed swaying in clear waters. I thought it was the trick of the lights at first, but no. Her hair was dyed pink, the color of cotton candy. It flowed down her back, almost to her waist, in long ribbons like silk. She was ballerina thin, and her white summer dress highlighted the delicate swell of her breasts and brushed the tops of her thighs. Sandals wrapped around her ankles with straps of hemp. All the while, her skin glistened like diamond dust under the changing lights and reflected shimmers of iridescent pink. I watched, transfixed, as she lifted her hair off her neck, eyes closed, a smile playing over her lips. For a handful of beats, she danced like that, her breasts pushing against her dress, stealing my breath. Then she let her hair fall to cascade down her back. Without thinking, I grabbed a pen on the bar next to someone's credit card receipt and a cocktail napkin. I watched the girl and my hand sketched her face on the napkin, her head turned up, her eyes closed, that sweet, easy smile. I looked down at what I'd drawn in awe. I hadn't drawn anything, or painted anything, in years. I used to like to paint. I thought it might be something I could do with my life that had meaning. But the hospital burned it out of me. For long years I hadn't even thought of touching a brush, yet here I was, sketching this girl. But the pen's ink was black and she was full of color. A guy moved to dance in front of her, close to her, and a sudden crazy urge to knock the fucker on his ass surged through me. I set the drawing aside and grabbed for my beer, my hand clenching the bottle tight. The woman's eyes opened, and she was unsurprised to find she had a partner. The guy bent to shout something in her ear, and she nodded, but her body language shifted slightly, a small retreat that only I noticed. I didn't need the Ken to tell me she wasn't interested in more than dancing. Her eyes found mine, locked on mine. She was still looking at me when the guy put his hands on her hips and sidled closer to her. They danced, pressed together, and as they turned, I saw his hand inch toward her ass. I took a long, slow pull from my beer, hoping the cold would quench the fire that roared in me. Why the fuck do you care? I didn't know why, only that I did. They turned, and the woman cocked her head at me, a funny little smile on her lips. Her eyes still on mine, she abruptly left her dance partner to stare after her and crossed the distance between us. My pulse jumped in my chest, while at the same time a sense of calm washed over me, like a cool breeze on a stifling day. Instantly. It would have been shocking had it not felt so good. The woman's white dress clung to her body, sweat glistened on her neck, and up close it was apparent she wasn't wearing a bra. I wanted to touch her, to take more of that serenity she exuded and keep it for myself. You're imagining things, I told myself. But the calm was real. In a small, heated club with pounding music and the lives of other people swirling thickly, the instant this woman came near, it all melted away. "Not a dancer?" she asked. "Not much," I replied. Up close, her eyes were the bluest blue, sky blue or cornflower I'd heard it called. In the dim of the club they were electric, and met mine with a mix of nervousness and something like defiance, as if she were fighting to keep her confidence from being stolen away from her. "I was hoping you would," she said softly. "Dance, I mean, with me." Her words should have been lost under the pulsing music, but I heard every one of them, and the way she spoke, almost shyly, but meeting my gaze unflinching. It sent my pulse into rapid fits while my groin tightened painfully. "Settle for a drink?" I asked, watching a bead of sweat trickle down her neck to disappear into the valley between her small breasts. "I suppose that'll do," she said. "I'm Fiona." "Nick," I said, and signaled the bartender over. "Whatever she wants." "Cosmo with a cherry?" she said. She sat on the stool beside mine and swiveled toward me, crossing her long legs with an easy grace. "Cosmopolitans aren't in anymore, but that doesn't mean they aren't still delicious." As the bartender set down a martini glass filled with pale pink liquid in front of Fiona, the guy from the dance floor appeared behind her. "Hey!" His face was twisted with frustration. He shot a glance at me, then glared down at Fiona. "Fucking rude to walk away, you know." She turned her head slowly, her voice stiff. "Free country." "So?" the guy said. "Still fucking rude." Fiona ignored him, meeting my eye, then casting her gaze to her drink. "Hey," the guy said, tapping her shoulder. "I'm talking to you." Fear flared up around Fiona, a quick flash that smelled of hot carbon. She recoiled from his touch in a way that caused rage to boil up in me with shocking speed. She didn't like it, and so I didn't like it. At all. "Hey," I said loudly, jerking the guy's eyes to mine. I calmly set my beer on the bar. "You want to dance?" "What?" The guy blinked stupidly. "Not with you." I shot off the stool and gripped the guy by the collar of his shirt. His shock curled around me as I drove him backward, taking long strides that forced him to backpedal. I steered him onto the dance floor, jostling other dancers out of my way, then hauled his face close to mine. "If you ever fucking touch her again, I'll break your face." I didn't wait for a reply. The sallow yellow of his fear, the color of piss, was vivid enough. I released his shirt with a final shove and left him standing in the center of the dance floor. At the bar, Fiona toyed with the cherry in her drink, a small smile on her lips. Guess we won't be seeing him again. I sat down next to her and took a pull from my beer. I miss him already. She breathed a genuine laugh and held my gaze. Everything about her was pink. Her drink, her hair, the bright halo of glimmering dust that surrounded her. Kindness, compassion, charity. Those were the feelings I associated with pink. I hadn't seen it this strong in anyone in a long time. Fiona clinked her glass to my bottle. Thanks for taking care of my overeager dance partner, Nick. And for the drink. Sure. She sipped her Cosmo. Not much of a talker, are you? Her eyes were impossibly bright, her smile showing a broad mouth and full lips. Club's not a great place for talk, I said. True, she said, but here we are. Here we are. A short silence fell. Nick, Fiona mused. Nick. She said again in a light sing-song manner, short for Nicholas? Nikolai, I said. Oh, I like that. Her colors warmed and sweetened like an invitation, drawing me closer. Are you Russian? You don't have an accent. My mother is. Do you speak it? Yeah, I said. I picked some up. She scooted closer on her seat. Say something in Russian. Like what? I'm not picky. I can't speak a word, so anything is going to sound good. I thought for a second and then spoke aloud the only thought I had in my head. Ty samaya krasivaya devushka na svechya. Fiona's smile widened and the bright wisps of her happiness wrapped around me. I wanted to take in more of it, which made no sense at all. With other women, their scents were so often cloying and unwanted, like the air wasn't mine to breathe. What the fuck is wrong with you? Get a grip. I sucked down a long swig of beer. Fiona watched me, her eyebrows raised. Then she laughed. Nick, you realize you're supposed to tell me what you said, right? I shrugged and my lips twitched. Don't remember. Fiona laughed again. Liar. We both took a sip of our drinks and let a little silence fall between us. A nice silence. That was lovely. You're Russian, Fiona said eventually. Whatever you said, it sounded sexy. My gaze swung to her eyes. Yeah? She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. Yeah. I was going to say something harmless like unique or exotic, but I'd rather be honest with you, Nikolai. I don't like playing games. Her brow furrowed slightly. I don't like it at all. I sensed a shadow starting to creep over her, something old and full of pain. Driving it away suddenly became my only goddamn purpose in life. I guess you're not going to like me much then, I said. I play games constantly, every day. A smile crept over her lips. Is that so? Sure, I said. Omaha, Texas Hold'em, stud, draw, low ball, high-low split. She laughed, flaring pink again, and the shadow around her retreated. A joke and a smile, too. I was beginning to wonder if you ever smiled. I shrugged. It happens. And those games, they're all poker, right? You play poker every day? Not every day. Most days. For a living? No, I coughed. I'm a salesman. Motorcycle parts. I travel a lot for the job, and finding poker games in each city is sort of my hobby. My standard lie, though I hated laying it on her. I knew plenty of grinders who lived off their poker winnings, but that was for the love of the game. I played because, thanks to the Ken, it was easy to win, and I'd never cared that it was cheating. It was the only way to put my strange ability to use that I knew of, and it allowed me to give a big fuck you to the universe for cursing me with it in the first place. But lying to Fiona felt dirty. Even when haunted by bad memories, she was luminous, while I was tatted and stained, as if the ink on my hands would bleed out and onto the white of her dress if I touched her. She cocked her head at me, wearing a perplexed little smile. "You don't look like a salesman." Her eyes drifted over my tattooed arms and neck, to the talons piercing my ears. "When I think of traveling salesmen, I picture a middle-aged guy in a suit with a suitcase full of encyclopedias." "No suitcase," I said. "Catalogs and order forms." "And you travel a lot?" "Almost nonstop." "That sounds lonely." "You do something long enough, you get used to it." "I know what you mean," Fiona said, a tinge of darkness around her words. That shadow started to creep back until she buried it. "But the poker makes it fun?" "Breaks up the monotony of the road." "Do you make a lot of money?" she said, then laughed, beautiful in her self-consciousness. "Sorry, I'm not asking for your bank balance. I just meant, are you any good at it?" "I'm really fucking good at it," I said. Her eyebrows shot up and she nudged my arm with a laugh. "If you don't say so yourself, maybe I feel like being honest with you too." I could feel where she touched me, a tingling heat that was slow to fade. "I like that." She swirled her cherry around in her drink by its stem. "So were you in town selling motorcycle parts for very long?" "A couple of days." "I hope the storm doesn't put a damper on your business." "It won't." "You're lucky. At my job, we've been given the next few days off." "You sound bummed about that." "Every penny counts." She met my eye. "I'm moving out of the country very soon and want to save up." I took a sip of my beer. I'd known Fiona for 5 minutes, but the idea of her moving any further away than her seat at the bar filled me with inexplicable dread. What the fuck is wrong with you? But it wasn't what was wrong with me anymore. It was what was right. The girl exuded a calm that danced along my skin, and when I inhaled, it was like breathing in the scent of something delicious but far away. The thrumming life all around me grew quiet. For the first time, I felt close to peace, and I wanted more. If I touched her... "Nikolai?" Her blush matched the color of her drink. She rested her chin in her hand. "Not to sound cheesy, but you're undressing me with your eyes." I felt heat creep along my neck and a bumbling apology rose to my mouth. Instead, I held her gaze, leaned closer to her. "You want to know what I said to you in Russian?" Her eyes were bright, and I could feel her draw closer to me. "Yes. Tell me." "I said that you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." The deep pink of her darkened to red. Not the ugly red of hate or anger, but the heated red of intense want. Hers matched mine. I wanted that strange sense of peace she exuded, but I wanted to touch her too, to take her hard and lose myself in her completely. Fiona held my gaze. "I don't think that's true, but the way you look at me, I can almost believe it. Like how you watched me on the dance floor. I liked you watching me, Nikolai. It was as if I could feel your eyes on me before I found you." "You found me." Her gaze landed on the sketch I'd done of her on the cocktail napkin. "Is this... me?" She raised her wide eyes to mine. I braced myself for her anger or wariness, that some total stranger had drawn her while she wasn't looking. But she took the napkin in her hand gently, like she didn't want to damage it. "This is me," she said. "It's just... nothing." "Not to me," she said. "Can I keep it?" "Yeah, sure." "You're talented, Nikolai." I shook my head, took a sip of beer. "And modest, too," she said, tucking the sketch into her bag. "I'm going to be honest with you, Nikolai." She stopped and cocked her head again. "What's your middle name? Is it Russian, too?" "Alexei," I said. "I felt something was missing," she said. "I'm going to be honest with you, Nikolai Alexei. I don't take strange men home with me on the regular. Hardly at all, actually. Or... never." My pulse was hammering in my goddamn chest. "Okay." "And I came here tonight with a vague plan that I might do just that, if I met the right person. Just for one night." She blushed as if she were shy, but her eyes held mine, unwavering. I felt kind of silly about it earlier, but now... Now? She looked at me once, then twice before turning back to her drink. I'm a little bit surprised at how I feel right now, she said. I feel like I want to get somewhere and be alone with you as fast as humanly possible. I swallowed hard. I could live with that. Holy hell, if that wasn't an understatement. I'd never wanted a woman so badly in my life. My eyes couldn't stay off of Fiona. They swept across her body, her flimsy dress, and the sweat that glistened on her neck. The way her skin glowed in the neon light gave her an otherworldly appearance. Pale and translucent, but lined in pink. A few strands of her hair stuck to her cheek like spun sugar. I'll bet she tastes as sweet, too. It's not like me to pick up strange men at clubs, she said again. It's surprising. Caution and wariness twined with the heat of her attraction that was wrapping around me, making it hard to think. What do you need from me? I blurted. She was in the process of taking a sip and laughed a little, spilling a rivulet of vodka and juice down her chin. Helpful, aren't you? What do I need? She mused, dabbing a cocktail napkin on her lips, then down over the sweat that beaded on her chest. Reassurance, maybe? That we've made the requisite amount of small talk? What we do or don't do is no one's business but our own, I said. She nodded. So long as we're on the same page. Do you know what I mean, Nikolai? Yeah, I do. My place, one night. That's it. I'd have agreed to cutting off my arm if it meant I could touch her. Whatever you want, I said hoarsely. Fiona's eyes went to my mouth, and her lips parted with a little sigh that I felt more than heard. The sweet heat of her desire for me thickened around me like steam. What I want? She whispered, her gaze trailing over my chest, my shoulders, up to my eyes where she held my gaze intently. I don't want to talk anymore. I tossed a 20 on the bar and followed Fiona out of the club. On the street, the rain was pouring down in sheets, hammering the concrete, each drop exploding as it hit the cars parked in the lot. The sound was almost as loud as the music had been. We stopped under the overhang on the sidewalk. Fiona's assuredness slipped, and she bit her lip, her eyes on the rain. I looked down at this woman, my hands clenching into fists to keep from touching her. We don't do anything you don't want, I said against the pouring rain. Say the word and I walk away. I held her gaze and I felt when she knew I was telling the truth. Her smile returned, one side curving up as she looked to the street. I have this philosophy, Nikolai, she said. Life is short. You have to make the most of it. Every minute of your life. Don't you agree? I guess. I keep a kind of bucket list and I add to it every day. Whenever I think of something I'd like to do but haven't yet, I add it to the list, do it, and then cross it right off. The rain crashed down, and Fiona stepped out from under the overhang and into the downpour. The water drenched her instantly, turning her white dress translucent. It clung to her body, revealing everything. She watched me watching her. Her lips parted slightly, and the deep red of her passion tasted like a lick of fire in my mouth. Tell me, Nikolai Alexei. She lifted her hair off her neck, turning her face to the sky. Have you ever kissed a stranger in the rain? No. Neither have I, she said. But it's on my list. I crossed to her in 3 long strides. Every nerve cell in my body screamed to put my hands on her, to kiss her hard and taste the sweetness of her, to take that peace she exuded and swallow it down. But she needed something else, a slice of reassurance to balance the pulsing need. I took her face in my hands, the rain drenching us both. Her eyes were impossibly blue under the yellow street lamps, and her mouth parted in a little gasp of surprise. I felt my own brows come together, searching her open face, as if I could find the answers to my questions in the curve of her cheek or the soft glow of her skin. I gently laid my lips to hers, tasting the rainwater, and then the sweetness of her. Even in a deluge of rain, kissing Fiona was like tasting candy under a sun at midday. Warmth and sweetness suffused me. Fiona kissed me back, hesitant at first, and then she melted into the kiss. She explored my mouth with hers, tasting me with soft sweeps of her tongue until she was satisfied. "My place," she said, breathing quickly. "Now—" Fiona took her car, an old blue Prius. I followed her on the Bonneville to a small apartment complex. The building was old and plain, but backed against a small forest of trees that were heavy with rainfall, the wind dragging their branches across the sky. Wordlessly, I followed Fiona to her apartment where she hurriedly found the house key from her ring. She stopped, turned to me before opening, her eyes bright, cheeks flushed. I could hardly breathe myself, and my hands itched to touch her. "You must wear a condom, no exceptions," she said, her voice hard but breathy at the edges. "Okay?" "Of course, no exceptions. I got it. One last thing, name it." She laid her hand on my chest, over my heart. "Don't hold back. What you are? This?" She pressed her hand harder. "I want this. You. The power of you." She looked up at me, her eyes dark with yearning. "I want all of it." I nodded, like the mute, mindless animal I was fast becoming, and she opened the door. Inside, I was dimly aware of the smallness of her place that smelled green with plants or flowers. Fiona shut the door behind her and pushed my jacket off my shoulders as I moved close to her, as close as I could. Our lips were almost touching as we breathed each other in. Our mouths brushed once, twice, and then crashed together. The sweet taste of her flooded my senses as she kissed me hard, demanding, her tongue sliding against mine in brazen strokes. Her hands wove into my hair at the back of my head, and she pressed against me, moaning softly. My body responded at once, my erection painful in my jeans. I filled my hand with her hair, pulling gently, then down her back, to her ass. She moaned, and my hand slipped under the hem of her skirt, to slide up her thigh. "Yes," she whispered against my mouth. "This. I want this." The heat of her desire burned away the last of my control. I slammed her up against the wall, my mouth crushed to hers, my hands roving, grabbing, taking. She kissed me back just as hard, with biting teeth and deep sweeps of her tongue. Everything I gave, she took. My rough hands, my mouth that mauled hers, my stubble that left her delicate skin red and swollen. Her body was mine, but I felt how badly she wanted me, too. How fearless she was under my onslaught. It jacked up my need for her. I thought I'd lose my fucking mind if I couldn't have her. She had what I wanted, what I needed, and every touch brought me closer to it. Being inside her would be a miracle. Up against the wall, I lifted her dress off of her and tossed it aside. She watched me take in her nearly naked body. I filled my eyes with the sight of her breasts, small and perfect. "Krasiva," I growled and put my mouth on one nipple, sucking and nipping, while my hand found the other. "What does that mean?" she asked breathlessly, but with self-consciousness tugging at her. Someone, some fucking asshole, had made her feel bad about her body before. Many times. It was ingrained in her now, and I wanted to fucking rip it out. "You're beautiful," I told her fiercely. "Every part of you. So fucking beautiful." I kissed any response she might have had and tasted her instead, that sweetness that burned hot with her own desire. Her fingernails raked down my back, grasping, then tugging at my shirt. I pulled away long enough to tear it off and then kissed her again. Her arms went around my neck, her hips pressed against mine, and now, skin to skin, the connection I felt to her intensified until I was dizzy. Need you. Physical contact sometimes gave me a person's actual thoughts, and I hated it. Hated the invasion. Not this time. Fiona's whispered thoughts were like feathery kisses in my mind. She wanted me too, just as I was, and I'd never wanted anything so badly in my life until that second, one fleeting second. where I'd die for her if I could just have this. My hand slipped between her legs to find her panties, and they were damp under my fingers. I tore them off. "Yes," she cried against my neck. "Yes, Nick, yes. This is what I want." I couldn't get my pants undone fast enough, and when I did, her hand was there, stroking me. "Oh, my God," she whispered, her eyes widening as she gazed down at me. Through the red haze of my need for her, I remembered a condom. I yanked my wallet from my back pocket and fished one out just as my jeans fell to my ankles. I tore the wrapper with my teeth, spit out the corner, and rolled the condom down. I lifted Fiona, my mouth crushed to hers again, her legs going around my waist. "Nikolai," she breathed. "Now, hurry." "Yes, now. Right now, or I'll fucking die." I pushed inside her, and my eyes fell shut, my face buried in her neck while the sensation of her tight heat wrapped around me, swamped me. The need for her, the intense want, was like a ferocious addiction. She was the drug my body had to have, and that essence or lifeblood or marrow of her, whatever it was that silenced the chaos of emotion that perpetually raged in me. I had it. With this woman deep inside her, skin to skin in 100 places, her mouth breathing into mine with every kiss, her tight, wet heat clenched around me. I finally had it. "This," I growled. "Just this." "Yes," she answered. "This." I drove into her, hard and fast, again and again, with nothing more than mindless want and ravenous hunger. I was a glutton for that peace, yet I took it with an almost violent force. I kissed her, a short, shallow mashing of my mouth to hers, and tried to slow down before I hurt her, or scared her. But Fiona, fucking hell, this woman. She was taking everything I gave and asking for more. Her fingernails scraped the bare skin of my back, then down, to claw at my waist, my ass, digging in and pressing me harder. I held her under her thighs like she weighed nothing, and her legs were wrapped so tight around me, it felt like she'd never let go. I didn't want her to. "Yes," she hissed, her mouth stealing a deep, hard kiss before letting her head fall back against the door. "Just like that. Just like... Oh, God, don't stop." I pistoned against her until I was nearly there, and then slowed down to hard driving thrusts, one after another, pounding into her body. She took all of me, and yet with every crash of my hips against hers, words begging for more fell out of her mouth, punctuated by cries that grew louder and louder. Finally, I felt her clench around me, her nails digging painfully into the flesh of my shoulders, and I relished that pain. Better than 1,000 tattoo needles. My body devoured the pain as I felt like I was devouring her, taking and taking. She came then, her teeth sinking into my neck for a hard second, and then she threw her head back and released a cry out of her throat. I felt my own climax tighten in my groin like a fist and then explode out, into Fiona. She held me with arms and legs and a searching mouth that found mine just as I came harder than I had ever had in my fucking life. She took all of it. In her body, in her mouth, through her skin, and through the thick haze of ecstasy. As the shudders rippled through us, I held Fiona against the wall, my breath gusting over her neck while hers was hot over my chest, her forehead pressed to my shoulder. For a few long moments, we just breathed, and I reveled in the silence. The absolute quiet of the world that now consisted of only her and me. Chapter 4. Nikolai. We held each other, catching our breath as the aftershocks of our orgasms rocketed through us, slowly. Reluctantly, I eased Fiona's feet to the floor. I slipped out of her and a little sound of loss escaped her lips. She looked up at me, her eyes bright and unwavering. "You are something, aren't you?" she said with a tired laugh. She brushed the hair that had fallen over my eyes, a gentle, sweet touch. Then she kissed me softly and gave me a playful push away, breaking our contact. Her skin was red in swaths across her neck and chest where my stubble had burned her. Her lips were red and swollen. I stopped her from walking past me, reached out to touch the cut on her lip that my biting teeth had left. "I'm sorry." She laid a fingertip to the stinging scratches on my shoulder left by her nails and smiled coyly. "I gave as good as I get. Besides, you think I saw you at the club, tatted up and pierced, with that hungry look in your eye, and thought to myself, he's going to be an angel in the sack?" Fiona laughed and let her palm cup my cheek, before moving toward the bed, kicking off her sandals as she went. She toed the torn remnants of her thong and shot me an amused smirk. "You're lucky this wasn't a favorite." I slipped into the tiny bathroom off the kitchen, disposed of the condom, pulled up my jeans and reached for my shirt. I didn't want to leave, but it's what I did. It's what was supposed to happen. "It's raining buckets and your clothes are wet," Fiona said when I came back out. She had slipped naked into bed and had drawn the sheet only up to her waist. She lay back on the pillows, her pink hair damp and fanned out, spilling over her breasts. "Beer's in the fridge? Or if you want something to eat, help yourself." Stay. Better than that motel. A good excuse, good enough to cover the fear that the second I walked out the door away from Fiona, that raging din of other people's lives would roar up in me again. It was quiet here. I didn't want to go. "I got a beer from the fridge. You want one?" Fiona slipped down to lay on her side, her cheek on her pillow, watching me. "No, thank you. You wore me out." I chugged half the beer and then set the bottle on the counter beside a bird cage. The small yellow bird inside stared at me with beady black eyes. I stared back. "Yeah, it's coming down hard," I said, wearing my poker face. "Stay," Fiona said softly from the bed. "For the night." That was important to her. One night only, take it or leave it. I took it. I guess I could sleep. Fiona reached her arm around and patted the empty space behind her. "I won't bite." She laughed as my fingers went automatically to the teeth marks on my neck. "Okay, maybe that's not entirely true, but can you blame me? You're delicious. But you're safe now. I'm going to pass out as soon as you turn out that light." I flipped the switch, plunging her small place into darkness, and moved to the other side of the bed. I stripped down to my boxers. "Good night, Nikolai," Fiona said, her back to me, her voice heavy. In the dimness, I could see a tattoo that poured down her back, a spray of wildflowers in brilliant colors, with an uncannily realistic bee that buzzed among them. I turned my gaze to the ceiling. This part of the one-nighter was supposed to be easy. I got up and left, or I fell asleep with the unwanted residue of the woman's emotions clinging to me like cheap perfume. Tonight was different. I lay beside Fiona in the quiet, her side rising and falling evenly, but she wasn't asleep yet. The light of her awareness was dimming and flaring with thoughts. Instead of feeling assaulted or invaded, the taste of those thoughts was sweet on my tongue, and the colors of her emotions beautiful, not blinding, as they swept across the ken. Normal. I feel normal. Or as close to it as was possible for me. With Fiona, the ken wasn't a torture. That's the best I could ever hope for, short of it vanishing altogether. Why? Why her? "Nikolai?" she said softly in the dark. "Nick. Just Nick," I said, fighting to keep my confusion from curdling to frustration. The mystery of the goddamn Ken had added a new plot twist. "Okay. Just Nick," Fiona said, her back still to me. "Your full name is beautiful. I can't promise I won't slip." "No, forget it," I said, immediately feeling like an ass. "Call me whatever you want." Fiona rolled over to face me, and the peaceful calm rolled over with her, erasing the frustration. The pink halo of her inherent sweetness filled my eyes. Her lips parted as if to say something, but she changed her mind and laughed lightly, shaking her head against the pillow. "Nothing. Good night. Nick." She turned away again. She wants more. Not the roughness of earlier, but something else. Softer touches, softer kisses. This was supposed to be her tawdry one-night stand, and she didn't know how to ask for anything else. Thanks to the Ken, she didn't have to. I moved closer to her, so close that I could feel the heat of her body along mine. I lifted the long, damp locks of her hair off her neck and put my mouth on her skin between her shoulder blades. She stirred, shivering slightly. I kissed her again, open-mouthed, tasting her and breathing over her hotly. And again, along the stalks of wildflowers, my tongue swirled over the petals. Fiona shivered and released a breathy little moan. "Oh, Nick, for me that's what do you call it? An erogenous zone?" Her voice fell apart as my mouth moved over her skin, kissing and licking, feather-light touches or teeth grazing until she was pressing herself against me, her skin broken out in gooseflesh. I brought my hand to her waist, skimming over the curve of her hip, down her thigh and back up while my mouth continued to explore the bare skin of her back, igniting little fires that were red and orange in my mind, like sparking embers. "What are you doing?" she whispered, pressing herself into my touch. I didn't have an answer, only a new need. She'd had something I wanted and I'd taken it from her, against the wall, with desperate hunger. Now the need was to give something back, to give instead of take. Gently I rolled her to her back and knelt over her, my hands and knees on either side. I bent to kiss her, softly this time, soothing the rough redness of my earlier kisses with my lips. I moved down her neck, over the marks I'd put there, and kissed them too. Fiona's hands sunk into my hair. "Oh, Nikolai, I don't know if I'm ready yet." I shook my head, dragged my mouth down her body. "This is for you," I said between kisses over her breasts, down her stomach, lower. "Only you and nothing else." I settled myself between her legs and glanced up to find her watching me, breathless and ready. "Okay?" She nodded mutely and bit her lip. Anticipation and desire mixed, yellow and red, and I felt her hips shift under me slightly, rising, offering. I put my mouth on her. Oh, Jesus. I'd been so rough earlier, my need so intense, and now it reversed its polarity. I wanted absolutely fucking nothing else than to make her feel good, to soothe any ache away with my mouth and make her come so hard she'd forget her own name. She tasted so goddamn good, a sweetness that was all her own. I had to restrain myself from getting rough again, from sucking her hard or grazing my teeth. But her hands found my hair and pushed me into her while her hips rose and fell. Breathy little sounds and moans fell out of her mouth as her head thrashed from side to side. More. 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 It was her voice that echoed in the hollowed-out place inside me that belonged to everyone but me. But she was there now, and she filled it up with all that was her, and I felt whole for the first time in my life. Who the hell is this woman? Nick, oh my God. Her words brought me back, and she came then, a sustained tensing of every muscle, her back arched off the bed, an agonized cry tearing out of her throat, sending it to the ceiling, her head thrown back. For me, it was a sparkling cascade of her pleasure, and I filled my senses with it, instead of trying to shut it out. I held onto her hips and pressed in, hard, to make it last. She began to shudder, and I backed off slowly, with long, slow sweeps of my tongue, easing her through it, until she sank, boneless, onto the bed. Oh my God, she whispered into the dark that hid my satisfied smile. I started to roll off of her, but Fiona's hands snaked out and grabbed my shoulders, pulling me up. I kissed my way across the soft landscape of her body, up to her mouth, and kissed her there, too. A good-night kiss, as I was sure she'd want to sleep for 100 hours. But the red pulse of her want was flaming up, and her tongue invaded my mouth with intention. I thought you were done, I whispered against her lips, even as my body began to respond to her. I want you inside me, she whispered back urgently, while I'm still feeling that, what you did to me. I want that feeling with you inside me. She reached to the drawer in the nightstand beside her for another condom, while I slipped off my boxers. "Slowly this time," she said, tearing the wrapper. "Deep and slow." She rolled it down over me and arched her back again. "Can you do that for me, Nick?" I nodded. I'd do anything for her if it meant more of that inexplicable tranquility. I buried the thought in a kiss and then slid slowly inside her for the second time that night. A groan escaped behind my clenched teeth at the sensation of her. The hunger was there, but so was the give and take. Her want was a pulsing need that wrapped around me as hot and tightly as her body did. I moved slowly, thrusting deep into her, being gentle the only way I could to make it what she wanted. Her legs cinched around my waist and her arms around my neck. A trap I normally tried to avoid with women I fucked. It was too easy to become entangled in them, their emotions or their messed up memories. With Fiona, I wanted to live there. My mouth covered hers, my tongue delving deep too, but also softly, sucking the plump juiciness of her lips. I tasted sugar and strawberries and a summer breeze over a field of wildflowers. What is happening? My thoughts broke apart as I felt her orgasm welling up from deep within, from where I was inside her, spilling out and around us both. My own came seconds later, stealing my breath with its suddenness, as if my body were chained to Fiona's. What hers did, mine wanted too, and so we nearly came together in a sweating, gasping crescendo, a sudden tidal wave over a placid lake. I collapsed on top of her, my body melting against hers, and she held me close, her breath hot on my neck. "Nikolai Alexei," she whispered and cupped my cheeks to look at me in the dimness. "Who are you?" It was a question I'd been asking myself for as long as I could remember. I had no answer, but in that moment, as I saw only myself reflected in the cornflower blue of Fiona's eyes, a frightening, exhilarating thought streaked across my mind. I don't know, but maybe you do.
Chapter 5. Fiona. Thunder crashed, and Lemony chirped in his cage, both sounds drawing me from a heavy sleep. I sat up slowly, blinking in the dimness, and glanced down at the man sleeping beside me. Nikolai Alexei, last name unknown, was beautiful. His strong body was packed with muscles that were covered in intimidating tattoos. His ears were pierced with wicked-looking curves of silver, like barbed warnings not to get too close. But not to me. His spiky armor to keep people at a distance didn't apply to me. Nick's face contrasted starkly to the rest of him. Boyishly handsome, with blue eyes and short dark hair that was longish in the front. A sweet face, but drawn tight with intensity. His brows always furrowed, a hard glint in his eye. Except now, he slept peacefully, lying on his stomach, the sheets just covering him to his waist. His brows were unfurrowed, his breathing deep and even. Peaceful. I let my gaze wander over his body, the muscles of his back under smooth skin. When awake, his blue eyes were hard, and those muscles were tense, as if Nick were constantly bracing himself against an unseen enemy. One tattoo on his back was new, the skin around it still red. A Japanese koi fish with a symbol in black. I wondered what it meant. "Sexy as hell," I murmured, and smothered a laugh. At the club, Nick's intimidating body was sexy as hell too. Some primitive part of me loved watching him in action, as he easily removed the guy who tapped my shoulder and deposited him in the center of the dance floor, like a little child who'd been bad and had to sit in the corner. I hated to admit it, but I liked that. Watching Nick had sent hot shivers cascading down my spine to settle between my legs. And I'd known then that if I were going to go through with my one-night stand plan, Nikolai Alexei had made himself the prime candidate. Not to mention, it felt really damn good to see a man have my back. Lightning crashed, and Lemony cheeped nervously. I slipped naked from the bed and covered the birdcage with a towel to quiet him. On the floor next to the kitchen stool were Nick's jeans and his wallet, which he'd pulled out of his pocket from his mad scramble to get a condom last night. I picked up the wallet to put it on the counter, and a few business cards fell out. They were plain with the silhouette of a biker on a Harley, and in one corner, his name, Nick Young, and a phone number. Nikolai Alexei Young, I murmured. Last name no longer unknown. I tucked the cards back in the wallet, but for one. What are you doing? In case your imaginary motorcycle breaks down and you need spare parts? I slipped the card into my bag by the door. A souvenir from my one-night stand, I thought. I'm allowed. But I already had a souvenir. In my bag, I found the cocktail napkin with a sketch of me on it. I hadn't been lying when I told Nick he was talented. The sketch was skillfully and beautifully rendered, especially for ballpoint pen on a napkin. But more than that, he'd captured something in myself I'd been feeling as I let the music move through me. A little bit of the peace and happiness I fought for every day. I slipped the sketch into my nightstand drawer and climbed back into bed, carefully so as not to wake Nick. He didn't stir except to bury his face deeper in the pillow with a contented sigh. I stared at him unabashedly, drinking him in. "Who are you?" I'd asked him. I don't know why. The intensity of 3 mind-blowing orgasms must have rattled my brain. But Nikolai Young was everything I wanted that night. Part of me worried I'd feel vulnerable having this stranger in my house. I didn't. I thought I'd be shy having sex for the first time in years. I wasn't. My body still hummed from his touch. I could feel everywhere he'd been on me, and the ache was delicious. I slid down into the bed and sidled up to this gorgeous man. A lock of hair had fallen over his eyes, and I raised my hand to brush it away.
"I always knew you were a slut."
I snatched my hand back, as if the whisper of Steve's voice in my mind had burned me. Nick flinched in his sleep at the same time, his brows coming together again, his lips drawing down in an angry grimace. I held my breath as his hands reached for me, found me, and pulled me in. I turned to my side as Nick wrapped his arms around me, my back to his front, and I felt the warmth of his sigh gust over my shoulder. Then he was still again, deeply asleep. I held perfectly still, my breath caught in my throat, bracing myself for more of Steve's terrible commentary. Silence. I let my breath go and melted into Nick's embrace. Is this supposed to happen? There was no answer, only his arms around me, and perfect sleep sucking me under. When I blinked awake next, the wan gray light of a rainy morning filled my small space. Through the window, rain smattered the glass in a constant, heavy downpour. Nick stood there in jeans, no shirt, watching the rain. I bit my lip. This was the morning after, where the last night's decisions could be examined in the naked light of day. Did he regret coming here? "Cats and dogs out there, isn't it?" I asked from the bed.
"Yeah, it's bad."
Nick said without turning. Bad for your work?
No,
He said slowly, heavily.
I can still go.
Because that's what's supposed to happen. One night. Some coffee first? I asked.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I drew on a t-shirt and a pair of underwear and started for the kitchen. I could have grabbed a pair of baggy flannel pants I kept under the bed, but I didn't. I liked how Nick's eyes raked over my bare legs. He dispelled the doubt and uncertainty that Steve had planted in my heart all those years ago, and still bore rancid fruit. Nick didn't look at me with distaste or disapproval, as if my body disappointed him. Nick looked at me with fire in his eyes. He made me feel beautiful and sexy. And it didn't escape me that he hadn't put his shirt on either. He's not in a huge hurry to leave, I thought. I can live with that. I started the coffee and pulled down 2 mugs from the cabinet. I'd never done that before in the 2 years I'd been here. Coffee for 2. What about some breakfast? I asked, my voice suddenly whispery. I cleared my throat. I can whip up some eggs, bacon?
I could eat.
He said it casually enough, but I could have sworn I saw the blue of his eyes light up. I made scrambled eggs and bacon, and we ate facing each other with Nick sitting at one of the stools at the counter and me standing in the kitchen across from him. He hardly said a word, but wolfed his food down and chased it with black coffee. The silence grew long, and he showed no sign of breaking it. You really are the strong, silent type, aren't you? I said with a laugh.
I'm not good with small talk,
Nick said.
Too much time on the road, I guess.
You said you travel a lot, but how much is a lot? Like a couple times a month?
More than that,
he said. His voice was a clear tenor, but scratchy, as if it were rusty with disuse.
I go back and forth across the country. No breaks.
I frowned. But you have a place somewhere, right? He shrugged, pushed his food with his fork. Nowhere? I asked. For real?
No point in paying rent for a place I'm never in.
I blinked, shook my head. Your job keeps you that busy? What about family? The holidays?
I don't have any family. My dad took off when I was 10, and my mom's in a home. Mine's gone. Doesn't recognize me anymore. But poker is constant.
He shrugged again, as if it were all no big deal, but didn't meet my eye.
Christmas in Vegas with poker buddies isn't all that bad.
I'm sorry about your mom, I said. Alzheimer's? I waved my hands. Never mind. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry.
It's okay. She's being taken care of.
I'm glad. But the rest, I just can't imagine not having anywhere you can... that you...
Call home? Someday, maybe.
Nick's lips curved up in a small approximation of a smile.
Right now, it's not in the cards.
A short laugh burst out of me and I rolled my eyes. Puns are awful.
Too bad for you. There's a million bad poker puns, and I know them all.
I planted my hand on my hip. You are a mystery, Nikolai.
Yeah?
Yeah. You make a joke when I least expect it. I leaned both forearms on the counter across from him. Gambling is illegal in Georgia. It's illegal in most states, come to think of it. Where do you play all this poker?
Cellars, basements, bars after hours, warehouses.
That sounds scary, I said. I'm picturing a bunch of gangsters in fedoras, pointing guns at each other under the table.
Nah, they're mostly regular guys,
Nick said.
a few criminals now and then. But we're gambling illegally, so...
He shrugged. Is it ever dangerous?
I hold my own.
My eyes were immediately drawn to the thick muscles bunched around his shoulders. I'll bet you do. I froze, my words hanging in the air between us. Still leaning on the counter, I covered my eyes with one hand. Yes, I actually said that out loud. I peeked out to see Nick smiling down at his food, then forking a bite. I coughed. So, when's your next game?
Tonight,
He said.
first of two.
Why 2?
Most games run over several nights. 8 or 10 hours per night. Or more.
My eyes widened. You play for 10 straight hours?
Or more.
Nick leaned back. Sounds like a long night, I said. How do you get up to work the next day?
I make my own hours.
You're a night owl?
I don't sleep much.
Nick said.
Or very well.
He slept well last night, I thought, and heat colored my cheeks. Because we wore each other out. I looked up to see Nick watching me so intently, I wondered if I'd spoken those words or only thought them. I reached for my coffee. You were telling me about playing for 2 nights?
Yeah. I play one night just good enough to break even or lose a little, if the stakes are high enough. The next night, I clean them out.
Always? I asked, arching my brow. You just win if you want to win? Every time? He met my gaze steadily.
Yeah, I do.
With shocking immediacy, a flush of heat crept over my chest, hardening my nipples and stealing my breath. I took a sip of coffee, but it was hot and did nothing to help me. That's impossible, I managed, still feeling as if my emotions were written all over my face. It's impossible to win every time. How do you do it?
I can read people,
He said slowly.
It's this talent I have. Lots of players have it. We read other players' tells.
Their tells?
Little things they do to show how good or shitty their hand is.
And that's how you win? By reading people? He nodded, his eyes on mine. What about luck? Surely your cards can't be great every hand.
They're not,
He said.
but when the other players have something good and I've got a shit hand, I don't get stupid with my bets.
You know when to hold them and know when to fold them? I said, grinning. Know when to walk away? Nick snorted a laugh, nearly spilling his coffee.
You say my jokes are bad.
I tossed him a napkin to wipe his chin. A giddy sort of happiness filled me, knowing that I'd brought out Nikolai's beautiful smile, especially when he seemed so out of practice. So you can read people, huh? I said, still smiling. What about me? Can you read me? Nick's laughter faded.
You're a complete mystery.
I made a face, unable to tell if he was kidding or not. No, I've been told, I tucked a lock of hair behind my ear. I'm pretty emotional. Heart on my sleeve and all that?
Gullible, stupid airhead.
I shuddered. Someday, I would stop being startled by Steve's intrusions into my psyche. In Costa Rica, I thought, where the teeming jungle and crashing waves would fill me up and leave no room for his insidious whispers. There, he would be silenced forever. But I could swear that in the split second before I flinched, Nick's head shot up with a sharp look in his eyes. I took an involuntary step back, but his gaze turned distant, as if he were looking at something beyond me. Then his eyes met mine. He blinked, and his face reverted to neutral.
"There's nothing wrong with being emotional,"
he said, his voice low. "No?" I said. I wiped an invisible crumb off the counter. I was under the impression that most men don't like emotional women.
"Most men are fucking idiots."
I looked into his steely blue eyes. Despite the harsh tone in his voice, the sense of feeling safe and at ease in Nick's presence returned. We hardly knew each other, but I felt no scrutiny from him. No judgment. Of course not. We're not anything to each other. A night of pleasure. Using each other. The sense memory of Nick's mouth on me rose up, and the heat dashed across my cheeks again. My lips parted in a small gasp, and I quickly turned my gaze away to the counter, my coffee mug, the window. "The rain is crazy, isn't it?" I said. "Do you have to get back out there soon?"
"I have some time,"
Nick said, his voice drawing my gaze back to his like a command. Now the heat was in my lower belly, between my thighs. "You do?"
"I make my own hours. Remember?"
I nodded faintly. "You said one night. That's it. That was the rule." My body was desperate for me to break the rules. Nick held my gaze while he sipped his coffee, while he wiped his mouth on a napkin, as he stood up. I was helpless, unable to look away. Not pinned down, but pleasantly trapped. He moved around the counter to stand before me, to press me, without touching me, back against the wall. I could feel the heat of his body all along mine, his inked muscles coiled and tense with power and need. He stared down at me, a question in his eyes. I answered. "Kiss me." He did. Nikolai's lips covered mine, and I tasted warm coffee and the clean taste of him as his tongue slid along mine. My body reacted as if we hadn't spent all night being racked by pleasure. One arm went around his waist to feel the heat of his bare skin and the muscles moving beneath, and the other around his neck to bury my fingers in his short, silken hair. We kissed until we needed to do more than kiss. Nick lifted me off the ground effortlessly and carried me to the bed. "You might be late for work," I whispered, my tongue darting to taste him, my teeth grazing his lips.
"Worth it,"
he said, and moved his mouth to my neck, dragged his tongue down my skin. My shirt vanished. His pants came off, and Nikolai showed me that all we'd done in the heat of the night, he was capable of in the light of day. He took me down to the bed and kissed my body until there was no room for thought. Only sensation and the delirious ecstasy of his body on mine, inside mine, moving in tempo to mine until we both shuddered our releases, like an exchange of gifts. After, we lay in silence, my head on his chest, his fingers playing in my hair. We listened to the pattering rain count the minutes until he had to go. Because he had to go. This was my territory, and I needed it back. The walls and barriers that had come down for one night were resurrecting themselves. Because no matter what Steve said, I wasn't a stupid girl. I could be an adult about this. I could have a fling and say goodbye, even if the guy was more than anything I'd expected. I'm not going to fall into another trap. In that same instant, Nick extracted himself from the bed. With my arm propped up, my head leaning on my palm, I watched him pull on his jeans, boots, and a plain t-shirt. He grabbed his black leather jacket off the floor where it had lain all night and dug out his motorcycle keys. Nick didn't say anything, didn't fill the silence with awkward words, and I somehow managed to keep my mouth shut from doing the same. He bent over me, and I took his kiss. A deep, intense kiss. Not a goodbye peck. And then watched him go. He went to the door and opened it. The pouring rain was like a drum, and I hated that he had to go out into it. One night, I thought. That was the deal. Nikolai hesitated at the door, but didn't look back.
Goodbye, Fiona.
Goodbye, Nick. He shrugged on his jacket and went out, closing the door behind him. As soon as the door clicked shut, I fell back on my pillows, a sigh gusting out of me. I was naked, my skin marked by him, my body thrumming, a sweet ache pulsing between my legs. Nikolai, I murmured into the quiet space. There was no answer, only rain and the growl of his motorcycle, roaring loud, and then driving away. Chapter 6. Fiona. After a shower and a change of clothes, I couldn't stand the silence of my place a second longer. I could still smell the clean scent of Nick's cologne on my sheets, tempting me to lie around in bed all day, my face buried in the pillow. I grabbed my phone and shot a text to Opal. Lunch at Panera? Her reply came a few seconds later. In this storm? I'm pretty sure they have indoor seating.
Smartass.
I bit my lip. Do you want to hear about my horizontal mambo or not?
Be there in 10.
At Panera on the outskirts of Savannah, Opal sat across from me at a small table, bowls of broccoli cheddar soup in front of each of us. My friend scrutinized me through narrowed eyes for a moment.
I can't believe you went through with it, and I'm so happy that you did. If it was good.
She cocked her head at me.
Was it good? You look like it was good.
I pretended to be thoughtful, tapping my fingernail to my teeth. Was it good? Let me think. Opal huffed.
Oh, hell.
I laughed. Okay. Do you remember that scene from Thelma and Louise, where Thelma, who's married to a serious douchebag, has crazy, epic sex with Brad Pitt in a hotel room?
Yes,
Opal said slowly, dragging the word out. And remember how the next morning, Thelma showed Louise the epic hickey on her neck that came as the result of the epic sex? And how she said, I finally know what all the fuss is about? Opal sat back.
you didn't.
My grin split my face as I tugged my shirt collar down to reveal Nick's bite marks on my skin. I finally know what all of the fuss is about. Opal's eyes widened, and a laugh burst out of her. High five, girl. For real. I clapped my hand against hers. Oh my God, Opal. It was insane. He was so...
hot?
Beyond hot. Tattoos, wicked piercings, and this other guy was being an ass to me at the club, but the way Nick handled it. I mean, He just handled it.
Nick,
Opal said.
I like Nick.
Short for Nikolai, I said proudly, as if I'd named him. Opal's eyebrows shot up.
Oh, look at you taking an international lover.
Oh my God, don't say lover. No one says lover anymore.
Fuck buddy?
She said, drawing a huffy sniff from the older lady sitting at the next table. I covered my giggle with my hand. Opal sniffed right back.
Semantics. Tell me the details.
He's a salesman. Motorcycle parts, I said. I know I shouldn't have, but I sort of poked around in his wallet and found his business card. He's legit.
His business card,
Opal said.
With a phone number.
I ignored that, hard. Anyway, he rides a motorcycle too, cross-country. He's only in town a few days, and then he's off again. One town to the next, and the next. Opal nodded thoughtfully.
Okay, give me a visual. Tall, dark, and handsome?
Not too tall, but taller than me. He's beautiful. Ridiculously handsome. Dark hair, blue eyes, and he's almost entirely covered in tattoos. My blush deepened. Almost. Opal gave me a sly look.
Damn, girl. Tell me more.
He plays poker, underground games, while he's on the road, and he's really good at it.
How do you know?
I can just tell. I toyed with my straw. He's got something about him that screams confidence, or intelligence, or I don't know what. He doesn't talk much, but I can tell he's a lot deeper than he lets on. He sketched me at the club on a napkin, and it was incredible. Opal opened her mouth to say something, then shook her head.
Nope. Save that for later.
Save what?
Nothing. Go on. You're almost at the good part.
I didn't know what the hell I was doing, but he made me feel comfortable, I said, softer, my cheeks on fire. He followed me to my place and we
had Brad Pitt and Thelma sex.
I leaned over the table. Yes, and I'm telling you, Opal, my body feels awake for the first time in years. The things Nick did to me. I shook my head. If it wasn't for the storm, I'm sure all the neighbors in the entire building would have heard us. Griff and Nate. And maybe a few people in the next town over. Opal fanned herself with a napkin.
Wow, your night was so different from mine.
She held up her hands as if weighing two options.
Bingo at Shriners. Hot sex with a tattooed stranger.
I win, I said with a laugh.
You totally win.
Opal sipped her lemonade and looked up at me from over her glass.
Are you going to see him again?
I sat back. No. I reached for my drink. No. Why would I?
Didn't you say he's in town for a few more days?
I did say that. Why did I say that? Why did I tell her that when it would only lead to that question? Because it would lead to that question? I frowned. They don't call it a one-night stand for nothing, I shrugged. That's all it can be. One night.
Says who?
Says me, I said with a sigh. I can't get involved with anyone, Opal.
Why not?
Opal asked.
And don't tell me it's because you're leaving for Costa Rica soon. If you meet someone special, you adapt. That's what people do. Do you think I planned to marry Jeff? No. I was happy as a clam as a single gal,
with a plan that said marriage wasn't going to happen until age 30, at the earliest. Then that sneaky bastard spills coffee on me at a cafe in Savannah, and 4 months later, I'm engaged. But that's sweet, I said. Jeff is sweet. The point is, my careful life plan got blown to bits, and I adjusted. I made room for that kind of happiness. I gave it a chance. Now, here you are, having a great time with a guy who, mind-blowing sex aside, makes you feel comfortable, who's got a lot going on upstairs, and protects you from unwanted advances from strangers. And you've got his phone number. Are you telling me you're not going to use it because of your plans? Her voice softened, and she leaned over the table to cover my wrist. This guy, Nick, he might be nothing. He might be good for sex and not much else. I'm not saying he's your forever, but he's your right now. For a few more days anyway. Why not see what happens? I realized then that all that I hadn't told Opal about Steve was standing in the way of her good advice, of our friendship. I can't see what happens, I said slowly. I fall hard, Opal. I fall hard and blindly, and I get swept away by the smallest hint of kindness. And then, next thing I know, I'm... You're what? Trapped. I could barely say the word, but now that I had, the rest was ready to burst out. Opal folded her hands on the table, slowly, a move that meant she was pissed off. Steve. I nodded. There's more? I nodded again. Tell me. I sucked in a breath and let it out. He took my money, Opal. I had $10,000 from my father when he died, and Steve kept it in our joint account that he never gave me access to. He stole my money. He stole my self-esteem. No, he didn't steal it. He chipped away at it. And just when I thought I'd crumble, he'd kissed me and cried over me and told me he'd die without me. Opal sat back in her chair as if my words had pushed her. Fiona, all this time I thought, but no, that's abuse. That's abuse, and I never knew. You never told me. Her eyes widened, and she lowered her voice. Honey, did he hit you? I shook my head. No, never. He wasn't violent, just insidious. Bad enough. But why didn't you tell me? I thought you had a bad ex. Hell, we all have bad exes. It's too humiliating, I said. It was like I was locked in a prison, except the door was unlocked the whole time, and I was just too beat down and stripped raw to walk through it. But he took your money and moved us away from all my family and friends. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell her I'd married him, but it was too much. He cut me off, and it took... I swallowed. It took a lot to work up the courage to leave. It took more than courage. 5 weeks of planning, 2 of which were done from a hospital bed. Steve had never been violent. That was true. But he still managed to hurt me with his betrayal and his lies all the same, scarring me forever. I buried that pain fast and deep. Some secrets didn't deserve the light of day.
no matter how well-intentioned the friend who heard them. I feel so stupid about the entire ordeal, I said. I can't be stupid anymore. You're not stupid, Opal said fiercely. I feel stupid for not seeing it or asking more questions. You ask plenty of questions, I said with a laugh, though it faded quickly. But that's why it has to be only one night with Nick. Even though... Even though? I turned my water glass around and around. Even though I wouldn't necessarily mind another night like last night. I held my head in my hands. Oh my God, Opal. Does that make me terrible? Like I'm just using Nick for his body? Opal smirked. This is outside my purview. I was at bingo last night, remember? It's a little bit terrible, I said, staring into last night. His body is drool-worthy, and he's an absolute beast in the sack. But he has such a sweet face. He doesn't say much, but I know he has a sense of humor, and he looks at me. Yes? Like I'm beautiful. Honey, you are beautiful. Opal slapped the flat of her hand on the table. Jesus, just what did that Steve do to you? Shh, I hissed, glancing around. And anyway, who cares? I shouldn't need a man to make me feel pretty. But that was part of Steve's awfulness. At first, he wouldn't stop telling me I was beautiful, how much he wanted me. A year later, he was making offhand comments. You're wearing that? Or, those pants make you look like a boy. And then the comments became insults. How I had no boobs. I was too thin. He got annoyed if I didn't order big meals at restaurants and would order for me. I've always been skinny and self-conscious and picked on in junior high about it. He just dialed right into that. He'd insult me one minute and then tell me I looked like an angel the next. Keeping you off balance. Yes, always. And I'm still off balance. I don't know how to get my equilibrium back. I don't know how to trust what I feel about anything. I was so wrong about Steve. You were not, Opal said. You did everything right. You trusted him and believed him, because why wouldn't you? You had no reason not to. But there were plenty of reasons not to. Hindsight, sure, but at the time, you did what anyone would do. I smiled. Thank you for saying so. But you don't believe a word of it. Whether I was right or wrong, it's what happened, and I can't let it happen again. I need to know that the person I let in after Steve isn't going to be like him. I have to protect myself. I know you do, Opal said, her shoulders wilting with a sigh. And if you need more time, I'm not going to tell you not to take it. But please let me be here for you. Please don't shut me out. If you ever want to talk more about him. Thank you. In the meanwhile, there's the matter of one stolen business card. She arched a brow. No rule against making a one-night stand a 3-day fling. That damn blush crept over my cheeks again. I haven't decided yet, but no, I won't call him. Probably. He's working all day and playing poker all night. All night? I laughed. Anything after 11 p.m. is a straight-up booty call, and you know it. So make that booty call, Opal said. Enjoy yourself. He makes you feel good, right? More than good, I thought, and the memory of Nikolai putting his mouth between my thighs rose up, unbidden. Yeah, he does, I said faintly, toying with my napkin. Opal held up her hands. I don't see a downside here. I smiled and said nothing, but tore my napkin in two, right down the middle. Back at my little apartment, I watered my houseplants and checked on Lemonie's water and birdseed. How are you, sweet boy? I cooed. I let my fingers trail over his cage. Are you tired of looking at these bars? I know, but if I let you out, you'll panic and fly all over. You'll head right for the first window you see, thinking it's freedom. But it's not. It only looks that way, and you can't tell until it smacks you right in the face. I folded my arms on the counter and rested my chin on them. When we're in Costa Rica, I'll let you go, and you'll be free. We both will. In the meantime, I had Nick's business card in my purse. He makes me feel good. Is that wrong? Can I have that for one more night? Lemonie cheeped from inside his cage. It sounded like a happy little chirp, but how would I ever really know?
Chapter 7. Nikolai. The rain was constant. My leather jacket helped, but the jeans that had spent all night drying in Fiona's kitchen were soaked by the time I got back to my crappy little motel. I peeled out of them and headed to the shower. I stripped naked and turned the spray on hot, but didn't step in. I could smell Fiona on my skin, on my hands, and still taste her on my mouth. I didn't want to wash her off of me. I wanted to keep a little bit of that strange calm a little longer, as if it were in her scent that still clung to my skin. Stupid. As soon as I'd stepped off Fiona's porch that morning, the world had come rushing back in. We had one night. That was her deal, and I took it. I got in the shower. After I changed into one of my other pairs of jeans, I had 2 total, and a black t-shirt. Dinner was fast food eaten in my motel room as I watched the nightly news blare murder, death, accidents, and misery until I came to my senses and shut it off. At 8:45, I headed out. It was time to play. I checked my cell phone, the only tie between me and the world of normalcy, for directions to the poker game T-Money 1993 had invited me to. The rain had started up again, a light smatter against the visor of my helmet as I rode to the game site. The warehouse clung to the river's edge with a dozen more just like it. Old and wind-torn, not likely used in months, if not longer. The chain-link fence around it sagged in more than one place with a rusted "Keep Out" sign falling askew. It was a ridiculous location for a low-stakes underground game. Someone's office after hours would have sufficed. But when I muttered the password to the guy at the door, it was obvious that the rest of the players were all like Tim. Big shots at their banks or investment firms in the city, who played at gangsters, risking it all if the local law caught wind of their seedy operation. I could have told them the FBI wasn't going to waste time on these bums. Poker plus guns or poker plus drugs, sure. Just poker? With $100 buy-in? I kept the smirk off my face as T-Money, Tim in the real world, introduced me to the group of 6 other guys sitting in the center of an overgrown storage shed. Wood-paneled, dirt-floored, flickering fluorescent lighting, with the poker table in the middle. Fish. Every single one. I was supposed to be the noob. It was going to take a serious acting job on my part to play worse than these guys. After 3 hours, I had them lulled into submission, but I was bored out of my mind. I won enough to keep them involved and lost enough to make them think I wasn't a threat. The stage was set for the next night. I played on autopilot, my mind preferring to live in the memories of last night. Fiona with the pink hair and the pink halo of sweetness surrounding her. I could taste that sweetness on my mouth, feel her wrap her thighs around me as she brought me to release. And her peace. I wanted it, her, all of it, one more time. A phone rang. All eyes that were focusing on cards a moment ago looked up, all hands grew still, and all shit talk was silenced. It took me a second to realize what I was hearing, and then it came again. My phone was ringing. My phone never rang, unless it was from the nursing home my mother was rotting away in. Oh shit. Is this it? Is this the call? Talking to anyone but other players at the table was against all the rules, and even these two-bit chumps knew it. Suspicion coiled around me like rank soot. Sorry, I muttered, rising to my feet and digging my phone out of my leather jacket that was slung on the back of my chair. I have to take this. I glanced at the number, expecting the St. Louis area code, but it was a local number. I hit the green answer button. "This is Nick," I said, turning away from the table. "Nick, hi. It's Fiona." I froze. My balls tightened in my jeans at the sound of her soft voice, and my damn heart tripped over itself at the same time. "Fiona?" she said into my silence. "From last night?" "No, hi, I said. "How did you get my number?" "From your business card? One fell out of your wallet." A pause. "Is this a bad time?" "No, I'm sorry, it's late. I should go." "No, don't go," I said louder than I wanted. I coughed and lowered my voice. "What's up?" What's up? Fucking hell. I heard Fiona take in a breath, and I imagined her in her little place, a warm yellow light glinting in her pink hair, and the storm raging outside. And here I was in an overgrown storage shed, robbing a bunch of idiots blind because I had nowhere else to go. "I made some cookies," she blurted. "Cookies?" A strange warmth flooded my chest. "Okay." "Yeah, I do that sometimes when I can't sleep. I bake. And I couldn't sleep, and so I made some chocolate chip cookies. My aunt's recipe. They're really good. I use way too many chocolate chips, and... So I was wondering if you wanted any." I checked my watch. Cookies at 2:10 a.m. I didn't need the Ken to know that's not all she was offering. "Yeah, that sounds good," I said. I lowered my voice just for her. "I'm really fucking hungry." "Me too," she said on a slow exhale. Okay, great. I'll see you soon." "See you soon." I hung up the phone and turned back to the table where the guys were grousing and shooting me dark looks. "Sorry, guys," I said, tossing my cards into the pot to show I'd folded. "Cash me out." "What the hell, Nick?" Tim said, holding out his hands. "We got a game or not?" "Tomorrow night," I said, quickly scanning and counting my chips. "I'll finish out tomorrow night." "I'll put you out of your misery." "A woman," one of the other guys said with an amused snort. "Our boy Nick here is going to get himself a piece of ass." I stiffened and nearly knocked over a chip stack for the way this guy talked about Fiona. Fuck's sake. It's true, isn't it? Yeah, I was going to be in Fiona's bed again in less than 20 minutes, and the idea turned my blood to fire. But a part of me I had thought was dead and gone flared faintly with its own color and light. Something beyond pure lust. I liked being with her, and stronger than anything else, that peace that she exuded to quiet the Ken. I wanted more of it. Needed it. The rain-slicked roads swept underneath my bike as I hit the throttle, tearing through the night like a junkie heading for his next fix. No sooner had I parked at Fiona's apartment complex, the rain came down in sheets. I rolled the Bonneville behind her little Prius, under the carport, and went to her door. I took off my helmet and sucked in a breath of humid summer air that not even the rain could cool. I knocked. A muffled, "Come in," answered. I did, and nearly sagged with relief. It felt as if I'd been carrying a heavy boulder, and the second I stepped across her threshold, I set it down. The apartment was dim but for a small light at Fiona's bedside table. There was a rich smell of warm chocolate, and the oven ticked as it cooled down. The bird in its cage was still on the counter. a plate of chocolate chip cookies beside it. Fiona was in bed, naked. The ribbons of her long hair only partially covered her breasts, and she made no move to hide them when I shut the door behind me. She had a book in her hand. I could hear her heartbeat from the door. "Hi," she said, her voice sweet and soft. "Hi," I said. I stripped out of my leather jacket and hung it on the hook by the door, inhaling and exhaling. I had to calm myself to make this last. I went to the counter and took a cookie. It was still warm and melted on my tongue in sugary chocolate perfection. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had homemade cookies. Since I was a kid, I guessed. "Good?" Fiona asked from the bed, watching me. "Yeah," I said. "It's really fucking good." The heat of her desire burned red in the eye of the Ken and was hot on my tongue, mixing with the chocolate. The best thing I'd ever tasted. Fiona set her book down on the nightstand and settled herself against the pillows. The air around her wavered, as if I were looking at her through fire. I finished the first cookie and took another, taking my time, feeling the weight build between us and grow heavy. My jeans were tight beneath my belt. Fiona bit her lip. "Tease." I ate the second cookie and brushed the crumbs off my hands, then moved, slowly, to stand beside her at the bed. The bright blue of her eyes met mine and held on, unwavering, as I kicked off my boots and stripped down to my boxers. Her eyes dropped to my erection, and I saw them flare with want, and then back up to me. She turned back the covers, her body naked and almost glowing in the pale light of the room and the otherworldly light that only I could see. "Come here," she said. I took off my boxers and her want flared brighter, hotter. My own eyes filled with her naked body and brief thoughts flickered in my mind of which part I was going to indulge in first. I climbed in and lay over her, my erection like steel, pressing against her thigh. But once there, in Fiona's arms, naked with her, my lust melted into something softer. Being with her, I realized with a strange jolt, was enough. I could have done nothing more than hold her and fall asleep, and I would have been perfectly content. The peace of her wrapped around me, drew her to me, and goddamn, she looked so beautiful. Fiona felt it too, and her arms went around me, holding me close to her, our lips a hair's breadth apart, waiting for the kiss that would start this night and let me do what I came here to do. Instead, I settled against her, let her watch me, and touch me in ways that had nothing to do with sex. She trailed one finger along my jaw, tracing the outline of my lips, then along the other side to my ear and the heavy piercing. "How was poker?" she asked softly, like a woman might ask her man how his day had been. I'm not her man. She's not my woman. But I was staring at her eyes, her feathered brows, the soft curve of her cheek. "Good," I said. "Did you win?" "Broke even," I said. "I'll clean them out tomorrow night." Fiona nodded, and uncertainty slowly crept over her. I wasn't there to hold her and be held. That wasn't part of her plan. "Kiss me," she said. I did. Hard. I felt things fall into place for her, and for me. I couldn't stay. I wasn't part of her plan. This night wasn't supposed to be about soft looks and touches, but about sex. So I made it about sex. "You've been waiting for me," I said, almost a growl against her neck. My hand found one small breast, the nipple hard. I pinched. She gasped. "Yes," she breathed. "All night." "Are you ready for me?" I asked, my hand trailing down the flat of her stomach, past her navel and lower. She arched into my touch. "Yes," she hissed. "So ready." My fingers found her wet and soft, and I groaned at the same time she did at the touch. She kissed me, hard and deep, and I thought she was going to guide me inside her, but she jolted to a stop, as if remembering her own rule. "Condom?" she said, and her hand snaked out to the nightstand drawer. I rolled it on. Then she took me inside her, and the world fell away in a perfect peace. The rest of the night was lost in her. I brought her to one screaming orgasm after another until we were both exhausted. Then she slept, and I held her the way you hold something you know isn't yours to keep. Chapter 8. Nikolai. Fiona lay across my chest, her breasts pressed against me, her naked skin touching mine in 100 places. The gray light of mid-morning struggled through storm clouds that wouldn't subside. Rain speckled the window. I lay back on the pillows, my body feeling spent and heavy. Outside, the storm hadn't abated, but in Fiona's space, the thick calm surrounded me and made me drowsy. Fiona's fingers trailed along the tattoos on my chest, up my shoulder, down my arm, to my hand. "Make a fist," she said. "Make 2 fists." I brought over my other arm that had been lazily playing with her hair, and did as she requested. "Pawn and hoax," she said, her fingers trailing over the letters inked between my knuckles. Her gaze lifted to meet mine. "What do they mean?" "That's life, right? We're pawns in some cosmic game. Either that or it's all a hoax, a big fucking joke. Or a mistake. I'm a mistake." She frowned. "Sounds a little grim, don't you think?" I shrugged. Fiona laced her fingers in mine, her skin softly pale against the dark of my ink. "If I were to get letters tattooed on each of my fingers, do you know what they would spell?" "Love and hope?" I shook my head. "Can't guess." "Love and hope," she said. "That's life to me. Love for all the good that happens to you and the people you care about, and hope that any pain will be bearable or lessen in time." Who do you care about and who cares about you, Fiona? The Ken couldn't tell me that, and the real world offered no clues. No pictures on the walls, no calls or texts from her phone, no mention of family. The only evidence I saw of contact with the outside world was one photo on her nightstand. Fiona was laughing and smiling in between the embrace of an African-American woman and 2 guys about my age. They looked to be at the state fair. In the background of the picture was a Ferris wheel, and one of the guys was holding a cone of cotton candy the same color as Fiona's hair. Asking a personal question was so foreign to me, I felt like I was struggling with a second language. "So, how long have you lived here?" 2 years, she said. "The view is pretty, but this place is smaller than I'd like. It's okay for now while I save up for my big move." "Where to again?" Fiona's delicate features drew tight with uncertainty. Hesitant. Through the Ken, I felt the dark edges of an old memory. No, years' worth of memories gather around her like storm clouds. Her moving out of Georgia was tied to these bad memories. The Ken showed me a blurred image of her running toward some destination, her hair streaking out behind her, her arms reaching while a thick black line tethered her to a storm. She ran, and the line attenuated but held tight. I knew she wouldn't stop running until it finally snapped, and she was free. It took less than a second for the Ken to show this to me, and I gritted my teeth against stealing it from her, for the violation of her innermost self. "You don't have to tell me Costa Rica," she said. "Wow." She gave a short laugh, shaking her head. "I don't really tell people that." For half a second, she doubted herself, and then shook it off as those 2 words drove back the cloud of dark memories. Fiona's eyes brightened, backlit by years' worth of dreaming and planning as she looked into mine. "Yeah, I'm moving to Costa Rica. I want to live off the grid, you know? Get a little house in the middle of all that beautiful greenery." Her fingers traced a dream catcher tattooed all down the left side of my body. "It's perfect. It's everything I want." "Sounds remote," I said. "That's what I like about it. I want to grow food and maybe have some chickens, walk along the beach whenever I feel like it, or swing in a hammock and listen to the jungle and just be." "Just be what?" "I don't know," she said with a small smile. "Just be. Just live and breathe and be whoever I am without stuff getting in the way? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I do, I said. I know exactly what you mean. She rested her chin on her hand. She still lay draped across my chest, as if she belonged there. Do you ever dream of a place like that, Nikolai? She asked. No, I said. No, she cocked her head. If you could go anywhere in the world, where would it be? Anywhere there is no Ken. But the Ken was in me, like a disease I carried with me wherever I went. Except here, with Fiona. I don't know, I said. Haven't really thought about it. You travel so much already, she said. Is that why you get so many tattoos? One for each place you've been? She asked, resuming her examination of my skin. You're covered from neck to waist as far as I can see. Her smile turned coy and she flipped the cover back to glance at my naked body. Still some blank real estate on your legs. None on your penis, thankfully. You have a magnificent penis, Nikolai. I coughed a short laugh. Thanks. She flipped the cover back. But for real, why so many tattoos? Expression, I guess, I said. There is so much variety, she said, her fingers trailing up my arm, over skulls and harpooned fish and a straight flush ace high, and Old English calligraphy next to a scantily clad pin-up girl from the 40s. Don't get me wrong, they flow nicely. I'm just trying to get a sense of the message here. It's like a cacophony. Cacophony of ink. Lots of different symbols and ideas clamoring for a piece of your skin. I stared. She could have been describing the Ken. Thoughts and feelings came at me like a tidal wave of sound and color and confused words that begged to be put in the right order. I considered it a theft, an invasion of privacy of the worst kind, but sometimes it felt like they were unconsciously seeking me out, as if this mental robbery wasn't a robbery at all, but a desperate giving, a cacophony of souls crying out, and only I could hear them. What would Fiona think if she knew what I was? I watched her for a moment, her beautiful open face and her easy smile, and I imagined how fast she would shut down, shut me out, if she knew I had touched some darkness in her past she was desperately trying to outrun. You have some nice ink, too, I said, diverting her thoughts. I ran my fingers along the hibiscus on her shoulder and down to the wildflowers on her back. She shivered and squirmed as my trailing finger tickled her skin. I brushed her long hair off her back so I could do it again. Oh my God, stop, she laughed. You know what it does to me when you touch me there? I know exactly what it does to you. Her cheeks were dusted pink and she gently moved my hand away. We're having a civilized conversation, she reminded me. A getting to know you talk while lying around naked? Seems normal, I said with a grin. She stared at me, her face softening. She reached out and touched my lip with her fingertips. You do have a sweet smile, Nikolai. It's such a rare sighting, though. The moment settled between us. Our eyes met and her blush deepened. The pink aura around her brightened, and the peaceful calm of her fell over me like the world's most comfortable blanket. Anyway, she said, letting her hand fall. I wasn't planning on ever getting a tattoo, or coloring my hair either, come to think of it. But I made a promise to myself that I would do what I wanted, always, so long as it didn't hurt anyone. Your bucket list, I said. Right, she said. My never-to-be-written-down bucket list. If I feel like doing something, I do it. She bit her lip and smiled at me. Like taking you home. Oh, yeah? I said. I was on your bucket list? Sort of. Does that sound terrible? It's been a long time since I've been with anyone, and since I'm moving away. She cleared her throat and couldn't meet my eye. Nothing wrong with a little fling. I mean, you have to hit the road again tomorrow, right? I felt it as a tentative reaching, like a hand to a fire, seeing how close it came before getting burned. She needed me to say yes. Part of her wanted me to say no. Yeah, I said, keeping my voice neutral. I have to keep going. Do you have girls in other towns? She asked. You don't have to answer that if you don't want to, but I can imagine you must. No, I don't have girls in other towns, I said. No? And here I thought I was your Savannah girl? My Savannah girl. Fiona propped her elbow on the bed and let her fingers resume their trek across my chest. It's almost noon. Your work's not missing you right now? I shook my head. Decided to take the day off. But for your poker game tonight? She said. Right. 7 idiots are waiting for me to take their money. She laughed. No, are they that bad? They're not good. Fiona grinned, then cocked her head, her brows coming together. Do you really work all year? I just can't imagine it. It's what I do for now, I said. I'm not sure what comes after. That was the most truthful thing I'd said since we met. It felt good. What about you? I asked. Where do you work? At a bakery, maybe? No, I work in a garden center. Flowers, soil, and seeds. I love green things, watching them grow. I love animals, too, like little Lemony over there. This place would be overrun with dogs and cats if my lease would allow it. I can see that about you, I said slowly. The whole universe can, apparently, she said. I took a personality quiz on Facebook once, and it's the only silly quiz I ever took that was 100% right. And what are you? I asked, only half teasing. Why is everything so quiet around you? I'm a nurturer, she said. It's accurate. I volunteer at an animal shelter a couple of times a month, too. I help walk the dogs and calm them down. They're so scared when they first arrive. They had a life before they were on the street or were dumped somewhere, and now they have to start all over again. The darkness was back, hovering, ready to pounce. I ran my fingers along her back, making her laugh instead. Fiend, she said, swatting my arm. That's you, a fiendish sex god. She watched me a second, and then lay her cheek on my bare chest. Aside from being a sex god, what would a Facebook personality quiz say about you? I frowned. Sex god's not enough? Her laughter was music, and a pink mist curled around her. Despite all evidence to the contrary, there's more to you than that, she said. I think a quiz would say you're a strong, silent type who defends women and has a sense of humor that not too many get to see. Not too many, I said, shifting under her. Fiona cast her gaze down. I'm sorry if I get too personal. I don't have much of a filter, but that's part of my plan, too. Her colors dimmed. My days of saying nothing are over. I wondered if that was entirely true. I wondered if she would tell me the truth about the dark cloud I saw hovering over her if I asked. I could ask her about him. Him. It's a him. Like a dream that fades upon waking, I could just grasp the shadows that chased her, and they suddenly took on a shape, a faceless man who was responsible for the pain Fiona ran from. Anger boiled in my veins, and I fought for calm. Who is he? I sucked in a breath. What did it matter? There was nothing I could do, and I was leaving the next day. I was already too addicted to the inexplicable peace this woman brought me. The last thing I needed was to get close to her, to feel anything more than lust, though part of me wondered if I were too late. I had an almost primal instinct in me to protect her, and it had nothing to do with the peace and everything to do with her. The doorbell rang over and over, disrupting the quiet of the morning. It was followed by a knock, then a child's voice calling through the door. Fiona, are you there? More doorbell ringing followed, and Fiona's face lit up, the light around her flaring pink and gold. That's my neighbor's daughter, Haley, she said, hurriedly drawing on a silky bathrobe. She's an angel. I babysit for her almost every week. I pressed myself back in the bed, and the angle was just narrow enough so that I wouldn't be seen from the door. The bell clanged again. The rainfall grew loud as Fiona opened the door wide enough to kneel. A little girl about 4 years old with blonde curls threw her arms around Fiona's neck. Fiona! Haley girl." "I'm sorry, Fee," said a woman's voice from behind the girl. "She thinks the doorbell is a toy." "No worries, Nance," Fiona said, and held the little girl by the shoulders. "This little Georgia Peach is always welcome." "I just wanted to say hi and goodbye to you," Haley said. "We're going to Grandma's this weekend, where it won't be raining, and I can play at the park." Okay, said the girl's mother. "Fiona's busy, I'm sure. Let's get going. Maybe a week from Friday, Fee? Are you free to watch this little bugger? Wouldn't miss it." "Bye, Fiona Baloney." "Bye, Haley Bailey. Have fun at Grandma's." Fiona got to her feet. "Bye, Nance. Drive safe." She closed the door and stood for a moment in silence, looking almost snuffed out. A pain so deep it was almost physical pummeled me through the ken, as if someone had punched me in the gut. The hell? Nothing like this had ever happened before, and I knew that nameless shadow, the him, was responsible. "Doesn't matter," I thought. "You shouldn't know this. You shouldn't be prying into her life like this." "That was my neighbor, Nancy." Fiona shook her head. She hugged herself in her robe and smiled faintly. "I said that already, didn't I?" The shadow clung to her. "I have to go," I said, throwing off the covers and reaching for my clothes. Fiona's head shot up and a jolt of her shock made the air tighten. She laughed nervously. "Right now?" "Yeah. I have work. You said you were taking the day off." Fiona waved her hands, cutting off her own words. "No, never mind. It's fine." "It's not you. It's me," she said, leaning hard on the small counter. "It's not you, Nick. It's me. Right?" I yanked on my jeans and stopped. "Fiona, listen." My words trailed. Fuck. She was too beautiful, too goddamn kissable in her silky bathrobe and her hair tousled from our sex. And that intangible quality was there, the one that was like a promise of euphoria to an addict. If I were a normal person, I'd take her out on a real date and just talk to her. I let the shirt fall from my hand and sank down on the bed. She stayed at the kitchen counter, watching me. "I don't stay," I said. "It's not what I do." "I know. I always knew that." She thrust her chin out. "But you don't have to make like a thief in the night. Wait out the storm. Or if not, go, but don't be a jerk about it, okay? I deserve better than that, and I've worked really hard to get to a place where I can say it. I deserve better than that." "Yeah, you do," I said, the truth falling out of my mouth, and if I wasn't careful, more truth would follow. I could see she'd gotten out from under the shadow of him and was trying her best to stay in the light. Fiona let go of the counter and crossed to me. She pushed my knees aside and stood between my thighs, her hands resting on my shoulders. "We don't know each other," she said, her fingers sinking into my hair. "You're leaving town tomorrow and I'm leaving the country in a few months. Let's just have this time. No pressure. No promises we can't keep. Okay?" I put my hands on her hips, rested my forehead against her stomach. She stiffened slightly with surprise, then rubbed my back and my shoulders and dragged her fingers through my hair. And through that touch, more of her thoughts came to me. She wanted me to go. She wanted me to stay in equal parts. But above all that, stronger, was Costa Rica. Freedom. Endless sunshine. That's what she wanted. What could I possibly give her? If I told her the truth, she would only hate me. I'd had enough of people hating me for what I was. People like my mother and father who were supposed to love me, or the doctors who knew and treated me like a lab rat. I couldn't let myself get close to Fiona, or build something with her, and watch it all burn to the ground when she learned the truth. I could only keep going, across the country and back again, trying to outrun my own dark cloud. "I'm fucking tired," I said against the silk of her robe. "Exhausted in my goddamn bones." "Then rest," Fiona said, her hands soft on my skin. "Just be."
Chapter 9. Fiona. Nikolai slept for hours, deeply. I banged around in the kitchen to make lunch, and he hardly moved. No tossing and turning, his face smooth and free of the hard edges of stress he carried around with him. As the afternoon gave way to early evening, I wondered what came next. And not just in the hours to follow, but in the days and weeks after that. He's leaving Savannah tomorrow, I reminded myself, as I tried to read a book on my little couch in my little living room. There are no days and weeks. There's only tonight. Tonight. My body shivered pleasantly, and that sweet ache of longing bloomed deep in my body, while a different kind of ache entirely tried to take root in my heart. Tonight. Our last night. I snipped that little regret like a weed sprouting among the flowers at Garden City Greens. Be a grown-up about this. You wanted a fling, and you got one. And now it's ending. Nick stirred in my bed, and a frown marred his handsome face for a moment, before smoothing again. My book fell slack in my hand as I watched him sleep. I could easily imagine him as a little boy, before the tattoos and piercings. He had an innocent-looking face, as if he'd been forced to grow up too soon, and now needed to protect himself with heavy ink and sharp metal. I wanted to ask him about his life before the road, but I was too afraid the answer would hurt, and I couldn't let myself hurt over a man.
But you can fuck him like the little whore that you are.
I jolted, and the book fell from my lap. Nick came awake, sitting upright and blinking. Oh, sorry to wake you. I bent to retrieve my book. He looked at me strangely, his brow furrowed in confusion and worry.
Are you okay?
I frowned. Yes, of course. I'm fine. Just reading. Nick tore his scrutinizing gaze from me and glanced around, as if he were looking for someone, then shook his head with a heavy sigh. His features returned to the mold of stress and weariness. Sleep well? I asked. If you need more, feel free.
What time is it?
He asked. 4:15. Nick rubbed his eyes and reached for his shirt.
I should probably get back to my motel,
he said, and I didn't miss the note of reluctance in his voice.
Gotta get cleaned up and eat something before the game tonight.
Oh, right, I said. I forgot about your poker. A silence fell in which Nick pulled on his jeans, and I struggled for what to say next. Stay for dinner? Thinking about making tacos? I want you for one more night. Tacos and sex? How does that sound? The doorbell rang, followed by a knock, and then Nate's voice through the door. Fee? You decent? Coming, I called, and waited until Nick put on a shirt. That's one of my neighbor friends. Do you think he'll believe me if I say you're a distant cousin just passing through for a quick visit?
I wouldn't bet on it,
Nick replied. A laugh burst from me, and I opened the door. Hello, Nathaniel. You're alive. Fabulous, Nate said. He stepped inside and talked while kissing both my cheeks. We had a few too many cocktails after that horrendous show and ended up staying overnight in Savannah. He froze, and his eyes widened comically at Nick, who was leaning on the kitchen counter. Oh, my, Nate said, his eyes darting between us, then spearing me with a questioning gaze. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you had a friend over. I'm Nate Miller, he said to Nick. Fiona's nosy neighbor. The kind who gets all up in her business and doesn't apologize for it. He took in Nick's tattoos and piercings with all the subtlety Nate possessed, which was none at all. And you must be...
Nick Young,
he said.
I'm Fiona's distant cousin, just passing through for a visit.
Nate barked a laugh. Sure you are. Cheeky. I love it. He backed to the front door that was still open and called over his shoulder. Hey, Griff, come over and meet Fee's new friend. Right now. I rolled my eyes and exchanged a helpless glance at Nick. One corner of his lip turned up in a smile. Griffin appeared at the door a moment later, casually elegant as usual, in jeans and a sweater. Hello, love, he said, kissing my cheek. He spied Nick over my shoulder, and while he possessed 1,000,000 times more tact than his husband, his eyes widened with obvious interest. He approached Nick too, hand outstretched. Griffin Miller.
Good to meet you,
Nick said. He shook Griff's hand, and I caught a tiny wince in Nick's face, as if he'd been jolted by a small shock. The four of us stood in a short silence, my neighbors screaming questions at me with their eyes. Finally, Griffin elbowed Nate. Well, we should get going.
No, it's cool,
Nick said, pushing off from the counter.
I was just leaving.
Oh, are you? Okay. I stammered, 100 different words and emotions tangling up in my mouth. This isn't how I want to say goodbye. My place was too small for 4 people to be gathered at the door. Nick squeezed through my friends to get to his leather jacket, before Griff tugged Nate out of the way, leaving Nick and me face to face. Will I see you again? Before you leave Georgia? I asked, painfully aware we had an audience.
I'll stop by,
Nick said. Tonight? Tomorrow? Echoes of Steve's mind games tried to creep over me. Him being purposefully vague and leaving me waiting. I thrust my chin and forced a casual smile. If you can. I know you have a schedule. Nick looked down at me, his hard features softening.
I'll see you, Fiona.
My steely resolve wilted under his warm attention. Okay. Bye. He held my gaze a second longer, then turned to my friends.
Good to meet you both.
Likewise, I'm sure, Nate said, his arms crossed. A pleasure, Griff said, elbowing his husband. I shut the door behind Nick and waited for my exuberant friends to pounce. Well, 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 Fiona Starling, Nate said, examining his nails. Anything you'd like to share with the class? Griff wore a soft, thoughtful smile that I didn't like. He came from the Opal Crawford school of worrying about my personal life. I know he and Nate wondered why I didn't date, but while Opal knew a little bit about Steve, the Millers knew nothing. I figured the fewer the people I brought into my shady situation, the better. Who is he, Fee? Griff asked. I shrugged and moved away from the door. The words, no one, almost escaped me, but I caught them back. Fling or not, it felt wrong to call Nick no one. God, don't get stupid now. I met him at Club 91, I said. We got to talking and we sort of hit it off. Is that the slang for sex these days? Nate said, tossing a glance at my bed's rumpled sheets on his way to the fridge. I thought it was Netflix and chill. Griff sat on one of the stools at my counter and whistled at Lemony in his cage. This bird has seen some X-rated shenanigans, hasn't he? Nate emerged from my refrigerator with a bottle of water. You mind? We're out, and I'm not touching tap. Help yourself, I said with a smirk, as Nate already had the cap twisted off. Have you seen some naughty, sexy times? Griff cooed to the bird, then looked to me sweetly. So, you and Nick. Is this a thing or a fling? Yes, that. A fling, I said, plopping down on my couch and facing them. He's only in town for a few days. Traveling salesman. Nate choked on his water. What's he sell? Whips and chains? I laughed. Motorcycle parts.
Nate placed both hands on the counter.
Honey, if that boy is a salesman, I'm the Pope.
I frowned. Of course he is. He said he was. I have his business card. I shook my head. Anyway, he has to travel constantly for his job. He plays poker while he's on the road. Underground games.
Oh, a criminal element,
Nate said.
He's a bad boy.
Are you going to see him again?
Griff asked, leaning one arm on the counter.
After he stops by, I mean.
I plucked an invisible piece of lint off the couch. Probably not. He's going to hit the road, and I'm leaving the country in a few months, so... Nate rolled his eyes.
Ugh, don't remind me.
Anyway, what's up with you guys? I asked loudly. How was the play?
Awful,
Nate said. At the same time, Griff said,
A work in progress.
I smothered a laugh as Griff shot Nate a withering glance that Nate returned with a shrug.
I only speak the truth.
Griff turned to me.
It was the right thing to do, to support my friend. And it paid off big time.
How so? I asked.
We drank a wee bit too much and got a hotel, Nate said. The next morning, Griff wanted to do some house hunting, in a hurricane, as one does.
It was hardly a hurricane, and by house hunting, he means that as we drove back here, I caught sight of a for sale sign on a gorgeous little Victorian-style house.
Griff's blue eyes were lit with happiness.
I just got this feeling about it, Fee. It's a little run down, but I could see through the chipped paint and the sagging rain gutters.
He shook his head.
I knew this house was it.
It? I asked. The one? My friends had been house hunting since I moved into the complex 2 years ago. Griff was an attorney, just starting out, and Nate worked in a gallery. They lived in our dinky complex to save money for a down payment on their dream home in Savannah.
We found it,
Nate said, his usual snippy tone softening and warming. He reached out, and Griff wordlessly took his hand.
I had my doubts, but...
But the owner didn't care that it was raining buckets, Griff said. She let us in for tea, and we talked for hours. By the time we left, she agreed to take her sign down if we agreed to sit down with a broker next week and make it official.
So we are, Nate said.
Oh my God! I'm so happy for you guys! I flew off the couch to hug Griffin, and then I moved around the little island to Nate. I'm so happy and so sad. When will you move?
Hopefully, in a month or so.
I socked Nate in the arm. See? You guys are leaving me before I leave you.
Yeah, to downtown Savannah, Nate said. Not Central America, for crying out loud.
Even so, I'll miss you so much, I said, and suddenly found it hard to keep a smile.
You have to visit us every weekend when you're not babysitting Haley or walking stray mutts around the shelter, Nate said.
Griff took my hand and gave it a squeeze.
The house has 3 bedrooms. Plenty of room for you and a guest.
I squeezed his hand back and let go. So, I said, flouncing back down on the couch. You said the house is Victorian? Tell me every detail. Griff and I prepared tacos and guacamole while Nate drank wine and supervised. We ate and talked and laughed, and they went home close to 10 o'clock at night. No sooner had I shut the door than the silence descended. My place felt empty. My bed was empty. I wondered how thick the silence would feel when Griff and Nate moved away. And how cold the bed will feel tonight when there's no one in it but me. Nick had said he'd stop by, but he didn't owe me anything. For all I knew, his hurried goodbye at the door was the last time I'd ever see him. I tried to shake all these negative thoughts. My plan was intact. Costa Rica. There would be no silence in the little house I planned to rent. The teeming jungle would be the soundtrack to every dark night, and the ocean waves crashing at my feet during the day would eat any silence that tried to remind me I was alone. I was going there alone. Alone. Lone. Lonely. "Oh, stop," I said, to break the silence. Lemony was no help, fast asleep on his perch. I hung his cage back on the hook by the window. The storm had lost its power, and the news said it would be blown out by tomorrow. I checked my phone for a text from Nick. Since I'd called him, he had my number. He hadn't used it. "I'll stop by," he'd said. "When?"
"Tonight after I get off work, I'm taking you to a fancy restaurant."
"Oh, but I made plans with Janice, the neighbor? I don't know anyone here. She's the first person I think I might become friends with."
"Cancel it. I want to take you out. Someplace fancy. Put on a pretty dress for me, and I'll pick you up at 8.
It's been a long time since we've gone out, just you and me. I guess I could cancel."
"Trust me, sweetheart. I'm going to sweep you off your feet tonight."
That sounds amazing, Steve.
"You're amazing. I love you."
I blinked to dissolve the memory that had played before my eyes like a bad movie. I'd put on a pretty black dress that night. I hated wearing a lot of makeup, but I painstakingly followed the instructions from a YouTube tutorial. I twisted my hair into an elegant French twist, since Steve was always complaining I looked like a high school kid with my long hair. And I waited. For hours. Steve didn't come home until well past midnight. I'd taken off my dress, removed my makeup, and climbed into bed hours earlier. I kept my back turned and pretended to be asleep as he slid into the bed beside me. I waited some more, for a touch, or a whispered, "I'm sorry." Nothing. And I was too ashamed to ask Janice to hang out ever again. I blinked rapidly to banish the tears, and started for my closet to change into something to sleep in. Something slouchy and unsexy and comfortable. Because I could wear whatever the hell I wanted. My phone buzzed a text. Nick.
"I'm sorry I bailed earlier. Done in a few hours. Too late to come by after?"
My body reacted as it usually did to the idea of Nick touching me. A wildfire of heat raced through me, and my breath caught. A smile broke over my face, and then tapered away as I sent my reply with nervous fingers. Not too late. A pause, then,
"See you soon."
And I knew he meant it. I stayed in my sundress. I was on the couch, trying in vain to read, but the anticipation sent tingles down my limbs and made it hard to concentrate. The rain had come again, a last hurrah, but gentle this time. It tapped on the glass, and the wind whispered in the trees instead of howling like before. At 2:15, Nikolai came back. He knocked at the door. "Come in," I said softly. He strode in carrying the harsh scents of smoke, liquor, and the gentler smell of warm summer rain with him. He shut the door and stood before me, motorcycle helmet in hand, staring at me. The rain glistened and rolled like mercury over the black of his leather jacket and dampened his dark hair to black. The blue of his eyes was like the hottest part of a flame, radiating desire. Pure, unfiltered want. I'd never had a man look at me how Nick did in that moment. as if I were everything he'd ever wanted in the world, and all he had to do was come and take it. My body reacted instantly, a flush of heat, a sweet ache between my legs. "Still raining?" I said, trying to organize a coherent thought.
"Yeah, it is,"
he said, watching me. "They say the storm is going to blow over tonight," I said. "Clear skies tomorrow." He nodded.
"Tomorrow."
Tomorrow. He'd leave with the storm. The understanding passed between us, giving us permission to have this night. One last night. "So," I said, slowly setting my book on the coffee table. "How was the game?"
"I won,"
Nick said, his voice almost a growl. His eyes swept up and down my body, and I could feel where they landed on me. My bare legs tucked under me. The flimsy summer dress I wore. My breasts were outlined against the material because I'd neglected to wear a bra. "So it was a good night?" I said. "You got lucky?"
"It's not luck. I win when I want to win."
"Every time?" I unfolded my legs, then spread them slightly.
"Yeah."
Nick's gaze was intent on my thighs.
"Every fucking time."
His heated words tore through me like a current. I inched my dress up to show him more, my entire body screaming for him. His eyes widened, nostrils flared. He dropped his motorcycle helmet, stripped off his jacket, and crossed my small living room in 3 long strides. In front of me, he dropped to his knees and shoved my legs apart. "Oh God," I breathed, shocked and relieved, both. "Yes." His hand slid up my thighs and came back down with my thong. It stretched to the point of breaking around my spread knees, and Nick tore it off me and flung it away. "I'm going to go broke replacing underwear," I said, my heart pounding now.
"Then stop wearing them,"
Nick said. His hand slipped back under my dress, gripped my hips, and hauled me to the edge of the couch, my dress riding up. I fell back with a sigh, as another flush of heat swept through me. With a final, lust-ridden glance at me, Nick thrust my knees further apart and bent his head to me. A cry tore out of me at the first touch of his mouth between my legs. His tongue relentless and hard from the start, his mouth sucking, teeth grazing. I reached up with both hands and gripped the top of the couch, holding on for dear life as Nick's mouth worked over my most sensitive flesh, with a hunger that stole my breath. My body tensed, then bucked. Nonsense sounds and words fell from my lips. My eyes fluttered, stars bursting behind closed lids as the first orgasm ripped through me.
"So sweet,"
Nick said, his voice rumbling against me.
"So fucking sweet."
His words were like a whip, driving me to higher highs, even before the first climax began to wane. I wreathed his neck with my legs, my heels digging into his back, dragging, pulling him tighter to me. Nikolai stayed with my bucking hips and kept his mouth on me, his tongue delving. I felt delirious as the first orgasm tapered away and a second roared up in its wake. I arched my back into it, my hands releasing the couch to drop to either side of me, my palms pressed into the cushions, offering myself to him. Oh, God, Nick. My body tensed as the climax shuddered through me. And I collapsed on the couch, my head rolling against the back, my legs going slack on his shoulders. Waves of warm pleasure rolled through me, and I sucked in sweet draughts of air as Nick gently set my shaking legs down. He sat on his heels, looking as satisfied as I felt, and I watched with a tired, heated fascination as his tongue, that had worked such incredible magic on me, rolled slowly over his lower lip. "Oh my God," I said. "If this is what happens when you have a good night at the tables."
"I'd have done the same thing had I lost," he said. "But I never lose."
"Never?" He ignored that, his eyes raking over my body.
"I spent the entire game winning and wanting you. Wanting you so fucking bad."
"You did?"
"I did."
He rose to his feet, pulling me with him. His gaze never wavered from mine as he lifted me up to carry me to the bed. "Are you going to throw me over your shoulder like a caveman?" I asked, lacing my arms around his neck.
"You want me to?"
he asked. I grinned, shrugged one shoulder. That's one for the bucket list. But my place was too small. We were already at my bed. He set me down, stripped my dress off, and then I became lost in him, a delirious tangle of arms and legs, biting kisses, and his hands. God, Nick's hands were everywhere. My entire awareness became only the sensations he created in me, and the fierce desire to create the same for him. At last, he collapsed on top of me, where I melted into the bed, satiated and heavy, and every part of me thrumming. I held Nick close, my fingers sunk deep into the damp hair at the back of his head, our breaths gusting out of us like bellows. Who are you? Who the hell was this man who could turn me on with a look? He exuded danger like a vapor, and yet I felt completely safe with him. His body was attuned to mine in a way I couldn't understand. Nick started to lift off of me, but I held him tight. Stay. Stay here.
"I can't,"
he said, the words sounding like they weighed 1,000 pounds.
I'm too heavy."
I held him as he shifted a little, so that his left side was mostly on the bed. But I hooked my leg over his hip and pressed close to keep us joined. He buried his face in my neck, his breath hot and short on my neck until he caught it. Then he exhaled. His body expanded under my arms with a sigh. "Tell me something, Nick," I said, settling myself over his chest, his hand playing in my hair.
"Tell you what?"
"Anything? Something about you? Something I can keep after you go." He shifted beneath me. I turned to rest my cheek on his chest, looking at him. "Tell me about your art," I asked. "Where did you learn to draw?" He shrugged.
"Don't know. Just did it. Painted mostly. I liked working with bright colors."
"Do you still paint?" He shook his head once.
"No."
"You're very talented," I said. "You don't do it anymore? Besides cocktail napkins?"
"The last time I touched a brush was in high school, but
But
I got sick. I was in the hospital for a long time. When I got out, I didn't want to paint anymore.
an ache bloomed in my heart. I'm sorry. I was going to ask what he'd been sick with, but bit the words back.
What about you?
Nick asked slowly.
What did you want to be? A gardener? A baker?
No, I said, the ache flowering into something barbed and sharp. I wanted to be a kindergarten teacher.
But now you don't?
I turned my head the other way to watch the rain streak the window, like tears. I still do. I squeezed my eyes shut. Maybe someday. But Costa Rica comes first. Once I'm there and get settled, I can decide how I want everything else to be. The old pain tried to take deeper root, and I braced myself for another question. Stupid of me to even start this conversation. Why had I asked about something so personal? He was leaving, and I couldn't talk about my own dreams. They were shattered and gone. But Nick didn't speak. His hand found my hair again, his fingers winding and unwinding, stroking the lengths and letting them fall. The old ache faded away under his silence and his touch. I slept with him under me, warm and solid and unwavering. When I next woke, the rain had stopped. The wind quieted. The storm was over. In the silence, Nick raised his head to look at me, his blue eyes full of unspoken thoughts, mirroring my own. Stay, I wanted to say again, but the word was caught in my throat, trapped by fear and tangled in 100 emotions, none of which I trusted to be real. I can't, Nick said. Not with words, but in the pain that edged every beautiful feature of his face. I knew, somehow, he had his own unconfessed secrets that were going to take him out of Savannah and away from me, more urgently than any duty to his job. Nick kissed me softly, then harder, and we again gave in to mindless want and heat, to greedy touches that left us sweaty and breathless, and were satiated for only a handful of minutes before reaching for each other again. We spent our last hours together in a desperate clutch, until finally falling into a stupor of spent ecstasy. Neither of us slept. Morning light streamed in clear and gold from a cloudless sky that was an empty canvas painted bright blue. The heat had already begun to seep in. Nick stirred and then silently moved to sit at the edge of the bed. Coffee? I asked. He slumped, his muscled ink shoulders rounding.
I should go.
He should, because this is my house. My rules. For 2 years, those rules were my only defense against the aftermath of Steve's abuse. Now, as I watched Nikolai Young pull on his jeans, I thought I could hear my ex snickering in triumph. Nick finished dressing. I slipped on my silky robe and walked him to the door.
My route takes me up the East Coast, and then back down this way,
he said, drawing on his jacket. He yanked at the sleeves, not looking at me.
You going to be around in a few months?
My heart clanged a heavy beat from within the cage of my ribs. I don't know.
It's okay,
Nick said quickly.
I get it.
You do? I wanted to ask,
because I had 1,000 different thoughts that sent my stomach into flutters or dropped it to my knees. Blaring defensive warnings designed to protect my heart, and the whispered pleas to take a chance. One more time. Nikolai opened the door, and the humid heat of Georgia in the summer enveloped us both. He hesitated, looked as if he were going to say something, then took my face in his hands and kissed me. A deep, intense kiss that I felt in every recess of my body. Even the shadowy cracks Steve had left in my heart. Nick broke away, still holding me. His handsome features were tense, his brows furrowed.
"Okay, see you around,"
he said quickly, and let me go. "Yeah, see you," I said faintly, feeling the absence of his hands on my face like a chill. I watched him straddle his motorcycle and pull on a helmet that shielded his face from me. He revved his bike, and I knew he was watching me. I could feel his gaze all over, like a pull or yearning. He nodded once, then backed up and tore out of the parking lot. I clutched the door frame and didn't move as the last of the exhaust from his motorcycle thinned and dissipated until there was nothing left.
Part 2. The Doe. Chapter 10. Nikolai. It's not working. The treatment takes time. I feel like it's burning me out of my body. What does that mean, Nick? You see those movies where a house is on fire and a person is trapped, and the fire is getting hotter and the smoke is getting thicker, and the person has to escape but he can't? That's what it feels like. It hurts? You should be asleep during. It burns the whole time, and a headache after, so bad. Only a few more. How many? Can you sense me right now? Nick? Yes. What am I thinking? It doesn't work like that. What am I feeling? Curious? I'm always curious. That's my job. What else? You'll get mad. I won't, I promise. Like you're better than me? What does that look like? Doesn't. It smells like perfume covering up a rotten stink. And now you want to pinch my arm. When did this start, Nick? The first time? You keep asking. I don't remember. Try. I was small. How small? Papa was a giant? An angry giant? Was he the first person you sensed with the Ken? No, Mama. She was warmth on a cold day and the first bite of food when you're hungry. And your father? What was he like? Smoke, heat, burning, like a house on fire and we can't escape? Did he hurt you, Nick? Sometimes. Mostly Mama. Do you hear voices? No, I hear thoughts. Only sometimes. What's the difference? Hearing voices in your head is make-believe. The thoughts I hear are real. Now you're disappointed. I'm not getting better. I think we'll do another treatment. When? Today. No. Why? What do you want, Nick? If you had one wish. I wish Mama would look at me, touch me. She used to hug me when I was scared. I'm scared all the time. What will make her hug you again? If the Ken goes away? Bingo. That's what we want too. Okay? Nick? Okay. And then they set the house on fire and I couldn't get out. I drove the Bonneville into the Forever Sunrise Assisted Living Facility in St. Louis, Missouri. The city was breathing down my neck and my nose had leaked as I rolled into the parking lot. I wondered why the fuck I was doing this to myself. I'd left Fiona, and an inexplicable deep ache sank into my heart and wouldn't let go. A vague, pathetic wish to be with the only other person on the planet who gave a shit whether I lived or died. Except Ma hasn't looked at you for longer than 3 seconds in more than 10 years. But here I was, like one of those dumb bastards who keep stepping up to the table even though the house has him beat. I signed in the visitor's log, trying desperately to ignore the lives around me, flickering at the end of their wicks. Once, during a visit, someone had died. I'd felt their life snuff out, leaving only a little wisp of smoke behind. I'd barely made it to the bathroom in time to vomit. I went upstairs to my mother's room and knocked, then opened the door. Her place resembled more a hospital room than a residence. She lay on the bed, her head turned to the window, looking frail and gaunt, as if even the sheets over her body were weighing her down. "Hey, Ma," I said. She didn't look at me, but she knew I was there. I moved to sit beside her, took her hand in mine. It felt like lighter than last time, and dry and thin as rice paper. The Ken showed me a muddled mirage of scattered thoughts and memories. A flash of my father's face, twisted in rage, and the sting of his backhand that whipped her head to the side. My jaw tingled, and I dropped her hand. "Nikolai," my mother said on an exhale, then squeezed her eyes shut against me. That felt like a slap in the face, too. "How have you been, Ma?" "Nothing." "They treating you right?" The clock ticked on the bedside table. "You need anything?" A strange, prickly cloud materialized around her, like a swarm of bees, and she looked at me, her dark eyes suddenly sharp and clear. "What I need? I tell you what I don't need. The curse. Why you bring it to me?" she demanded. "It's worse now, da? It's darkened your skin and you stick yourself with metal." "Okay, Ma." "Those doctors, they were no good. They let you out and you come here, bring the curse with you to me. A sick old lady." My jaw clenched. "I'm your son. Bah." She shook her head on the pillow, her brittle hair like a nest around her head, and then her eyes widened in a sudden panic. My son, where is my son?" She wailed, her lucidity slipping away like a flipped switch, leaving her frantic. "My sweet little boy is gone, gone." An orderly strode in with a condescending smirk on his face. "Okay, Mrs. Young, there. Getting a little upset, are we?" He shot me a look, his eyes flickering over my tattoos. I rose from the chair. "I'm going. Don't know why I bother." The orderly agreed without saying a word. My mother was still shaking her head, murmuring in Russian, her eyes closed, lips pressed together. Her memories were filled with me as a boy, before the Ken. Her hugging me, laughing with me as we played under the sprinklers in the backyard under a hot Texas sun, kissing my cheek at bedtime and telling me not to worry. Papa wouldn't stay mad for long, and besides, we have each other, don't we? Those days are long fucking gone, I told myself. Why do you do this to yourself? This is the last visit. I stopped at the door to my mother's room, wishing with everything I had I could go inside the memories my mother was living in and live in them with her. "Bye, Ma," I said. "I'll see you soon." I drove out of town to the outskirts and found a motel. Yet another shit motel in the long string of shit motels in my life. I sat on the bed and held my head in my hands. Now what? I lay back on the stiff bed and stared at the ceiling. A pale yellow water stain colored one corner. That was real. I saw it with my eyes. Through the Ken, a black ichor of pain and misery seeped through the wall like a spreading ink stain. The occupant of the room next to mine was on the verge, too. Maybe he had a gun or a bunch of pills, or maybe he had a motorcycle that tended to veer toward oncoming traffic and visions of being mercifully splattered all over the road. Anything to end the pain. Anything to end the goddamn Ken. "Fiona," I whispered to no one. "Tough shit." No one answered back. She was moving out of the damn country. She had a plan and didn't include giving some desperate freak a fix or whatever it was she had that kept the onslaught of life at bay. Made it bearable. Made it livable. She made life livable. The inexplicable peace Fiona had given me seemed like a memory, one that I was remembering wrong. It felt impossible that she stilled the voices and washed the sour tastes out of my mouth with her sweet kiss. She was beautiful and sexy, and sleeping with her had been hotter than it had been with any other woman in my life. Ever. She was an infatuation, not a miracle. Except that the peace I'd felt was real no matter what I tried to tell myself, and made the Ken that much harder to take. And beyond her peace, I couldn't stop thinking about her beauty and smile, and the inherent goodness of her. I jerked up off the bed and took a shower, then dressed in a black t-shirt and jeans. The cure for forgetting Fiona, I thought with a desperate hope, lay between the legs of another woman. The motel had no one manning the front desk to tell me where the local action was, but Somerville was small. I rode to downtown and found a little jazz bar. It wasn't as loud as the dance club I wanted, but it was packed with people. The snare drum, sax, and piano worked in concert to dull the throbbing cacophony of life, and the dim light helped to calm the Ken that insisted on showing me the colored mists and halos of everyone around me. I shouldered my way to the bar, next to a brunette with a reddish glow around her. She wore a tight black dress that showed her cleavage, and I tasted pepper on my tongue when she turned on her stool to give me an appraising glance. "Hi there." Her gaze traveled up my arms, following the trails of ink, to my piercings and then to my eyes. "I'm Lydia." She offered her hand, and the entire night played out in my mind in an instant. I buy her a drink or two, watch the low-grade heat of her interest flare to full-blown fire, and then when I know she's ready, we go to her place or my motel and I fuck her senseless. Or rather, I try to fuck her until I'm senseless. It doesn't happen. Her orgasms swamp my own until all I can see or feel or taste is her getting off. I roll off of her immediately, use the summer heat as an excuse for keeping to my side of the bed. She falls asleep. I take off. Even if it's my own goddamn motel room, I pack up and leave and hit the road and do it all over again some other night, in some other town. Lydia's eyebrows rose, and she dropped her hand that had been hovering in the air between us into her lap, like a bird that had been shot out of the sky. "Hello. Penny for your thoughts?" I jerked my gaze to her and blinked. Lydia. She was dark and red, chocolate, spice, and velvet. Any man would be drooling to take her home. Fiona was soft and sweet, and when I kissed her, the world dissolved like spun sugar on my tongue. I turned to leave the club with Lydia's weirdo tossed at me like a parting shot. It bounced off of me and I hit the street, racing back to the motel. I packed up my belongings, checked out, and settled on the road by 11 p.m. As the road flew by, my mind spun in circles. If I went on like this, something was going to give. I didn't just sense that guy in the motel room next to mine. I was him. Take a few weeks, that's all. A break. And then you leave her alone. A plan formed immediately. Win some money. Enough to live off of for a few weeks. Hang out with her and just be. Use her, you mean? Dig deep into her personal pain and dark shadows while you take what you need from her, like a psychic vampire, and then watch her go? Great fucking plan. I slowed the Bonneville and pulled over. Fuck. I killed the engine. Fuck. I climbed off and ripped at my helmet and hurled it to the ground. Fuck. I screamed it to the night sky, my thoughts and memories filled with her smile, her sense of humor, her fearlessness, and her kindness that radiated pink light, like her hair must look under the sunshine. But she'd been fucked over and had to protect herself. When I'd said goodbye, I'd felt equal parts reluctance to see me go and a grudging pride that she'd kept her end of the bargain. He, whoever that asshole was, had stolen something from her, and though I couldn't see what, I knew it left Fiona afraid to trust a man ever again. Can you blame her? I grabbed my helmet from where it had rolled in the dirt. Plan scrapped. Fuck it. I'd find another poker game in another town. The helmet dangled in my hand by the strap. And then I was that guy in the room with a gun and nothing left in the tank. Or nothing but brains and guts splattered all over the road after the Bonneville crossed the yellow lines. Or I disappeared. She's my last chance. Hope flowed through me like cool water, washing away the blood-stained visions of my future. I put the helmet back on and turned the bike around on the 2-lane road, back the way I had come. Back to the shabby motel at the edge of town. I parked the Bonneville at the entry and ran inside the dinky-ass lobby. My body went still, listening and looking, the Ken stretching out like a voice calling a name. He answered. I blinked in surprise and jerked in a gasp of air. I'd never done that before. Never controlled the Ken because I didn't know it was mine to control. Another goddamn plot twist. Hurriedly, my gaze darted around and landed on a pad of paper and pen on the motel's version of a concierge desk. I scribbled a hasty note, nothing professional or clinical. One soul reaching out to another with the first words that came to mind. Sleep on it. See another sunrise. Ask for help. I ran up to the room next to the one I'd vacated earlier and tucked it under the door. Maybe it would help, maybe it wouldn't, but it was all I could do. I hit the road again, this time east, at 3 a.m, toward Jacksonville, Florida. The idea of contending with another big city made me nauseated, but aside from Atlantic City, which was too far, Jacksonville had the biggest casino with the highest stakes. I had a couple grand to play with and needed to parlay it into something I could live off of. I was going to live, not exist. Unless Fiona tells you to fuck off. That was my deal. I'd stay if Fiona took mercy on me, and if not... I squeezed the throttle and the motorcycle tore through the remnants of the night and into the first light of morning. The highway was a dark snake with yellow stripes down its back. Endless. They glowed when the headlight of my Bonneville hit them, taking me into one more sunrise.
Chapter 11. Fiona.
Fee, you still with us?
I blinked and lifted my chin out of my hand, where it had been resting on the register desk at Garden City Greens. Sorry, yes. I was just... thinking. Opal pursed her lips.
Something tells me you weren't pondering where to put the order of extra zinnias that just came in.
That's exactly what I was thinking about, as a matter of fact, I said with a small smile. I straightened and brushed my hands down the front of my overalls. I'm having some very deep thoughts about shelving. Opal gave me a soft look that belied the wry twist in her lips, and left me at the register while she helped a customer. She'd already given me the 3rd degree about Nikolai, but there wasn't much to tell. He'd hit the road, as planned, and I was moving to Costa Rica, as planned. Life had resumed its course, after a slight detour. Except, I couldn't stop thinking about that 3-day detour. It invaded my thoughts every minute of my life. My body remembering Nick's heated touches, and my heart holding tight to the surprising glimpses of his humor, and the way his blue eyes warmed whenever he looked at me. I never should have gone to the club that night. I sighed and rested my chin back onto the heel of my right hand. My fingers on the left made little trails in the dusting of soil on the table. Earlier, a customer had purchased a croton plant with broad, shiny green leaves, marbled with red and yellow striations. A little bit of its dirt had spilled as the customer had set it on the counter. Crotons were my favorite, and I thought Costa Rica must be filled with them. Whenever a customer bought one, my spirits lifted, reminding me how close I was to seeing for myself if that was true. Now, the vibrant colors I imagined in Costa Rica were washed out. as if someone had taken the brilliant photo I had pinned to the wall of my imagination and laid a dull tint over it. My shift ended at 4 o'clock, and Opal gave me another one of her looks as I readied to head out.
"Any big plans tonight?"
she asked carefully, rifling through receipts at the register. "Yes," I said, shouldering my embroidered canvas bag that served as my purse. "Lemony and I are going to eat homemade brownies and watch Sex and the City reruns until dawn." Opal smiled faintly.
Sounds enthralling.
I sighed and crossed my arms over my Garden City Greens apron. "Go ahead. Say it." My friend was too direct to pretend like she didn't know what I was talking about. And maybe I want to hear it.
You're 23, and yet I never hear you mention hanging out with friends.
She held up a hand.
Flings with tattooed strangers aside, I'm talking about you. Being young, having fun, going to parties, doing what the young people do.
"I have friends," I said slowly. "Griff and Nate. And you."
I am your friend, and I love you to pieces. But the only reason we know each other is because you work with me. Griff and Nate are your friends, but they were your neighbors first.
I shrugged, tucked a lock of hair behind my ear, my gaze cast to the ground. "It's just how it is right now for me." Opal sighed.
I know, honey.
She dropped her voice.
And now that I know more about Steve, the angrier I get. If he were here, I'd put his balls in a sling.
"I don't doubt it."
But I can see it now, Opal said. How you've cut yourself off. And I'm just afraid that Costa Rica is a really monumental step toward disappearing altogether.
I raised my head, tried to find a smile. "That's the plan." Opal's gaze was hard and soft at the same time.
Have you called Nick? She asked. Have you even thought about it?
Only every other minute.
I think you have,
Opal said, before I could answer.
And I think you should. Or better yet, postpone your move and call one of the counselors I know. Talk to them, honey.
She fished a card out of her wallet and pressed it into my hand.
I don't want you to disappear.
In my apartment, Lemony Snicket cheeped a greeting from the window as I came in. It was nearly 5, but the sun wasn't even thinking about setting. I watched the sunlight glint on Lemony's yellow feathers and the faux gold bars of his cage. "Costa Rica is the right thing to do, isn't it?" I asked. I still want it. I want those beaches and the mountains and the beautiful jungle. But now, I don't want to be alone. Which was stupid, since that was the whole point of moving to Costa Rica in the first place. "Damn it, this sucks," I said, tears filling my eyes and spilling over. I swiped them away angrily. "I'm stronger than I look, aren't I?" Lemony cocked his head and hopped from one bar to the next, his little wings only fluttering, not expanding, not stretching and catching a current, not flying. I dropped onto the couch and opened my laptop that was on the coffee table. In the Google search bar, I only had to type the first letter of the name, and it autofilled. The article from the Duluth Courier was the same as it had been last I checked. No updates. No new news. "She just disappeared," I murmured. I switched over to my email. It was filled with the usual junk. The only personal message was from Claudia Oreya, my contact in Costa Rica, who was helping me to secure a work visa at an animal shelter in the little town of San Josecito in Uvita. Well, I told Opal, Griff, and Nate, and now Nick, that I was moving. The only person on Earth who knew exactly where in Costa Rica was Claudia. From Claudia Araya at migracion.gov.cr. To Fiona Starling, FionaStar357 at gmail.com. Sent Friday, June 1st, 9:19 a.m. Subject: Almost here. Buenos dias, mi dulce niña. I've attached a few listings as potential residences for you, all close enough to the town center for you to ride a bicycle, as requested. The animal sanctuary requires an address with proof of a signed lease, and then we can submit the entire package to the Embajada for final approval and visa issuance. I know picking a house sight unseen is less than ideal, but after 1 year, the lease is up, and you will be free to choose your own forever home, as you Americans like to call it. Please let me know which of the attached you feel might be suitable to rent. Fill out the application, and I will forward both to Sylvie at the Realty Agency. I hope you're brushing up on your Spanish. Muy atentamente, Claudia. I clicked through the listings for 3 secluded little houses tucked into the jungle greenery. They were all one-bedroom homes with beach views to the west, rounded green mountains to the east, and a jungle wildlife refuge just north. Perfect, I said. And it was. But I couldn't get the word to stick. I dug through my bag and found the business card of the therapist Opal recommended, and set it next to Nick's business card on the coffee table, both next to my open laptop. 3 choices, 3 roads to take, 2 of which were detours from my carefully constructed escape plan. My fingers reached out and landed on the plain, creased card with Nick's number on it. I miss him. It's okay to admit that, isn't it? There was no answer. Even Steve's poisonous commentary had gone silent, as if to drive home the fact that the choice of which road to take was mine, and mine alone. I shut my laptop without replying to Claudia, or calling either number, and flopped down onto my bed. My bed felt 10 times bigger and wider than ever before. I burrowed my face into the pillow and inhaled deeply, but Nikolai Alexei Young was long gone. He was gone, and he'd taken something with him. Some piece of the foundation that left the entire structure wobbly. I'm fine. This is stupid, I said, surprised and a little pissed off to find myself on the verge of tears again. The apartment walls were thin. I heard Griff's hearty, bellowing laughter from the other side of my kitchen. I grabbed my phone and shot Nate a text. You guys around? Watching a flick in 10, Nate texted back. Come over? I bit my lip. Don't want to crash a hot date. Hot date is tomorrow night. Tonight it's Al Pacino and pizza. Come over. You sure? Price of admission. Fees, famous, brownies. Deal. We'll hold the movie. Heart emoji. Heart emoji. I let out a shaky sigh. I could envision Steve's condescending smirk. I busied myself mixing flour, chocolate, and sugar, eggs, and butter. 40 minutes later, I had a hot pan and 2 mitts and was standing in front of apartment number 5. I elbowed the doorbell, and Griff answered, in plaid pajama pants and a wife-beater. He was a fit guy who spent every morning before work at the law firm at the gym on 5th, but his arms looked less toned than I'd remembered, and pale without a drop of ink. Oh, stop it. Fee, Griff said. Those smell heavenly.
Come in, love.
Thanks for having me, I said, in a small voice. I hurried past him and set the brownies down on the kitchen counter. These have to cool. Griff frowned.
You okay?
She's having epic sex withdrawals.
Nate waved from the couch.
Fiona, darling, come sit. Tell Uncle Nate all about it.
I'm not having sex withdrawals, I muttered.
Tattooed biker boy withdrawals.
No, I'm fine, I said, plopping down on the couch. I'm fine. Griff sat on the other side of me, and I felt concerned looks pass over my head. Without a word, Nate took my hand in his, and Griff put his arm around me. What's the flick? I asked, before they could ask me anything else.
Dog day afternoon, Nate said. Griff, honey, would you?
Got it, Griff said, and reached for the remote. We watched Al Pacino's bank heist go from bad to worse, and stuffed our faces with pizza and brownies. I sat wedged between them, buffered by their love for each other, and feeling more and more lonely as the night went on. My friends touched one another, a hand squeeze or a brush of fingers, as plates were passed or drinks were poured. Little brushes of familiarity and affection that were as natural to them as eating. It was beautiful to watch. But every time Nate finished one of Griff's sentences, or when Griff handed Nate a napkin just as Nate opened his mouth to ask, my heart ached a little bit more.
Chris Sarandon in a bathrobe,
Griff said as the actor came on screen.
Here we go,
Nate said, and they both quoted along with the movie.
Reds, blues, uppers, downers, screamers.
The movie passed through me without me seeing it. The dialogue morphed to a lone voice in my head, repeating the same line over and over. I wanted what they had. I wanted inside jokes and casual touches that said, I'm here with you. I wanted someone who knew me so well he could finish my sentences, or knew when to say nothing at all. I wedged myself deeper between my friends, my cheek resting on Griff's shoulder and Nate tucked against me. By the time the movie ended, Griff had fallen asleep. I nudged Nate. His smile when he looked at his husband was warm and free of prickly edges.
Baby's all tuckered out, Nate whispered. Carbs work on him the way Valium works on me.
I extracted myself from the couch, and Nate walked me to the door.
Thanks for the brownies, he said. They were bakery-worthy, as usual.
Thanks for the company, I said, and kissed his cheek. He pulled me in close.
I know we're no match for Mr. Young, but...
Oh, hush. Love you. See you tomorrow.
Fee.
I slipped out of his embrace. Good night, Nate.
Sweet dreams, Fiona,
he called softly. I ducked out and went back to my place that was so much smaller than Nate and Griff's one bedroom. And stale. Quiet. Empty. I fell into a fitful sleep, filled with strange dreams about a road at night, and a man kneeling next to a dark shape in the rain. Sunlight streamed over my eyes. I blinked awake, reaching for the dream, but it slipped away the more I came awake. My glance landed on the clock. Shit!
You're late,
Marco, the stock boy, said as I rushed into the back room of Garden City Greens to throw on my apron. He gave me a perplexed look.
You're never late.
First time for everything, I said with a tight smile. But after my hurried arrival, my shift dragged. I idled all morning, then played catch-up all afternoon under soaring temperatures and humidity that felt like 99%. This is bullshit, I muttered in the stockroom. I tossed a 20-pound bag of topsoil onto a wheelbarrow to take to the grounds, sweat and grime streaking my face. I swiped the back of my gloved hand over my brow and grabbed another bag. I had a plan. No, I have a plan. I don't need this aggravation.
You're not as strong as you look after all,
Steve sneered. I dumped the bag on the pile and lost my balance. My boots tangled and I landed on my ass onto a short stack of 50-pound bags. Hot tears stung my eyes. Steve is right. I wasn't strong. I'd let another man into my world and he'd completely rearranged it. Nikolai infiltrated every thought. My body remembered every intense, physical moment we'd had. And my mind replayed, over and over, how a sudden smile at something I'd said would bloom over his face, as if it had been a long time and he'd just remembered how.
So call him,
came another thought, this one wearing Opal's voice. But what good would that do? Nick had a job that kept him on the road all year, and I had a plan. I was stuck, unable to go back and undo those 3 nights, and unable to let them go. Maybe I don't want to let them go. Or him. But I did. I let him go, I whispered, as a tear dripped off the end of my nose to darken a spot on my coveralls.
Hey?
Marco said from the door. He wore the uncertain look of a teenage boy when confronted with feminine emotion.
You okay?
I hurriedly wiped my eyes with the rough canvas gardening gloves I wore that no doubt left more streaks of grime across my cheeks. Yeah, fine. It's hot as an oven in here. I sniffed and stood up, resumed my work.
Miss Crawford wants you to get on the register while she takes a call from a wholesaler,
Marco said, stepping into the stockroom.
I got this.
Thanks. On my way out, I glanced down at my sweaty, disheveled, dirt-streaked appearance. I'm a total mess. Inside and out. A middle-aged woman was already at the register, waiting to pay for a box of puffy white alyssums and a trowel. Hi, sorry. I hurriedly slipped behind the register. You have pink hair and a green thumb, eh? The customer commented. She raised her brows at my dirt-smudged overalls. Yeah, I said, with a short, polite laugh. I throw myself into my work. The woman paid with cash. I reached my hand out to give her the change, and Nikolai Young appeared at the entrance to the shop. My eyes took inventory, like an instant photograph. Nick, in jeans, a black t-shirt, boots, his black leather jacket hooked on a finger and slung over his shoulder. Brilliant sunlight glinting off the silver barbs in his ears. My heart stuttered at the sudden joy that blossomed there. Nikolai. My hand holding the customer's change opened after completing only half of its journey across the table, and a small cascade of quarters, nickels, and dimes rained onto the wood table, where they bounced and rolled. The sound jolted me. Oh, shit. Sorry, I told the customer. And sorry for saying shit. Gah, I did it again. Nikolai strode forward to help, and the 3 of us bent to retrieve the coins that had fallen to the floor. I straightened quickly, staring at Nick through the pink locks of my hair that had escaped my loose ponytail. A short silence fell. The customer stood between Nick and me with a bemused smile. I'll just leave you 2 alone. She hefted her tray of little white flowers and headed out. Have a nice day, I murmured faintly. My eyes glued to Nick. Was he this beautiful 2 weeks ago? Impossible. Nick ran a hand through his short brown hair.
Sorry to just show up,
What are you doing here? I asked, suddenly conscious of every streak of dirt on my cheeks and clothes, and the sweat that beaded my skin. Gods of deodorant, please don't fail me now. Fiona! Opal materialized next to me, making me jump. Are you going to introduce me to your friend? My cheeks flushed pink. She knew perfectly well who my friend was. Sure, yes. Opal Crawford, this is Nikolai Young. A real pleasure, Opal said, extending her hand. They shook hands, and I saw Nick's jaw muscle tick when his skin touched hers. You're staring too hard. But I couldn't drag my gaze from every nuance of Nick's face. His broad mouth that had lit fires across my skin, and his strong jaw covered with faint stubble that had burned me so deliciously with his raw kisses. Opal elbowed me in the side. Fiona? I blinked. Sorry, what? I was just telling Nick that you have the day off tomorrow. Opal stared at me hard, her eyebrows practically vanishing into her hair. In case he wasn't in town long, I just thought. Opal, I said through gritted teeth. Awkward tension hung in the air as thick as the humidity. Nick glanced at Opal and then back at me.
Can we talk for a minute? Privately?
Yeah, sure, I said, willing my pounding heart to slow down. Follow me. I shot Opal a parting glare and then led Nick out onto the grounds, to walk in silence amid the rows of potted trees and banks of flowers. The sun blazed down, its heat trapped in the sticky air. We reached the succulents and cacti, toward the back end of the grounds, and Nick stopped beside a cluster of dark purple and green succulents in a large clay pot on the table. He let his fingers trail over the thick, fleshy leaves that fanned out like an open artichoke and ended in a barbed hook. It felt as though Nick was observing me intently, even with his eyes still on the plant. That's an echeveria, I said into the silence. We have many varieties, but that one. I nodded at the purple and green plant. They call it the Black Prince.
Oh, yeah?
Nick asked, raising his eyes to me. Yeah, I said faintly. You came back. It was supposed to have been a question, but the words had rearranged themselves and came out sounding more like a sigh of relief. It felt good to look at him again. To be looked at by him.
Yeah, I did,
Nick said.
I was wondering if we could hang out tomorrow. Go somewhere and talk.
We can talk now, I said.
No, I mean really talk.
Oh, I said. My heart stopped, then tripped over itself to catch up. What about?
About a change of plans,
Nick said, his voice heavy.
I'm tired of the road. Just damn exhausted.
I know you are, I said softly, remembering Nick's arms around my waist and his forehead resting against my stomach, saying those words into the center of me. We're doing this backwards. He's a stranger, and yet we've already shared so much. His glance went past me, to the parking lot at the far end.
So, I was thinking of taking a break.
You are? A surge of happiness lifted me up, followed immediately by a confusion of uncertainty. Like a hand squashing me down.
Yeah,
Nick said.
I want to take you out tomorrow and talk about it.
Okay, I said slowly. Sure, if you want to.
No, Fiona,
Nick said, his voice low.
If you want to.
Steve had never asked me what I wanted to do, or how I felt, or even my opinion on anything. Nick's simple gesture felt like a precious gift. Be smart here, I warned myself. Remember what happened last time you let a man in. I straightened to my full height, level with Nick's shoulder. Yeah, okay. To talk, right?
Right,
Nick said.
just to talk. I'll pick you up at your place. Tomorrow at 10?
10 in the morning?
Yeah, I was thinking we could spend the day together.
A small smile touched his lips.
I heard you had the day off.
Despite my attempts to hold myself back, a laugh burst out of me. You heard right. I tucked a lock of hair behind my ear. You must have a lot to talk about. Nick's lips drew down.
Yeah, I do.
Talking is good. Maybe this is what you need to get unstuck. Sort out all these feelings. I felt myself nod. 10 is fine.
Cool.
We headed back to the front where Nick said brief goodbyes to Opal and Marco, who'd joined her, and he roared out of the parking lot on his motorcycle.
So, that was Nick,
Opal said, trying to look innocent and failing miserably. That was Nick, I said.
Who is Nick?
Marco asked, looking between the two of us. A mistake? A possibility? A bad idea? A fling? A friend, I said absently.
I thought your friend was on the road over the next 6 months,
Opal said. I bit back a smile. He had a change of plans. Chapter 12. Fiona. The next morning, I was up with the first light, unable to lie around for another minute. The night before, my mind turned over and over the prospect of having Nikolai in my life. Because wasn't that what he wanted to talk about? Him taking a break from the road to settle in Savannah or Garden City? And if not, why bother finding me? My old protective instincts rallied, and I'd composed a speech in which I told him thanks, but no thanks. I had a plan to keep and didn't need the distraction. Then I tossed to the other side of the bed, and my speech fell apart under memories of his kisses and strong arms around me that made me feel safe.
He used you for sex, dummy,
Steve reminded me. The jibe didn't sting, because I used Nick right back. More than that, beneath the strong physical connection that consumed us, Nick held me in his cool, blue-eyed gaze, as if I were the answer to a question he'd been asking himself for a long time. And he's a billion times better in the sack than you could ever hope to be, Steve-o. Steve shut up after that. My thoughts had kept churning and twisting until I finally fell into an exhausted, fitful sleep. And the dream came again. A darkened road, and a man standing over a dark shape on the ground. Car headlights splashed yellow against the pouring rain, like a spotlight on a silver curtain. The man turned. The alarm blared like a horn, and I was wide awake. I showered, then put on baggy cargo pants and a salmon-colored tank top. Not romantic or pretty in any way, because this wasn't a date. It was a talk, and nothing else. I ate a quick breakfast while the clock ticked closer to 10. Is this a huge mistake? I asked Lemony. What can come of this? I'm going to Costa Rica. A knock came at the door, and I realized I wanted to open that door more than I wanted to keep it shut. I'm going to hear Nick out. Have a good time with him. Find the sunshine. I opened the door with a smile on my face.
You're quite punctual, Nikolai Alexei.
It's my best quality,
he said. He wore his leather jacket, jeans, boots, and a plain t-shirt in deep blue that made his eyes look like sapphires. He hefted a motorcycle helmet up between us.
Have you ever ridden?
My eyes widened. No, never.
Is it on your bucket list?
I looked up at the ceiling, tapping my finger to my chin. It is now. I grabbed my bag and locked the door behind me to step out into the June heat that was already thick, though the sky was overcast. Where are we going? I asked.
I thought we'd take a drive down the coast, find a beach, and have lunch.
Weren't you trying to take a break from the road?
My road trips involve sitting around dingy cellars and basements at night, playing poker with a bunch of cigar-smoking bank managers,
Nick said.
I don't do much sightseeing.
We arrived at his motorcycle, and my heart thudded, kicked by nerves.
I won't go fast,
Nick said, then smiled.
Unless you want me to.
How will you know if I'm having the time of my life, or if I'm scared shitless?
I'll know,
Nick said, his expression unreadable. Then he added quickly,
We'll have a system. Squeeze me once to slow down or stop, twice to go faster.
I nodded, my heart still clanging madly, though now I wasn't sure if it was from adrenaline or the idea of having my arms wrapped around Nick.
The beach I scoped out is a 40-minute ride. If that's too long, or if riding's just not for you, we'll do something else, okay?
My heart warmed at his gentle consideration. Sounds good. But where is lunch? He nudged a boot at one of the 2 large leather bags strapped on either side of his motorcycle, around the back wheel. You packed us a lunch? Nick pursed his lips.
Is it hard?
No, it's just thoughtful.
It's not all that thoughtful, he said. It's store-bought.
It's still thoughtful. He smiled and took up his helmet, which was black and scraped by wind from months or years of riding. The one in my hand was shiny blue with white stripes. I started to pull it on when my nose was filled with something reminiscent of new car smell. Wait, I said. You bought me a helmet? Nick's eyebrows rose in confusion.
Yeah,
he said slowly.
It's the law. Not to mention, for your safety.
I swallowed down tears. Ridiculous. Get a grip. But such simple considerations from a man were completely foreign to me. But it's new, I said, when I trusted my voice not to waver. That's expensive, isn't it? He grinned.
You'd prefer a smelly old used one instead?
I guess not. But thank you.
It's nothing more than you deserve, Fiona,
Nick said, and I had the strangest certainty that he wasn't just talking about the helmet.
Shit. Your arms,
he said, his glance going to my bare skin. Self-consciousness swooped in like a vulture, and I hugged myself automatically. Nick's expression darkened, and he shook his head as if angry at himself.
No, I just meant, do you own any leather?
I'm not really a leather girl, I said. I'm more of a natural fibers, hemp and cotton hippie chick.
Here.
Nick slipped out of his leather jacket and handed it to me. I took the jacket gingerly, and my arm dropped under the weight of it. What about you?
I'll be fine,
he said. He jerked his chin.
Go on.
I slipped the leather on. Nick's jacket smelled of him, and the wind, and gasoline, and everything masculine. Thank you, Nikolai. I held my arms out to the side where his jacket flapped over my hands. It's a little big.
It works,
Nick said.
He moved to stand in front of me, so close that I could smell the clean bite of his aftershave. My eyes watched his face as he zipped the jacket up, and I swear I could hear every individual tooth as it linked to its pair. When his hand moved up my chest, a tingle spread across my shoulders and climbed my neck in a swath of red. Nick's eyes met mine with the same hungry look he'd often worn during our 3 days together. My breath caught, sure that he was going to kiss me, and that kiss would lead back to my apartment, and Nick's hands would unzip the jacket, and our road trip would be entirely forgotten.
"You're all set,"
Nick said, and turned away quickly. I sucked in a breath to cool my blood. Okay, so how does this work? Nick straddled his motorcycle and patted what was left of the black leather seat behind him.
"This is you. Once we're on the road, we can't talk to each other. I don't have a Bluetooth set up."
Your company won't spring for it? I asked, straddling the bike to sit behind him.
"Yeah, no, they wouldn't,"
Nick said. He cleared his throat.
"You ready? Remember, 1 hard squeeze to slow down, 2 to go faster."
Got it. I put on my helmet, and he put on his. Then I slowly wrapped my arms around his waist, nerves dancing all up and down my skin. I could feel every tight muscle in his abdomen through the cotton material of his shirt. Oh my God, you did a lot more than give him a hug several weeks ago, I reminded myself. A lot more. But this was different. All of this felt completely different and new.
"You ready?"
Nick shouted, his voice muffled through his helmet. I gave him a thumbs up, and then held on tight as the motorcycle engine came to life beneath us. A small cry escaped me, and my nerves turned to pure adrenaline as Nick maneuvered the bike out of the complex, out of Garden City, and onto the coastal highway. The road was a blur, and I felt like I was on a speeding roller coaster, only with no rails to keep us on track. Exhilaration tore through me like the wind, leaving me breathless. When we hit a stretch of empty road, I squeezed Nick twice, and the engine roared. I held on tight, my legs clenching around his hips so hard I knew they'd be sore as hell the next day. The road curved, and Nick expertly leaned the bike into it. A scream of half thrill, half fear escaped me, but there was no chance I was going to tell him to slow down. The gorgeous coast zipped past on our left as we headed south, and the vast blue of the Atlantic stretched out for miles to meet a horizon that disappeared into a low overlay of heavy clouds. I squeezed Nick twice again, and his chest shuddered under my arms in a laugh. He shook his head under his helmet. I laughed too, feeling more alive than I'd had since Nick was in my bed, making me feel like this with his mouth and hands and powerful body. After 40 minutes or so, Nick followed signs that took us across the highway to a zigzagging road that led east, to the ocean. He slowed the motorcycle down, and I loosened my death grip on him. We came to a secluded spot where the road ended and the beach began, with miles of smooth sand and dead and dried trees lying half buried. My imagination conjured some ancient dragon that had fallen here and burned, leaving only its charred bones behind. Nick stopped the bike and shut off the engine. I peeled myself off with a groan of stiffness and pain in my arms and thighs, and then tore off the helmet. Oh my God, that was the most incredible... Holy shit! I mean, I fought for the words and finally just shook my head.
"I wondered if it would be too long for a first ride."
Nick chuckled.
"Guess I was wrong."
I grinned. Could not have been more wrong. Nick unpacked a blanket from one of the bags on his bike. From the other, he pulled out a bag from Gigi's place, a gourmet deli in Garden City I knew well.
I hope the lunch is okay. I didn't know what you'd like.
It's fine, I said. It's lovely. Then he reached in his motorcycle bag again and pulled out a small bottle of lemonade and 2 plastic cups.
I'd rather have a beer,
he said.
But I don't want to drink while we're riding.
Thank you, I said softly. I appreciate that. He gave me a strange look, hard and soft all at once, but it felt as though the hard part wasn't meant for me. We trekked out across the beach, over soft sand, winding between the branches of the sun-charred trees. The sun played hide-and-seek behind cloud cover, and a cool breeze off the ocean kept the heat from being unbearable. A mile further south, I saw the colorful specks of people enjoying the sand and water. But here, we were secluded. A marshy bog cut off the shore to the north, and the fallen trees and another boggy inlet kept the crowd south. We were alone. The old defenses and fears climbed up from where I'd buried them and into my heart, like zombies from a grave. Why did you agree to this? You're letting him in. Nick knelt to lie out the blanket and abruptly looked up at me.
We don't have to stay,
he said.
Whatever you want.
I frowned and hugged myself. What? No. Why would you say that?
You looked doubtful.
I towed a hunk of charred wood with my canvas shoe. No, I sighed. It's really good to see you again, Nikolai. And the motorcycle ride was amazing. This picnic idea is super sweet, but what are we doing?
Just talking.
And then what? Costa Rica. That's what's next. You're going to mess up your plan.
I don't want to mess anything up for you, Fiona,
Nick said.
But I had to come back. I had to.
My gaze jerked to where he knelt in the sand. What did you say?
I said I had to come back, to talk to you.
Nick tilted his head at a place on the blanket for me to sit.
Let's eat and talk and just go from there. Okay?
I nodded slowly and brushed off the coincidence of his words matching my thoughts, and my instinctive defenses switched on, searching for signs of insincerity in Nick. But it was a silly, impossible task. I wasn't good at reading people like he was. Not by a long shot. I had to trust. And the trouble with trusting people is either you did or you didn't. There were no guarantees you'd be rewarded or punished for that trust in the end. The sun came out from under the clouds just then, warming my skin and casting a gold light over the sand. I knelt beside Nick on the blanket, and my shoulder brushed his. Okay, let's eat.
Chapter 13. Nikolai. Fiona and I ate in an easy silence, settling into being in each other's presence again. She'd kicked off her shoes and buried her feet in the sand, leaning back on her elbows, her face turned to the sun. I tried to keep from staring. She's a miracle, after all. The inexplicable calm of being in her presence hadn't been an illusion. I'd felt it standing in the entrance of the garden shop and again today. She'd wrapped her arms around me on the bike, and her peace wrapped around me just as perfectly. The relief from the onslaught of life was so profound, I didn't want to stop the motorcycle. And beneath the peace was something clean and pure and simple. I missed her. Her. Fiona. She was more beautiful than I'd remembered, with the sun shining in her pink hair and the innate goodness of her glowing almost as bright. She'd tried to dress down for this outing, wearing a tank top and baggy pants, but it didn't work on me. My eyes kept straying to the curve of her neck or the small swell of her breasts. I'd already been everywhere on her body. There was no part of her that wasn't fucking perfect. And my own body hummed like a live wire for wanting to touch her, to fuck her hard, or take her slow and deep, like she liked. And another desire, just as potent, to simply lay with my head in her lap, her fingers running through my hair while we watched the ocean in perfect silence and peace. What the hell is that? I tore my gaze from her and concentrated on pouring us each a cup of lemonade. Fiona touched her plastic cup to mine. Cheers. She sipped hers while I downed mine in one long draught and wished for something hard to deaden the bundle of nerves that had settled into my gut. So, Nick, Fiona said, set her cup down and twisted it into a groove in the sand. Tell me about your change of plans. Doesn't your company have you on a schedule? Be careful, I told myself. Don't fuck this up. I don't work for any company, I said. That's just a lie I tell people because the truth sounds pathetic or strange, or both. You don't, Fiona said slowly. She sat perfectly still and pulled away at the same time. What is the truth? I'm a grinder, I said. I play poker for a living. All that traveling I do is for the games, and when the other players ask me what I do, I tell them the same thing. I sell motorcycle parts. I don't want them to know I'm a grinder either. Fiona nodded, absorbing this. I thought your business card looked a little plain. I'm sorry I lied to you, I said. I'm sorry I have to keep lying to you. It might have bothered me more, but you tell everyone the same story? Everyone. Okay. The tension that shivered the air around her eased. I don't mind that you're a grinder, she said. It's kind of fascinating, actually. How did you get into playing poker in the first place? I glanced down, made circles in the sand with my hand, with the hoax tattoo. When I was a kid, I had emotional problems. The soft warmth of Fiona's concern wafted over me. My dad was an asshole. He couldn't deal with me, or didn't want to. Took off when I was 10. Nick, I'm so sorry. I'm glad he did. I raised my eyes to Fiona's, met her open, kind face head on, and the words fell out. He hit my mother. Not a lot, few times a year, but just once is too fucking much. Fiona recoiled in the eyes of my Ken, the darkness of him swooping over her. Anger flared in my chest, burning my own pain away in the face of hers. Did he hit you, Fiona? I'll kill the fucker. But no, the air shifted around her like a coiling snake, and I knew without knowing that his abuse of her was sinister but not violent. Tell me, Fiona. Tell me before the Ken does. But she said nothing, shut her own memories out, and waited for me to continue. And I did. I never told my story, not to anyone since my time at the hospital, but here I was spilling my guts out into Fiona's lap. My mother had immigrated to America from Moscow when she was 20, I said. She spoke more Russian than English, and when my dad took off, she was a little lost. She didn't know what to do with me. I was fucked up. Sick in the head. I flinched and turned it into a shrug. Yeah. Anyway, Ma couldn't handle it. What happened? Fiona asked softly. She took me to a bunch of psychiatrists, but none of them any good. My case was rare, they said. I spent 3 years in a shitty third-rate hospital being poked and prodded, drugged and shocked. They shocked you? Fiona asked, her eyes wide. How old were you? 14 when it started, 17 when it stopped. When I escaped. Fiona was sitting up now, her long legs crossed under her, leaning toward me. You escaped? From the hospital? The dark memories that hovered over her reached for mine. A connection. I escaped too. I blinked. Yeah, I escaped. I couldn't break out, though God knows I tried. No, I pretended I was better. I got with the program. Stopped fighting the orderlies, stopped spitting out the meds. I told them what they wanted to hear. It took 6 months, but it worked. They let me go.
You tricked them?
I read their tells, I said dryly, then shook my head. It was a cheap hospital, substandard. My mother couldn't afford a doc that might have given me real help.
So they let you go?
I smiled ruefully. Cured.
But you're not cured,
Fiona asked. No, I have severe agoraphobia and claustrophobia. Fiona's concern softened and warmed around her, spilled over to me.
Agoraphobia, that's a fear of large crowds?
I nodded.
They locked you up for that?
Being around big crowds causes panic attacks, and if they're really bad, I get visual and auditory hallucinations. I cast my gaze away from Fiona's open, trusting face. The docs said they'd never seen anything like it. Sounded good. Plausible. A digestible combination of reality and the bullshit diagnoses the docs tried to pin on me. The truth rose up in me, wanting to spill out along with my father's abuse and my mother's apathy. But Fiona would hate me if she knew what I was, and I couldn't fucking take one more person I cared about hating me for what I couldn't control.
That must have been so hard for you, Fiona was saying. But you're better now?
No, I'm on the verge. I shrugged. More or less. I avoid crowds. Being in a big city just about wrecks me.
Where does the poker fit in?
Fiona asked. Not picking fistfights with the orderlies left me with a lot of time to kill. One of the guys, Angelo, ran a game after hours. I don't sleep much, and Angelo knew it. He let me sit in on a game, and someone else thought it would be funny to let me play. But it turns out I had a knack for reading people.
Their tells,
Fiona said. Angelo told me I should do it for a living. He was kidding, but when I got out of the hospital, it was all I had. I took it.
What happened to your mom?
Fiona asked softly. She went downhill pretty quick, I said. My fingers found a small rock in the sand. Mentally and physically. She's in a home in Missouri.
Do you still see her on your road trips?
Yeah. I stop in every time, but she doesn't remember me. I sit with her and try to talk, but she just cries and babbles in Russian. I chucked the rock at a pile of seaweed 20 feet away. We aren't close.
I'm sorry, Nikolai,
Fiona said. The aura that lined her body flared brighter pink as the sweet kindness of her was seeping into my bones. She reached out to lay her hand over mine.
I'm not close to my family either,
Fiona said.
My aunt and uncle raised me, but they weren't terribly happy about it.
What happened to your parents? I asked. My hand itched to turn over and grasp hers, but she withdrew to trace lines in the sand with her finger.
My mom died when I was a baby, and my dad got sick when I was 13. Lung cancer. Took him quick.
I'm sorry, I said. She blinked hard, chasing the memories away.
I miss him. He was warm and kind, and my aunt and uncle were cold and aloof. When I turned 18, I lived up north for a while,
she said, and he was right there, so fucking close I could reach out and touch the inky black of his shadow. Fiona shivered.
I was there for 3 years and then moved away from the cold to Savannah, where it never snows. And pretty soon I'll be in Costa Rica, where there's hardly any cold at all,
she said with a forced smile, desperate to change the subject.
And you? You've been crisscrossing the country playing poker since you were 17?
Traveling salesman sounds better, I said. Fiona drew her knees to her chest, hugging herself, and turning her gaze to the ocean.
No, it makes sense. I can see why a life of solitude on the road would appeal to you.
Yeah, it did. At the time. But not now? It's not working anymore, I said. I'm burnt out. That's why I came back. Fiona faced me and rested her cheek on her knees. Tell me. I've thought of settling down someplace, I said, and I have a pile of poker winnings sitting in a bank account. I guess that's what it's for, to settle down. You don't know what it's for? Fiona asked. I feel like it has a purpose, only I can't see it yet. I waved a sandfly and the notion away at the same time. Anyway, that burnt-out feeling has only gotten stronger lately, and I've known for months I have to quit, or take a break, but I didn't know where. Until I met you. Fiona clutched her knees a little more. Wariness tightened the air around her. I know you have your own plan, I said. I don't want to interfere, but I don't know what the fuck else to do. Fiona turned her gaze to the ocean. Interfere? She said softly. I think it's too late for that, but I have to be honest, Nick. I've been thinking about you a lot. Missed you. Hope burned in my chest and then was extinguished by her sigh. But what happens at the end of 6 months when I have to get on a plane to Costa Rica? Because I am going. It's something I promised myself. And before I met you at that club, my plan felt perfect. I've had some dark days, and Costa Rica is where I'm going to leave them behind. Forever. She had pulled herself into a ball, making herself small, and he leaned over her, reaching. Costa Rica was her escape, and I was fucking it up. I'm sorry, I said tightly. I shouldn't have come back. No, I'm glad, Fiona said. After you left, and after hearing an earful from my friend Opal, I've been having second thoughts. Not about leaving, but about how I want my life to be before I do. Opal told me that sometimes you have to let life in, make room for happiness when it shows up. I'm always saying find the sunshine, but you can't do that if you stay inside, shut away. Can you? I shook my head, hope struggling to rise again. Fiona sighed, hugged her knees tightly. I don't know what's supposed to happen next. I'm at a motel right now, I told her slowly. I'd rent my own place and stay for a few weeks. If that works out, maybe I'll stay for a few more. You don't need my permission, Nick. Yeah, I do, I said. You're the reason I came back, but if you're not okay with it, I'm gone. Fiona held my gaze for a minute, then propped her chin on her knee, watching the ocean beat at the shore and retreat over and over. Remember back at the club when we first met? She said. You told me the same thing right before we went back to my place. All I had to do was say the word and you'd disappear. I remember. Just now, when you said the only reason you'd stay was because of me, my first reaction was to kiss you, she said with a rueful smile. But I didn't. That's where I'm at. My heart is telling me one thing and my mind is telling me another, and I don't know which to believe. Story of my life. A mist of melancholy, like morning fog, materialized around her. But I keep going back to the moment I saw you yesterday, at Garden City Greens. I was shocked and embarrassed, considering I was covered in dirt, all sweaty and gross. You looked beautiful. But mostly I was happy. I felt really happy to see you again, Nikolai. The mist evaporated, leaving her pink and bright again. She turned her blue-eyed gaze to mine. I don't want you to disappear. My chest tightened as my heart tripped over itself at those words, grabbing onto them and holding on tight. Fiona, I guess that means I want you to stay. To try, I don't know, to be together? Is that what you want? I want you any way you'll take me. The Ken showed me her confusion, longing tinged with the deep pain she feared would never go away. I don't know what I want, she whispered, tears standing out in her eyes. And it's an awful feeling, you know, to not be able to trust yourself. She needs to be in her home, in her own place that she worked for. Safe. Come on, I said, sitting up. Let's go back. Fiona started to protest, then reluctantly nodded. I'm sorry. No, Fiona, I said. You have nothing to be sorry about. Not one thing. That asshole who hurt you, on the other hand. We packed up the picnic and headed back to the bike. On the road, Fiona's dark memories clung to her until I felt her inhale against my back. She exhaled and her arms tightened around me twice. I gunned the Bonneville. The shadows were blown to tatters, for now, and the surge of her excitement and exhilaration surrounded me. Her happiness. Of all the emotions I'd experienced through the Ken, Fiona's happiness was the most beautiful. At her apartment, I walked her to the front door. I did some thinking on the way back, she said. I imagined what it would be like if I said no to you, to us, whatever that might be, and I didn't like it. Okay, I said. I tightly clutched my leather jacket she'd returned to me. I was in a relationship several years ago, she said slowly through a stiff jaw, as if each word physically hurt. I don't like to talk about it. Ever. But it messed me up pretty good, and now I have no idea what I'm doing. I offered a smile. That's okay. Neither do I. Fiona laughed a little. Maybe we can figure it out? Together. Or try to. I want to try. My heart thudded in my chest. We'll take it slow, okay? Are we going to date? She wrinkled her nose. Is that weird? We're doing it backwards. We don't have to do anything except... She tilted her chin. Just be? Christ, she was beautiful. Yeah, just be. A smile curved her lips, and everything I felt told me it was the right thing to walk away. To let her just be, without touches or kisses to muddy up her feelings. Fiona held up the helmet I'd bought her. I keep? Actually, I need that back, I said. I have to hit the next town. There's another girl waiting for me. She socked me in the arm. Very funny. You keep. Okay, thanks. She opened the door behind her. And thanks for the picnic. It was perfect, Nikolai. She craned up to lightly brush her lips against my cheek, and it took everything I had not to turn my head and kiss her hard. But I didn't kiss her, so that I could see her again.
Chapter 14. Fiona. I shut the door and leaned against it, listening to Nick's motorcycle engine roar and then fade as he drove out of the parking lot of my complex. I closed my eyes, inhaled, and waited for the snide commentary from Steve I knew was coming. I exhaled. Silence, and the warm glow in my heart, and the lingering warmth of Nick's skin on my lips. Is this right? It feels right. I didn't want to, but I cast my memories back to when I met Steve, to compare what I felt then with what I felt now, as if I could search the rubble of that horrible relationship for clues that would tell me if this one was leading to the same disaster. Looking back, I realized I never had time to fall for Steve. He swept me up in his world and carried me off, and I went along with it, a little bit drunk from the notion of a man being so enamored with me. Since I was little, I loved the fairy tales where the prince slays the dragon to rescue the princess. My dragon was the death of my parents. My castle was my aunt and uncle's cold, unaffectionate house. I believed Steve had rescued me, only to find out He was carrying me off to a colder winter. A different kind of prison altogether. I prayed it wasn't my imagination or the hopeful beat of my heart. But how I felt when I was with Nick was nothing like what I felt when I was with Steve. Steve didn't love me except in the way a man loves his car or his boat, as a possession that served a purpose. I had a role to play. The little wife who was always there when he came home to cook his food and warm his bed, and who had no life outside of him. With Nikolai, there was no pressure, no constantly feeling like I was on the edge of saying or doing something wrong or stupid. With Nikolai, I could just be. And what happens between us when the time comes to go to Costa Rica? I don't know, I murmured. And that was the truth. And for now, that was okay. At work a few days later, Opal practically jumped out of her skin for news. She met me on the grounds where I was hosing a stand of blue hydrangeas with a spray nozzle set on low pressure. So, how was the date? What did you do? Where is he now? I smirked. The date was lovely. We had a picnic at the beach. And right now, I don't know where he is. House hunting, probably. Opal gaped. For the two of you? I gave her a look. No. He's getting his own place. He has his place, and I have my place. It's perfect. But you're seeing him, right? You two are together? That's why he's staying? For you? I couldn't keep the smile from spreading over my face. Has anyone told you that you ask a lot of questions? My husband. And don't change the subject. I laughed and drizzled the spray toward her feet. We are just dating. I'm trying to be an adult about this, to have him in my life without completely upheaving it. That's a big step for me. I know it is, honey, Opal said. And I'm very proud of you. You're making room for the happiness. You look happy, Fiona. You've always been cheerful, but now it's a little bit deeper, isn't it? I shrugged one shoulder. Maybe. Let's not jinx it, okay? That afternoon, I was on the grounds again, sweeping up dead leaves and making sure all the large potted trees had enough water. Eventually, I worked my way to the far end where the cacti and the succulents lived. My gaze found the echeveria that Nick had been drawn to a few days ago. The Black Prince, I murmured. I plucked the pot off the table and carried it to the register, where Opal was sorting through receipts and invoices. Another one? She asked, as I plunked it on the counter. Girl, your apartment is going to look like a jungle. What good is an employee discount if you don't use it? And it's not for me anyway. When my shift ended, I drove home, showered, and changed into a flowing summer dress in pale blue, then plopped down on my couch with my phone, my fingers hovering over Nick's number. It had been 3 days with nothing more than little check-ins and, hi, how are yous? I bit my lip and shot Nikolai a text. Are you busy? No, he sent back. I need everything for my new place, so I'm doing nothing. I grinned, bit my lip. Want some help? If you don't mind the mess. Are you kidding? I texted back. Have you seen me at work? I want to see you right now. I could practically hear Nick's voice deepen over those words. Address? I texted. He sent it, and my fingers flew in response. I'll be right over. The apartment Nick was renting was in a small plain complex at the end of a block of similar plain complexes, some dilapidated, as if they were withering under the heat, some with fresh paint and bright flowers in the front. I pulled my old Prius into the driveway space behind his Bonneville. I grabbed the Echeverria pot in one arm and climbed the exterior cement steps up to the second floor. Nikolai answered my knock, wearing jeans, a plain white wife-beater that made his arm muscles look ridiculously sexy, barefoot on the hardwood floors. Holy hell, this man. Nikolai stared at me and blinked as if coming out of a reverie. He glanced at the plant under my arm.
That looks familiar.
I put it in his hands. It's a housewarming present.
Thanks,
he said.
It'll look great on my living room floor.
I laughed, and he stepped aside to introduce me to his place. A small kitchen that was little more than a cube of formica and white cabinets that opened on a living area unfurnished. Aside from a few random utensils that lay on the counter, there was nothing in it but a coffee maker and a sleeve of plastic cups. A hallway on the right presumably led to the bedroom and bathroom. You said this place was a mess. I leaned on the kitchen counter and gave him a wry look. You have to have stuff in order to make a mess.
I know it,
Nick said, leaning his hip against the stove. He gestured at the utensils strewn on the counter.
I have no clue what I need. I was at the damn appliance store, just grabbing shit that looked useful.
I held up a whisk in one hand and a honey dipper in the other, my smile wide. Just the essentials.
Everything I need,
Nick muttered, his eyes raking me up and down.
You look beautiful. I want to take you out to dinner.
My smile faltered under the weight of the deep ache of desire that bloomed deep in me at those words. His hungry look that had nothing to do with food. A date? I asked.
A first date,
Nick said. I laughed, though my blood felt as if it were on fire. A first date, yet we've already done all the sex things.
We haven't done all the sex things,
Nick said, his words teasing while his voice was low.
I can think of at least 8 sex things we haven't done yet, just off the top of my head.
Oh, yeah? I swallowed hard. Name one.
Just kiss, he said. We haven't ever just kissed.
I sucked in a breath, and my stomach fluttered with that first kiss feeling, a giddiness of anticipation and want and nerves. But I've already kissed him 100 times. Only I hadn't. Not like this. You keep surprising me, Nikolai.
In a good way, I hope.
The best way. Kiss me. No sooner had the thought flitted in and out of my mind. Nikolai pushed off the stove and moved to me. His eyes locked on mine as he took the utensils out of my hand, one at a time, and dropped them to the floor. My breath caught as his nearness awakened my body to every moment of our 3 nights together. His thumb brushed my lower lip as his hand curved around my cheek and under my neck.
Thanks for the Echeverria.
You remembered its name, I breathed. He nodded, his eyes holding my gaze, so that all I could see was him. And then his mouth descended. A gentle sweep of his lips over mine, a soft touch, and then retreat. My mouth parted in a little sigh, and he kissed me again, deeper. He kept his hands on my face, my neck, then slipped one around my waist, holding me close. My fingers wound into his hair, and a tiny sound of want escaped me as our mouths moved in perfect tandem, tongues sweeping softly. He tasted so clean and good, and the softness of his lips contrasted to the scratch of his stubble. That's what he is. Soft and hard, sweet and rough. I'd never kissed a man like this. I knew I never would again. We broke apart with reluctance, breathless. Nick's eyes were dark pools of want, but he held my face in both hands gently.
Just kissing,
he said.
Dinner first.
I blinked. Dinner?
I'm taking you out.
Oh, that's really not necessary, I said, running my hands along the dark ink on his arms. We can order pizza. Nikolai's eyes raked over me again, and I swear I could feel the heat wherever his gaze landed. He shook his head.
This feeling right now,
he said, his voice low.
Do you feel it?
Yes. God, yes.
I don't want it to end. Not yet. I want to take you out and sit across from you and know that in an hour later, you'll be in my bed.
He searched my eyes.
If that's what you want.
Heat flushed my cheeks, and I clung to his wrists as the muscles in my legs turned to sand. That's what I want.
Our first date.
His thumb brushed my lower lip.
I want to do this right.
I swallowed hard. You're doing everything right. A flicker of a smile flitted over his lips.
I'm on a heater.
A heater?
A winning streak. And you don't do anything to wreck a winning streak.
He kissed me, slow and long, and then went to his room to change. I sucked in a breath and fanned myself as I waited, and a fervent idea struck me. Before I could talk myself out of it, I slipped out of my panties and tucked them into my purse. That's one for the bucket list, I murmured with a laugh.
Such a little whore.
I cringed. Leave me alone, I whispered.
You okay?
I jumped. Nick was in the hallway, watching me. Yeah, fine. Perfect. He joined me in the kitchen. He wore his boots, a black t-shirt, and his black leather jacket. He looked dark and dangerous, and drove Steve's insidiousness away with his very presence. The ground beneath me felt solid again. Thank you, I said, as we headed for the door. Nick nodded grimly, but didn't ask what for. Outside, the cicadas and crickets were loud as twilight fell. The quiet little street was cast in yellow light. The night was thick with heat and possibilities. I didn't bring my helmet. We have to take my car. Besides, I airily tossed over my shoulder as we headed towards my Prius. It wouldn't be prudent for me to ride a motorcycle without underwear. Nikolai stopped dead in his tracks, and the look on his face would have been almost comical had it not been so heavy with need.
You're not?
Nope, I smiled coyly. I seem to recall a request from you that I stop wearing them. I figure I'm saving money not having you tear them off me.
I changed my mind,
Nick said.
We're ordering pizza.
I laughed and unlocked the car with my key fob. No. You wanted to take me out, so we're going out.
Dumbest idea I've ever had,
Nick muttered. I snickered and tossed him the keys. You drive. I don't know where we're going.
I don't know where we're going either,
Nikolai said, climbing behind the wheel. He settled into the driver's seat and sat for a minute, staring at the dashboard.
The hell? This is like an overgrown golf cart.
Oh, hush. I showed him the start button, and he got the car going. It may not have a ton of horsepower, but it's good for the environment.
If you say so. Where to?
I know a cute little Italian bistro in town. I love it. They keep it dim, with those little red glass candle holders on every table, and red and white checkered tablecloths. I didn't add that I'd grabbed dinner there with Nancy and Haley, or Nate and Griff 100 times, and each time part of me wished I'd been on a date like this, on a night like this. Nick glanced at me with a soft expression.
Sounds perfect.
He revved the engine, or tried to, and then pulled out of the driveway. At the first stoplight, the engine went quiet.
Shit, it stalled.
Nikolai searched the dashboard panels for distress lights.
Did I do something wrong?
It's not stalled. It switched to the electric to save energy. He scowled.
I'm going to get you another helmet to keep at my place.
I snickered, but in truth, Nick's frustration with my car was sexy. The tattooed biker in a Prius. A lone wolf who spent all his time on the road renting an apartment he had no idea what to do with. All for me. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him, go back and order pizza after all. But he was right. The anticipation was giving me a heady feeling, like I'd drunk a glass or two of bubbly champagne. I directed him to Cafe Roma, a tiny little place in Garden City's version of downtown. We took a small booth in the back, and a waitress handed us laminated menus. Drinks? I ordered a glass of house wine. Nick ordered a beer. I like your new place, I told him, as we waited for the waitress to come back. Are you thinking of getting a job too?
Don't know yet. I won some money in Jacksonville before I came back. The plan is to live off that and see what happens.
Jacksonville, I said. Isn't that a big city?
Yeah, it was.
He said in a low voice.
Too big.
I slipped my hand into his. Was it hard? He shrugged.
I took a gamble.
He looked at our locked fingers and then up into my eyes.
It paid off.
The air between us seemed to vanish, and the physical need I'd felt earlier came again, this time in harmony with something sweet and quiet too. The desire to be in bed with him, and the desire to simply be with him. I like being with you, Nick, I said, because feeling something for someone wasn't the same as saying it out loud. I like it very much.
Me too,
he replied.
But I don't know how to do romance. Part of me wants to grab you and throw you over my shoulder.
Like a caveman?
Hell yes. But I also want to tell you how beautiful you look in this candlelight, along with every other romantic thing you deserve to hear. I don't want to mess this up.
You just told me I look beautiful in candlelight. That's romantic. You're a secret romantic, Nikolai Alexei.
I'm not,
Nick said, his voice like a growl.
I'm fighting the urge to find out if it's true that you're not wearing underwear.
Quite the dilemma, I said, my heart crashing against my chest. I took his hand and laid it on my thigh under the table. His jaw clenched. I moved his hand deeper under my dress, to the juncture of my thighs. I never lie about underwear. I pressed his fingers to my naked flesh, still holding his gaze. Our eyes widened at the same time. Our breaths caught at the same time. His pulse jumped in the tattooed hollow of his throat, while mine sent blood rushing through my body. Nick's eyes were blue fire.
Fiona.
Fiona, darling. Nikolai and I jumped apart as if we'd been shocked. He jerked his hand from under my dress, and I busied myself with my napkin, composing myself before I faced Nate and Griffin standing over the table. The former wore a sly, shit-eating grin, while his husband wore his customary friendly smile that politely pretended he hadn't seen anything.
Fancy running into you here,
Nate said, his eyes glued to Nikolai.
You're back. When did this happen? I'm staying in town for a while,
Nick said.
Taking a break from the road.
You two are shacking up? Nate asked, and was rewarded with Griffin's elbow in his side.
No,
Nick said.
I have a place on Mullaney Street.
Very nice, Griffin said.
It's good to see you again, man.
His eyes found mine.
Really good.
A short silence fell in which I grappled with being polite and asking them to join us, and wanting to be alone with Nick. No, I'm desperate to be alone with Nick. Nate rocked back on his heels. So, since you asked, we've finished dinner and now are heading back to our soon-to-be former apartment. We've already begun packing up the kitchen. I refuse to cook one more meal on that dinky little stove. I gave him a dry look. Since when do you cook, Nathaniel?
Since never,
Griff answered.
But he's not telling you the best part. We closed escrow,
he said, smiling as if he couldn't stop if he wanted to.
Yesterday. We're officially homeowners.
I gasped. Oh my God, that was so fast.
My sentiments exactly,
Nate said.
Every time he says homeowners, I have visions of bursting pipes and the roof caving in. Don't listen to him. He loves it,
Griffin said.
Anyway, we're going to have a party at the new place in 2 weeks.
You're moving out already? I asked, deflating a little. That's fast, too.
We won't move until some renovations are done, Griffin said. The party will be an adventure in shabby chic,
Nate said.
The house will be done up in lights, little tables, catering, a dance floor in every empty room. It's going to be fabulous.
Griffin looked between Nick and me.
You have to come, both of you.
As if I'd miss it. I glanced at Nick. What do you think?
Sounds good,
Nick said. He looked to Griffin.
Can I bring anything?
Yes, hard liquor, Nate said, before Griffin could answer.
Something rough, that's all the rage amongst the bikers.
I covered my eyes with my hand.
What?
Nate said.
I just want him to feel welcome. It's not every day we have a poker-playing motorcycle man in our midst. You need to stop talking now,
Griffin said. He turned to us with an apologetic smile.
We'll let you get back to your dinner.
He bent to kiss my cheek.
Call soon, love.
I will. Nate blew me a kiss and then bickered with his husband as Griffin hustled him away from the table. Is that okay? I asked. About the party, I mean. You don't have to if you don't want to.
I want to,
Nick said, moving closer, his hand slipping back up my dress.
I want you now.
I swallowed hard. I thought we were taking it slow.
This is me,
Nick said.
Taking it slow.
I bit the inside of my cheek as his fingers found me again, touched me again, sending licks of fire deep inside me. The waitress came back, but Nick didn't pull his hand away. He casually gave the woman his order. chicken parmesan, while his fingers circled me slowly beneath the table. "And for you, honey?" the waitress asked me. "Fettuccine Alfredo," I said, my voice hardly more than a whisper. "And we'll need that to go, please." Nick drove my Prius back to his place as fast as the engine would allow. I carried the bags of food into the house and set them on the counter. An instant later, Nick was all over me. His kiss was hot and hard, and I sagged with relief into it, needing his hands on me, needing to feel his naked skin against mine. He trailed open-mouth kisses down my jaw, down my neck, to my collarbone. I clung to him as shivers skimmed down my skin, hardening my nipples until the desire descended lower, to coalesce between my thighs. I moved my mouth around his earlobe, my tongue feeling the contours of his piercing. The cold bite of sharp metal. I grazed my teeth over it, then bit down and pulled gently. Nick groaned. "Please tell me you bought a bed," I whispered.
"That's the first thing I bought."
I gasped as one hand slipped over my breast. His other lifted my dress, skimmed up my thigh, teased me with his fingers. I needed more. "Oh God, Nick," I whispered. "Hurry." He released me to strip off his jacket and shirt, and then pulled my dress over my arms and let it fall to the ground. He stopped to stare at my nakedness. I hadn't worn a bra either. I watched his eyes drink me in.
"God damn, Fiona,"
he whispered, and then I was in his arms again. We kissed, a blind, desperate mashing of mouths. My hands tore at the buckles on his belt.
"Bedroom,"
he growled, his teeth grazing my lower lip. He half carried me to the darkened room that was empty, except for a large bed, a small nightstand with a small desk lamp. Nikolai stripped off his clothes and lay over me. Silvery moonlight streamed in from the window, shining in his eyes and glinting off the silver in his ears. The rest of him a dark shape of hard muscle that moved over me and pressed against me. I wanted so badly to take him inside me and feel all of his skin with all of mine. But the remnants of my old life would not let go. "Condom," I whispered. He nodded and reached beyond me to the nightstand drawer. I heard a tearing of foil, and a moment later, he was sliding into me. It felt like it had been much longer than a few weeks since I last had this hard, heavy sensation of him inside me. "God, Nick," I whispered as he began to move. "This. I want this."
"You."
He growled into my neck.
"Just you."
There was nothing gentle about Nick's rough hands or his punishing thrusts except the intention behind them. I felt how much he wanted me, not as a man wanting a woman, but as him wanting me. I came, screaming his name, my nails clawing his back, my heels digging into the back of his thighs because I didn't want anything gentle either. I wanted him and his body making me feel alive. And I wanted his release. The pain of his former life on the road and before, in that awful hospital. Now that I knew that piece of him, I wanted it. I wanted him to give it to me, to exchange the pain for ecstasy. Because that's exactly what he gave me. Everything that came before in my life vanished under Nick's touch, washed away by the sweat of our bodies. There were no insidious words, only kisses and whispered pleas of want that made me feel cherished, no matter how rough he was, or how hard the headboard banged. After, he brought the food, still warm, into bed, and we ate from each other's forks. And when we were done, we gave ourselves up to the night, to each other, until I'd lost count of how many times my body shuddered against his. In the last hours before dawn, I buried my face in his neck and held on as he brought me to a final, crushing orgasm that left no room for thought except for one. God, help me. I'm going to fall. And another, as sleep came for me after. I'm falling.
Chapter 15. Nikolai. The first night in my new place, and Fiona was in my bed. She lay on my chest, still sleeping. She slept across me like a shield, protecting me from the onslaught of other people's lives. My sleep had never been deeper. I let my hand trail over her back. Her skin was slick with sweat from last night. We'd kicked the covers off since my place didn't have air conditioning, and the summer heat left us in a drowsy haze. My place. It wasn't much to look at. Cheap. Not a motel, but not a home either. It was mine for $150 a week. With my poker winnings, I could afford to stay for months without breaking a sweat. And then what? I glanced down at Fiona. I had no answer for that, but I had peace. Quiet. A reprieve from the road, and I had this woman. It was more than I'd ever had before. Fiona came awake and rolled her head in my direction, a small, sleepy smile on her face. "Good morning," she said. "Morning. Have you been awake long?" "A while," I said. "It's too hot to move." She grinned. "You didn't seem to have that problem last night?" I smiled lazily, basking. My hand played in Fiona's hair, and I let the long, waist-length strands fall through my fingers. Pink, like cotton candy. I closed my eyes, and the color was still there, radiating off of Fiona. Goodness, compassion, kindness. "Why?" I asked sleepily. Why did you dye your hair pink?" "There's a little bit of a story there." "I want to hear it." Fiona shifted off of me, her stomach on the bed, and propped herself up on her elbows. "When I was in 3rd grade, my teacher gave us a writing assignment. She told us to pick 2 colors and write a poem for each. The poems would describe what we thought the colors represented. Like, blue is the color of my tears when I'm sad, red is the color of a sun when it sets, stuff like that. I sat up a little bit higher against the bed frame, suddenly awake, as if someone had dashed me with cold water. Fiona traced the whorls and designs of the tattoos on my chest with a finger, not seeing my slack jaw or wide eyes. "Which colors did you pick?" I asked. "Pink and gold." "Do you remember what you wrote about each color?" She scrunched up her face and thought. "I do. Don't know why, but they've stuck with me almost word for word." "Tell me." Fiona's fingers traced along my Dreamcatcher tattoo on the left side of my torso, over the feathers, the beads, and along each strand of the net as she spoke. "Pink is the excitement you get just before opening a birthday present. Pink is the happiness you feel when you are sitting alone at recess and another kid comes over and asks if you want to play. Pink is how you feel when you hug someone who is crying and make them feel better." I clenched my jaw against the sudden rush of emotion that swamped me. A strange, potent sense of déjà vu like nothing I'd known before. The hell? "Kind of cute, isn't it?" Fiona said, oblivious to my turmoil. When I decided to dye my hair, I remembered what I wrote for Pink, and it sort of, I don't know, jibed with where I am in my life. Simple things that make me happy. What about gold? I asked, my throat tight. Gold, according to my 7-year-old self, is the smell of McDonald's French fries. She laughed sheepishly. It's kind of true, isn't it? I nodded faintly. What else? Gold is the color of the morning on a new day that is still perfect, and gold is... She broke off, shaking her head in that shy, sweet way she had. I felt myself leaning toward her in every way. All that was rusted and broken inside of me reached for all that was good and pure inside of her. What is it? I asked. Gold is the color of love. She rested her cheek on my chest. Not the love between family members or mothers and their children. I mean the fairy tale love, where the prince would do anything for the princess even if it meant his own life, and the princess would sacrifice herself to the dragon if it would save the prince. The kind of love that transcends, though I didn't have that word at the time. She smiled to herself. Funny how pure a child's thoughts are. Just simple truths, you know? No fancy metaphors, no big words that try too hard. I stared at the woman lying over me. Her fingers roamed and trailed over the ink I'd worked into my skin in order to feel something that was real and mine. Pain. Not love. Never love. Fiona kissed the dream catcher. Of all your tattoos, this one is my favorite. Tell her the truth, now. Do it now. But she was already peeling herself off of me and rising from the bed. Fiona slipped one of my t-shirts on over her head and leaned over to kiss me. Come on, lazy bones. I have to go to work. I'll make some coffee in this empty kitchen of yours. I took her hand and held it tight. Fiona. Yes? The moment held still. The words danced on the tip of my tongue. I want to see you tomorrow. Coward. Fiona smiled that shy smile, the one she wore when she was trying to hide her happiness. But she couldn't hide it from me. Silver sparks danced in the air around her. You do? Yeah, I do. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. I usually spend an hour or two at the animal shelter on Saturdays. You could come by after that, if you want. Sounds good, I said. She was radiant. Coffee sounds good too. She kissed my temple and went out. I fell back on the pillows, a sigh gusting out of me. My thoughts drifted back to Fiona's color poems. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a coincidence. Except that pink was exactly as she described. How the Ken translated kindness. And gold? I'd never seen gold. I have a pretty good walk of shame happening here, Fiona said in the parking lot of my complex. She smoothed down her wrinkled dress. If I get into my place without Griff or Nate seeing me, it'll be a miracle. You look good, I said. More than good. She'd been in my bed all night and left it with swollen lips and messy hair. She looked fucking perfect. I pulled her to me for a kiss. You're a man of few words, she said against my mouth. The Lost Paws animal shelter's on the south end of town near the highway we want. Meet me there tomorrow around 10? Sure. Sure, she mimicked in a low voice and laughed before kissing me softly. See you then. I touched my cheek where I could still feel her kiss, then touched my fingers to my mouth. A deep longing settled like lead in my gut to watch her go. It would have been easy to chalk it up to the peace she gave me. As Fiona's car pulled away, the world came back. The guy taking out his trash across the street, the occupants of every apartment on the block, they invaded my senses. Or maybe I invaded theirs. But the longing I felt to be with Fiona had nothing to do with what she gave me and everything to do with who she was. Christ. I turned back into my empty apartment. I supposed I needed furniture, but I could hardly unpack my clothes. I ran my hand along the counter, touched the coffee mug that Fiona's lips had touched. This wasn't a home. It was a place to bide my time before she left. Go with her. I froze. It was the first time I'd allowed myself to even think it. She hasn't asked me, I told no one, even as a warmth filled my chest in a way I hadn't felt since I was a kid. And she'd hate me if she knew how I robbed her. As if to punctuate that thought, the sour taste of my neighbor worrying over her bills filled my mouth, reminding me how the Ken had stolen every shred of happiness I'd ever had. I leaned against my chairless counter near the succulent plant Fiona had brought me. Each of the Echeveria's thick leaves had a barbed point on the end. I pressed the pad of my index finger to a needle-like tip until the pain came, puncturing my skin, deflating me, bringing me back down. I watched the blood well, a single bright red drop, the color of life. Fiona knows the colors too. A small, desperate voice cried, sounding like my 10-year-old self. She brings you peace. It means something. Tell her the truth. My father scoffed. You're sick in the head. My mother wailed. Mi chistaya sila. I wiped my finger on my jeans, and the red disappeared. The next morning, I dressed and showered, grabbed breakfast at a local diner since my fridge was bare bones, then rode the Bonneville south to Lost Paws. It was a smallish place with a desk to the left of the entry, a waiting area to the right, and then a wide hall lined with doors on either side. The echoing barking of 24 dogs bounced around the floors, some deep and loud from the bigger dogs, and the high-pitched barks of smaller dogs that sounded as if they'd go on forever, barking their fear in a constant, never-ending chain of sound. I stopped in the lobby area and watched as Fiona and a family of 4 came out of one of the doors on the left side. Fiona wore baggy jeans, a button-down, sleeveless shirt, and her pink hair tied up in a ponytail. She had a small white dog on the end of her leash as she stood talking with the parents. Their 2 little girls, maybe 6 and 8 years old, knelt and tried to pet the dog who cowered behind Fiona's legs. Fiona knelt down to the girl's level and took 2 dog treats and placed them in the girl's palms. The dog ate from both girls and let himself be petted. After a few more exchanged words I couldn't hear, Fiona handed the leash over to the father of the family. A shimmering mist hovered over her as she gestured the family to the front desk. The little girls were bright as sunflowers. Fiona watched them go, a wistful smile on her face, and then she spotted me. The flare of her happiness was like a gift she didn't know she'd given me. She waved and met me halfway. "Hey, you," she said. She cocked her head. "What's that look for?" "What look?" I asked. "You looked like, I don't know, like you haven't seen me in a long time instead of just yesterday." "Poker face, dude. Where's your poker face?" "I like how you are with the animals," I said, and inwardly rolled my eyes at my clunky words. "It's easy. I love them. Seeing them find homes is the best feeling." Her eyes went to the family at the front desk, filling out their adoption paperwork. "Anyway, let me wash up and I'll be out in 2. A few minutes later, Fiona said goodbye to the office staff and we headed to the parking lot. "I was going to take you for a ride if you're up for it," I said. "I'd love to, but I don't have my helmet," Fiona said. "I should have had you meet me at my place instead." "It's fine," I said. "I'll follow you. We'll leave from your place." She craned up on her toes to kiss me. "Race you." A short laugh burst out of me. "If you insist." I gave her a 3-minute head start and then rode the Bonneville to Fiona's place and parked it out front. Fiona was a careful driver. I wasn't surprised that I'd beaten her home. I leaned casually against her front door until her blue Prius pulled in. She climbed out and gave me an arch look. I crossed my arms. "Too easy." "Smart ass," Fiona said, then stopped, her eye raking me up and down. "Damn, they must pull you guys aside in school to teach you that." "Teach what?" The lean, she said, flapping her hand at me, arms crossed, shoulder to the wall, giving me that look. There's a look, too? There is, Fiona said, opening the front door and then slamming it shut behind us. The look that's a casual hello on the surface, but underneath... Underneath it says, I can't wait to get you in bed. I hauled her to me. I can't wait to get you in bed. I bent my head to kiss her, when a knock came at the door, followed by a child's high-pitched voice. Fiona! Fiona! Fiona smiled coyly. Hold that thought. She opened the door and knelt, just as Haley flew in her arms. The happiness that glittered around Fiona was brighter than anything I'd seen before. Haley girl, Fiona kissed the little girl's cheek. The girl's mother, Nancy, I remembered, filled the door. A tall brunette in smart slacks and a blouse, the kind of woman who looked like she'd played field hockey in college. Tough and no nonsense. Fiona, hi, I'm so sorry to spring this on you, but I was wondering... Nancy's voice trailed off as she saw me. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you had company. Fiona rose to her feet, Haley clinging to her arm. Nikolai Young, this is Nancy Davis. Nancy offered her hand, and I braced myself for the jolt that always came with snatching some piece of the stranger's life. She had a strong grip, and it came with a whiff of distrust and a protectiveness of Fiona. Good to meet you, Nikolai, she said slowly, her eyes roving over my tattoos and piercings. Likewise. Nancy dragged her gaze from me to Fiona. I'm sorry if this is a bad time, but I have an emergency meeting in 20 minutes. It'll only take an hour or so, but if you're busy... No, it's fine, Fiona said. We can wait an hour, can't we, Nick? Sure. Nancy hesitated while her daughter turned her large brown eyes up to me and asked the question Nancy was too polite to ask herself. Why is your skin covered in so many drawings? They're called tattoos, I said. It's art that you wear on your skin. How did you do it? With pens and markers? No, needles. Haley's curiosity morphed to wariness. Did it hurt? Nancy's attention wrapped around me like a vice. As far as she was concerned, I had one right answer here. Sure did. It hurt a lot. I hate shots with the needle, Haley said. They are the worst. Is it like shots? Something like that, I said. The tight band of Nancy's attention relaxed a little, and she turned to Fiona and fished some money out of her purse. I appreciate this so much, Fee. Just an hour, I swear. Put your money away, Fiona said, but Nancy ignored her and stuffed a 20 into her hand. You're a lifesaver, Nancy said, and shot me one more look. Nice to meet you, Nikolai. Bye, Hale. Be good. She kissed her daughter's cheek and went out. Nancy is a great mom, Fiona said, twisting a lock of hair around her finger, but very protective. I get it, I said with a small smile. I'm not exactly ideal babysitter material. What are those? Haley asked, pointing at the piercings in both my ears. Earrings? I chuckled and knelt in front of the little girl. She reached her fingers to touch the talons in each ear, and I held still to let her conduct her examination. Haley smelled clean, like fresh laundry and daisies. They're heavy, Haley said, her little fingers tugging on the talons. Are they sharp? A little bit, I said. Don't push too hard on the pointy parts. Did it hurt to get them put in your ears? It doesn't hurt anymore, I told her. But it hurt a lot at first, I added, wanting to do right by her mom. Haley cocked her head. Why do you do things to yourself that hurt? My mouth formed words, but no sound came out, and then the little girl held my face in her small hands. No more hurting, okay? She said, and then wrapped her arms around my neck. I froze as the full force of Haley's affection, like white clouds and cotton and baby powder, enveloped me. I closed my eyes, inhaled the pure goodness of her. No more hurting. For a few seconds I knew a different kind of peace than what Fiona gave me, and then Haley shattered the spell with a high-pitched squeal right in my ear. "Lemony!" She bounded to the window and climbed on the chair to wave and coo at the little bird. I got to my feet, rising out of Haley's calm and into Fiona's storm. Fiona? She was turned away from me, her shoulders rounded. The blue mist and the dark shadows both converged around her. I stared. Inside the mist and shadow, like a mirage, I saw Fiona on her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks. She clutched her stomach, rocking back and forth, her mouth open in a silent, agonized scream. Rage tore through me like a wildfire to see her in such pain. I reached for her. "Fiona, what's happening?" "It's nothing," she said, pulling away from me. Her voice was muffled against her hand, and her throat was choked with tears. "I'm fine. I'm fine." The vision wavered as she struggled as hard as she could to bury it down deep. My hand still reached for her, but I didn't touch her. If I touched her now, I'd know everything. And even without that touch, the Ken would eventually give me her story, piece by piece. I was torn between wanting it, to know who had hurt her like that so that I could hurt him just as bad, and protecting her privacy. "Tell me, Fiona, please. Give it to me before I take it from you."
"Fiona?"
Haley asked from the window.
"Are you crying?"
"No, I'm fine, honey," Fiona said. She wiped her eyes and dried her hands on the seat of her jeans. "I was about to sneeze, and I didn't. Made my eyes water." She didn't look at me, but went to the window with Haley. "Want to help me feed this little guy?" I stared after her, blinking, trying to reconcile the agonized image I had seen and the woman standing before me, helping Haley pour seed for her bird. To know she carried that much pain in her. "I'll kill him. Whoever he is, I'll fucking kill him." I forced myself to calm down before I gave too much away. Fiona had recovered, and all that was left was shame she didn't want me to see. I shouldered my jacket. "I should go. I have a lot to do at my place," I said. "Rain check on the ride today?" "Okay. Maybe that's best," Fiona said, still averting her eyes, though her gratitude was palpable. "In case Nancy runs late?" "Sure," I said, and went to the door. "Nick?" I stopped, and my heart broke to hear the tears lingering in her voice. I turned, and her eyes met mine from across the room, heavy and apologetic, as she stood with her bird and Haley, with her green plants all around her, the little forest she tried to make for herself until she could live in the real one, and a child who wasn't hers. Fiona didn't want me to go, and she didn't want to tell me about him, what the bastard did to her to cause her so much fucking pain. But I knew it was somehow connected to the children and the animals and the goddamn plants. Everything she cared about. It was all tainted by him. She smiled tremulously at me, now scared she was fucking things up with me. "Call me," I told her, "anytime you're ready. Anytime you want." "I will," Fiona said faintly. Her gaze caught and held mine. "Thank you." I offered her a smile, though it had to break through the anger toward that nameless bastard that had hurt her. Making Fiona happy was easy. Who had been so goddamn bad at it?
"Bye, Nick,"
Haley said, waving at me from on top of the chair, a small bag of birdseed in her hand.
"See you soon."
"Bye, Haley." I looked to Fiona. "See you soon." Chapter 16. Nikolai. 3 days later, and no word from Fiona. My apartment was still empty, and without her, it felt hollow too, airless and stale. I was supposed to buy furniture, yet settled in. But without Fiona, what was the fucking point? She was all the color and light in my life. "I miss her," I said into the silence. I missed her colors and her smile, the way she tasted in my mouth when I kissed her, and the way she looked at me, like I was fucking worth something to her. Maybe I could be. Maybe I had a purpose beyond poker and the road. Maybe the damn Ken had a purpose beyond torture. A whisper of a memory tugged at my thoughts. I stood in the quiet stillness of my apartment. Sweat trickled between my shoulder blades, and I closed my eyes. What do you want to be when you grow up, Nick? Nothing. I'm sure that's not true. Everyone wants to be something. A mechanic. You want to be a mechanic when you grow up? No, but Papa said I need a real job. Painting is not a real job. Painting? You want to be a painter? I did. Not anymore. Why not? Because. You can tell me. Because the painting helps how I see people, and I like it. But every time you give me the treatment, I want it less and less. And now you wish I hadn't said that. You said your father wanted you to be a mechanic. Can't you do both? Be a mechanic and paint on the side? I told you I don't want to paint. Not anymore. You said the painting helps how you see people. What does that mean? If I tell people what I see, they get scared. If I paint them, it's just art, creativity. It's safe. You like painting people? Portraits? Yes. Who have you painted? My teacher, my friends, Mama once. And what did she say when she saw her portrait? She burned it. She burned it? And then she brought me here. I opened my eyes and the hospital faded out. My empty place faded in. The painting helps how I see people. Stupid. But it had been true. If I put the paint down, it made the Ken less something that seemed so insane and unreal and gave it form. It helped. Before I could talk myself out of it, I called up a local art supply store and placed an order. Same-day delivery. I paced in my empty space and waited for the knock on the door. When it came, I paid the guy and took my supplies. An easel, a 3 feet by 4 feet canvas, and a set of professional-grade oil pastel crayons, to the empty space in the living room where a couch and chairs were supposed to go. I tore the plastic wrap off the canvas as if it were suffocating it, and set it on the easel. My hand shook as I took up an oil pastel in deep pink. I inhaled, closed my eyes for a moment. I was on the Bonneville with Fiona behind me, her laughter and exhilaration enveloping me. Her arms around me squeezed twice. I opened my eyes and began to paint.
Chapter 17. Fiona. I lay on my bed, my phone in my hand, fingers hovering over Nick's number. It took me 3 days. 3 damn days to trust myself enough just to get this far. I missed him. Too much. But every time I started to call, the vision of him with Haley rose up. Nick kneeling down to her, and her putting her little hands on his face. No more hurting. It had almost been too much. Like a caged animal tearing at its chains, the agony had nearly escaped as my aching heart recast Nick and Haley as father and daughter. Then me? You'll never have that. And now Nick was suspicious. Everything I'd been trying to run away from kept chasing me. And lately, it felt as if it were catching me, snarling and nipping at my heels, and ready to devour me when I fell. No, I told myself, phone in hand. I'm stronger than I look. I'm off work today, I texted Nick. Are you free? His reply came quickly. Come over. I sucked in a breath. I'll be right there. I threw on cargo pants and a small t-shirt, then drove to Nick's apartment a little before noon. The heat was already intense, the humidity making the air sticky. This is practice for Costa Rica, I reminded myself. but there was no answering the thrill that the departure was getting closer. Nick answered the door, looking devastating, in a simple dark shirt and jeans. "Hi," I said.
Hi.
He answered, and then kissed me gently. The tight coil of tension in my belly eased, as I somehow knew he wasn't going to ask me about my tears the other day. In fact, Nick always seemed to know when I needed him and when I needed space, what to say to make me feel better, and when to say nothing. It's what he does. He reads my tells. We broke the kiss, and I wreathed my arms around his neck, a smile spreading over my lips. "I missed you,"
Me too.
he said.
Come in from the heat. I got an AC unit. I'm halfway civilized.
I started to laugh, but as I entered Nick's place, it was clear the AC unit was the only thing he'd bought. The living space hadn't one piece of furniture in it, and the kitchen was still bare, but for plastic plates and utensils, mostly still in their boxes and sleeves on the counter. Nick noticed my furrowed brows and rubbed his chin.
Okay, maybe less than civilized.
"You need everything," I said.
Yeah. I guess I'm not used to staying in one place.
He said slowly. That makes sense. He's been on the road for years. "Well, I can help," I said brightly. "There's a swap meet a little ways south of here. Want to check it out?"
Sure.
He said. That time, I read his tell. He didn't care one way or another, and I wondered if maybe he didn't want to stay long after all. Can you blame him? Or maybe we don't have to go to the swap meet, I stammered. His lips quirked up in a smile.
A chair. I need at least one chair.
I laughed lightly. I think the Prius can hold one chair. Nick smirked.
No comment.
I noticed a smudge of pink on his fingers. What's that? I teased. New tattoo?
Oh, no. I was painting.
You were? Where? I glanced around. Can I see? And then I saw it. In the living area that was still empty, but for an easel, a small table of pastels, and a canvas. I gasped. On the canvas was a portrait of me, rendered with perfect accuracy, and yet with a swirl of impressionistic color and abstract strokes. I saw myself, a wide smile on my face, my eyes a shocking blue, and my hair fell around my shoulders in a glowing cascade of gold and pink. In the background, golden sunbursts over a jungle at midday. The vibrant greenery that spilled down to a beach upon where silver waves crashed. Amid the sunbursts was the laughing face of a child, who might have been Haley, but to my eye, could have been the essence of any child. Round cheeks, bright eyes, a guileless smile. I turned to Nick, who stood behind me, running his hand through his hair nervously. Nick. I shook my head. This is incredible. It looks like me, but it's more. He stuffed his hands in the pockets of his jeans.
It's okay.
Okay? I blinked back, strange tears. It's like looking at a mirror, but I looked to him. Is that how you see me? He hesitated.
Yeah, I do.
It's beautiful, I said, with a small laugh. Am I allowed to say that? I mean, your talent is incredible. My smile froze as my gaze caught what I'd missed at first glance. At the bottom right corner of the canvas, like a blight that threatened to take over the color, was a swath of pure black, with a bluish mist at its edges.
It's not done yet,
Nick said, shuffling his feet.
There's some details left to finish. So, ready to go?
I dragged my gaze from the portrait. Yeah, sure. We headed out, but I stopped at the door for one more look at that dark stain. It's not done yet, I told myself. He hasn't finished that section of the canvas yet. But that darkness seemed to me like it belonged there as much as the pink of my hair or the green of the jungle. I turned to Nick and kissed his cheek. It's perfect. Don't change a thing. We took the Prius and drove south and inland, through green country and across flat fields, until we came to the country road that led to a cluster of barns that had been turned into warehouses for antiques. I'd only been once with Opal and the Mills, and remembered it as being a small affair. Now, the makeshift parking lot that took up a flat stretch of land on one side was nearly full. Colored balloons and streamers could be seen on some of the barns. A Ferris wheel and a carousel rose up behind the smaller structures, their organ music carrying to us across the grounds. It looks like the little country fair is here, I said as I parked the car. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was happening this week, or I would have checked.
What's to be sorry about?
I was thinking about your agoraphobia. I don't want it to be hard on you.
It's an open-air place,
Nick said.
It should be okay.
Are you sure? He grinned.
I'll take my chances.
Okay, this could be fun, I said, and tucked my arm through his as we headed to the grounds. I want to eat junk food and cotton candy. Will you play a game and win me one of those gigantic stuffed animals, like they do in the movies?
If that's what you want,
he said.
I'll get one for you.
I shivered dramatically. I love it when you say things like that. So confident and manly and sexy.
Whatever you want, Fiona,
Nick said, his tone serious. What I want. I looked into Nikolai's blue eyes that never regarded me with contempt or irritation. His hands roamed my body at night with greed, never disdain that I was too thin or flat-chested. His lips never formed insults. He never belittled me or made me feel stupid or small. I took one of his hands in mine. I want to walk in the sunshine with you. Nick and I strolled hand in hand through the fair, over hay-strewn ground that itched our noses, and the sound of carnival music filling the heat-thickened air that was already heavy with the smells of cotton candy, hot dogs, cinnamon buns, and popcorn. I worried the crowd of running and laughing children or groups of kids trying their hand at the different carnival games would be too much for Nick, but he walked easily, holding tight to my hand. It was on the tip of my tongue to tease him for being a hand holder, but I wondered if maybe it helped. If I helped. I had read once that sometimes touching another person helps a claustrophobic to pull out of their anxiety and remind them that the world was bigger than it felt. A touchstone. I'd been the tag-along at the end of Steve's coattail. I'd never been anyone's touchstone. We stopped for hot dogs and lemonade, and ate them at a small table under a little umbrella. Nick had 2 hot dogs stacked on his plate, each loaded with mustard, ketchup, onions, and relish. I didn't want to keep thinking about Steve, but I couldn't help compare the two men. Steve was a tall redhead, not unattractive, but after everything that happened, I couldn't think of him as anything but a shape-shifting snake. Nick was dark and dangerous looking, in a way that made me feel safe instead of threatened. Protected.